Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. It is 14 days to the D-Day when we will be choosing our leaders in the general elections. How said are you? Are you ready for this? Or it's being pushed on you? Well, that is it. The final home stretch intensifies as the candidates crisscross the country, seeking support from every quarter and from everyone. William RUTO uh, camps in the Rift Valley, his home turf, and calling them for 100% turnout when it comes on the D-Day when the elections are called. Well, as Raila Odinga is in the heart of the city of Nairobi, talking with different stakeholders, Bodaboda and the rest. Well, that is it. And from the conversation, a deal is struck that on the voting day, all the disabled and all the aged will enjoy free rides to and from the polling stations to secure a huge turnout for the vote on that particular day. IEBC and they are blowing hot and cold, and they are, confused approach towards this election. We wonder whether they are set for this or what is going to happen. There is total silence on the response on the claims by the DCI and the Venezuelan, whatever saga of the three Venezuelan people who were here in the pretext that they are workers of IEBC. Now everyone is distancing themselves from them. What is going to happen? Are we set for these elections or what? Well, we want to invite everybody to join into the discourse from wherever you are around the world. And please, if you're able to get us, help somebody else do so. All the people that follow us on Facebook, please reach out to them by sharing that link with them. We still have a crisis with Facebook, and so we will not be doing Facebook Live until that is sorted out. And in the meantime, you can only pick the link and then share it on the wall of Facebook to invite and remind everybody that needs to be here and hear what is happening. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space. Only note that you must be both on camera and audio for you to be added on the screen to make your contribution. So wherever you are around the world, welcome again and let's get talking. Kuna Willy Mwadilo, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Kuna Bakiz Mohamed, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Meril, thank you so much. Kuna Ombuya Collins, uko ndani mapema, karibu sana, tunashukuru. Father Denny Darius, asante sana, we appreciate you, sir. Glad to have you on board. Favor Akita, you are welcome. Ombuya, of course, we have greeted you. Jenny Paul, you're welcome. Kuna Tinana Nyamagwa, you're welcome. Hello to you. Nicholas Ogola, you're welcome. Cleopatra Manza, Mambo poa, asante sana. Caris Official, thank you so much. You are welcome to the show. Glad to have you. Kuna Kabunga, is it? Yes, Kabunga. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Hey, Brother Benson. Wow, Brother Benson, welcome. How are you? Longest time. Karibu sana. Mr. Ondingi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Moset Monda, you are welcome. Well, make use of that link. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. This is the final home stretch. The countdown is running out fast and furious. Everybody is running around securing the support they can get even as the days continue closing in for all that are looking for leadership. We're here at Mtembei TV, ensuring that you will get credible information even as you listen out to different Kenyans around the world sharing their view and their thoughts about our politics and how we need to make wise decisions as far as the leadership of this country is concerned. The next 5 years will be determined by the crop of people you put in office through your vote. And so make your vote count and think deeply and serious about the decision you are making, because it will affect the kind of life you will have in the next 5 years. Thank you, everyone. And if you're able to get us, please don't watch alone. Make sure that you're inviting the whole world into this discourse, even as we start out tonight. Asante sana. Tunashukuru kila moja. Anasema niunde kamera yangu sionekane vizuri. I don't know what else to do, because from my end I can see. So you may need to adjust from your end probably. Whichever the case. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Omar. Omar, habari ya leo?
Niko poa. Jamii Bernard.
Karibu.
Okay, leo nimekuwa fast. Nimekuwa fast leo.
Wewe ndio break record. Tunataka hiyo neema isonge mbele.
Sasa tukiona Bernard hapo tunafurahi, mambo iko sawa. Tukikosa kuona Bernard tujue mambo imeharibika. Sasa leo
mambo sawa.
Katika siasa leo mambo sio mbaya. Mzee alikuwa na Waislamu KICC, wamama wa Kiislamu, hata my wife alienda huko, alikuwa kwa hiyo mkutano na mkutano ya madhakarua kunini na wazee iko sawa. Nikaona siasa yake pia Kajiado huko I think Kitengela, kitu kama hiyo. Kuhusu Kenya Kwanza nimeona Rift Valley huko upande ya Kimaren Dam akidanganya watu na ndio alikula hiyo pesa, na mambo sio mbaya Bernard. Na kuna picha nimeona kwa KTN lakini haikunifurahisha, lakini wacha huko, tutafanya kazi. Sehemu kunaitwa Kongoea Mombasa. Kuna hizo kura wamepiga maoni. Ruto ati ameshinda Raila na kura moja, lakini tunajua hiyo ni ile ya kupiga tu. Hatuwezi tukafuatilia hizo kura huko kwa sababu Mombasa ni ngoma ya Raila. Lakini hiyo Kongoea sana sana hapo lazima tufanye kitu Bernard. Fikisha message. Hapo Kongoea fikisha message Bernard, tufanye kitu hapo. Bado wa vijana wamechanganikiwa hapo, waelewi. Fikisha message, watume mtu wafanye hapo kampeni vizuri hapo Kongoea. Bado haijatufurahisha vizuri. Na upande ya kesho naona mzee ataenda Meru, na sahi ni siasa ya lala salama. Naona President Uhuru Kenyatta anaaga wafanyikazi kutaka hand over. Mambo iko zuri Bernard, mambo sio mbaya, lakini naona mambo sio mbaya. Mnafikisha message kwa wakubwa, hakuna kulala. Sahi hakuna kulala Bernard. Campaign tuendelee paka siku ya mwisho tarehe 6. Hakuna kusimama. Na hii IEBC tukae macho sana Bernard. Tusiache hawa watu hivi. Tukae macho, wakipiga kona hata sisi pia tunapiga kona. Wafikishieni message hawa wakubwa wa Azimio Raundi hakuna kucheka nao. Wakikoa na sisi tunakoa. Kwa hisabu na sisi tunahisabu. Wakiiba sisi hatuwezi tukaiba. Tunataka free and fair. Sasa leo sina mengi Bernard, maybe wewe unajua uko katika hizo ground unajua nini inaendelea. Alafu upande ya Central Bernard, imenifurahisha naona mnatembea hiyo Central, mko sehemu ya Kiambu, mko sehemu ya mnaoji watu, naona watu wamegeuka. Maybe sasa wewe utanieleza huko ground wako aje sasa, wameamua aje? Lakini kulingana na marafiki zangu nawapata wengi wa Kikuyu wanasema mambo inaanza kubadilika. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa leo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa hiyo update yako. Alafu mambo yanashughulikiwa polepole. Tunaamini kwamba kila Mkenya atamakinika katika kufanya uchaguzi ambao ni wa busara, sio uamuzi ambao ni wa kiholela holela. Ujumbe unafika kila mahali na tunatarajia kwamba matokeo yatakuwa ya kufana, kwa sababu hakuna haja ya kupatia uongozi kwa watu ambao hawafai, ili hali unategemea kupata maisha bora bila uongozi bora. Sasa hiyo inachanganyisha, lakini Wakenya, I trust Kenyans, especially the mountain people. They make their decision at the last minute, but eventually they will make their voice be heard and their vote to count. Kuna wale ambao wameomba wameahidi kwamba itakuwa na ile kumera ile ya tutoke mtu kwa mtu, mundu kwa mundu, so that nobody is left behind, and the stakes are high, but we are looking forward for better engagement even as time goes. Haya, nashukuru kila mmoja kwa comment section. Naomba watu wa comments mnanipanga kweli. Nasubiri itachukua dakika nyingine nijipange vizuri. Inaonekana kamera yangu imetilt. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria sionekani kabisa, kumbe ni story na kuonekana nusu. But I will organize that. Thank you very much for the reminder. Favor Kita anasema Chebukati is confused. Mpaka anaona haya. Yes, we need to fish him out. Akuje huku afanye nini? Ajitetee ipasavyo. All the same, tumsikilize Nelvin. Nelvin, namna gani?
Mzuri sana Bernard, habari yenu? Bernard, habari yenu? Bernard amepotea.
Bwana Nelvin, continue. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Bernard. Habari yenu lakini?
Sorry, there was a call to call me for nini.
It's okay.
Tuko wazima, tunashukuru.
Pia mimi nashukuru. Leo nimefuatilia news hapa kule hapa kule.
Nimeona William amekuja kupalilia shamba yake.
William shamba yenye anapalilia shamba ya ujinga. Hata ule Mkalenjin yoyote ambaye anakuja hapa na criticize watu wengine na kutusi watu wengine ni mpuzi, kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Unaweza fukuzaje mtu kama Mishra? Unaambia watu watoe Mishra mbio. Mishra leo amepeana ng'ombe 200. Ruto anaenda kupiga siasa ya bure Rift Valley, na Mishra amepeana ng'ombe 200 leo hii. William akipiga siasa, Mishra ni ng'ombe anapeana kwa wale watu walemavu. Alafu unarudi unaambia mtu munichagulie huyu mtu na msinichagulie mtu fulani. Kitu kingine, unajua labda mko mnasikia Kalenjin. William siasa zenye anauza huko, kama wewe ni kabila nyingine unafaa ujiulize maswali sana na ujijibu maswali mingi sana. Anaweza kujaji aseme mtu kama Buzeki atiyo mtu anakuwa na mgonjwa, ako na kaugonjwa, kuna ile ugonjwa inafanya ndiye anakonda. Msijaribu kuniletea mtu kama huyo. Yani kama anajaribu kuambia Wakalenjin huyo mtu anakuwa na virusi, ni mgonjwa. Hiyo ndio kitu anaenda kutangazia watu wa Rift Valley, badala aende auze agenda, aende auze sera. William kwanza aanze kuwa deputy, kwanza aanze kuwa MP, hakuna siku yenye amesaidia watu wa Rift Valley. Kazi ni kuwagawanisha. Leo amenistua sana. Anaenda Nandi Hill, badala alete watu wote pamoja. Kama baba akiona kama kuna upinzani mkubwa wakati wa independent, mtu wa independent na mtu wa chama ya ODM, anawaambia nyinyi wananchi mchague, lakini mkuwe makini, si kugawanisha watu ati huyu ni wa kwangu, huyu ni wa nyumbani, huyu msimpatie, huyu aende kabisa. Wameenda mpaka huko nini, wanaenda kufukuza nini hapa nini, wanaenda kufukuza Bomet, wanaambia watu wapige suti. Hiyo ndio siasa ambazo tunakataa, Bernard. Na ile kitu yenye mimi ningeomba kitu kimoja, mtu yote ambaye anatazama, jana kuna jamaa niliona akiingia hapa, yani ile siasa ya ujinga, ile siasa ya upuzi yenye wanauza ati ya kuribattle, ati anataka ashikanishe watu watatu wakiwa mtu mmoja. Kwani yeye anafikiria siasa hapa tujekuja siasa za chuki? Na ile chuki ambayo wamewekwa kidonda, ambayo wamewekwa kwa akili na ubongo, wanafaa kuacha. Siasa ni tupige siasa kwa amani, tupigie ule kiongozi ambaye unataka. Iwe wewe ni Mkalenjin, iwe wewe ni Mkikuyu, iwe wewe ni Mkamba, piga kura kwa amani. Si mtu akiingia hapa ati kwa sababu yeye ni Mkalenjin. Ukiuliza wewe jamaa kwa sababu yeye ni Mkalenjin, kwa nini unapigia William? Kwa nini unampigia William? Atakwambia kwa sababu ni wa nyumbani. Akiwe mwizi ni wa nyumbani. Kesho mwizi akiwa anaibia jirani, kesho ukiwa na ng'ombe yako hapo Bernard, ukiwa na ng'ombe yako hapo kwa boma, atatuma wenzake wakuja wakuibia hiyo ng'ombe. Juu kwa sababu kwa jirani zimeisha. So hii politics za utiaji, hizi politics ambazo watu wanatuletea hapa, politics ambazo tuzielewi ni za wapi, za kwenda wapi. Hizo ni zile ziliishwa na wakati. Hizi zile siasa ambazo walikuwa wanaomba nazo kura 2013, 2017, ati tupigieni kura, huyu mtu ni mwenda wazimu huyu. Hizo ziliishwa na wakati. Uza sera. Sema mimi William Samoei ninakuja hapa, nitawafanyia kazi hii na hii. Lakini si ati huyo mtu wa kitambi ati sisi tuko na deni yako, kama tuko na deni tukulipe. Mbona hakulipa mapema? Amekuwa deputy president, mbona hakulipa hiyo deni? Mbona hakuonesha watu wa Rift Valley, nyinyi mimi niko na deni yenu, mmenichagua, wacha niwalipe saa hii. Mtu anatoka India, anaona Wakalenjin wameishi kwa maisha ya umaskini. Wakalenjin wanaishi kwa nyumba ya nyazi kwa hii karne. Wanaishi kwa nyumba ya nyazi kwa hii karne. Huyu anakuja na mabati, anasaidia watu, anapatia watu ng'ombe, anapatia watu baiskeli, anawapatia wanafunzi baiskeli, wanafunzi wa kwenda shule, anapatia watu mbolea. Alafu wewe unakuja na siasa yako chafu, unakuja kuuzia watu. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo inanikasirisha sana. Na kama kuna mtu yote ambaye anasupport William na huwa anakuja kwa media kila siku matusi na kuitaka kushikanisha watu, kuonesha ya kwamba zile siasa ambazo Rigathi Gachagua anauza ndiye atakuja kutuuzia sisi, nina uchungu sana ndani ya roho nikiangalia mtu wa nyumbani, mtu ambaye anafaa aseme nyinyi ni Wakalenjin, lakini mchague kiongozi ambaye atawasaidia nyinyi. Unataka kutushikanisha sisi Wakalenjin na kitu kimoja. Nyinyi wanasiasa ambao ni wa chama zingine, msichaguliwe hata kama nyinyi ni wazuri. Hata kama wewe ndio independent usichaguliwe. Mbona? Huyu ndio mtu anatusaidia. Wewe umeingia, umekuwa deputy president 10 years, 10 good years. Umesaidia nini na Rift Valley? Rift Valley imesaidika na nini? Wewe unakuja kutuambia Mishra pandisheni ndege aende. Ati mnaniaibisha hapa nyumbani, mnapatia mtu wa kutoka nchi za nje. Huyo mtu wa nje ameona shida yenye Wakalenjin wako naye, amekuja kuwasaidia. Wewe umekuwa deputy president, umesaidia na nini isipokuwa siasa za chuki? William kama angekuwa mtu mzuri, na huwa kila siku mimi nasema Bernard, hiyo ni kitu inaniuma ndani ya roho sana. Watu walifukuza Mau Forest, parastatals ziko mingi sana Rift Valley. Agesema ya kwamba hao watu wapatiwe parastatals moja. Hao watu mpaka sasa Bernard wako kwa hema Mau Forest, na yeye ni deputy president. Na hiyo ni kitu anaita wabunge wake, anaita wabunge wenye anawashikanishaga, anawaambia ndeni kwa bunge mpitishe hii kitu. Hizo siasa za upuzi inafaa tuache, tupige siasa za ukomavu kwa akili. Hata mtu yote akiingia kwa broadcast kama hii, si matusi, si mambo na kuzimia, si mambo na nini. Hiyo kitu inaniuma sana kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Wewe unataka kura, unataka kukua na wenzako ambao wanakusaidia. Mbona hautusi wengine? Mbona uoneshe wengine wewe ndio unafaa, wale wengine hawafai? Kuza sera, waoneshe ya kwamba mimi kama William nimekuwa nikitamani muishi maisha aina hii. Wajakoya amenisaidia sana leo. Wajakoya leo nimesikuna ka clip nimewacha hapo, Wajakoya akihojiwa na huyu Obina. Wajakoya anasema maisha yake yenye amepitia. Enyewe huyo ni the real hustler. Mtu anaweza kanyanga chini na atembee kutoka hapa mpaka mbali sana bila kusema ati amedungwa na msumari. Bernard, by the way, unajua mimi utembea bila kiatu sana sana, hata nikiwa kwa ploti. Mimi utembea bila kiatu, naenda kwa duka. Nimezoea hiyo maisha. Lakini mtu hawezi kuja hapa kwa media, kwa platform ya media, ati juu yeye ni Mkalenjin, atusi wengine, akiwaonesha ya kwamba yeye ni Mkalenjin na lazima Mkalenjin apigie mwingine. Hiyo ni ufukara wa akili na pia wa roho. Ufukara ambayo imewaingia, na mtaishi kuwa maskini mkiishi na hiyo upusi. Moi aliwaambia siasa mbaya maisha mbaya, na akawaonesha ya kwamba William si national leader, William ni tribalist leader, na leader ambaye anataka kugonganisha Wakenya, na ameanza mapema. Saa hizi naonya watu, nawaambia kwa roho safi. Unajua leo hamkusikia Kikalenjin yenye imeongelewa, lakini William Kikalenjin yenye anaongea ni Kikalenjin ya kupiganisha watu. Si ile Kikalenjin ya kusema ati anataka kusaidia Wakalenjin, ni ya kupiganisha wananchi wa Kenya. Wewe umeenda Rift Valley kugawanisha watu, ndio usikie kama wanakuunga mkono ama wakuungi mkono. Hiyo ndio upuzi tunataka kukataa, na tunasema no. William, you must go home. Unaenda nyumbani asubuhi mapema, tunakupeleka nyumbani na hiyo ujinga yako ya wheelbarrow tunakufukuza kabisa, na watu wakate miti. Kateni miti huko Sigoi. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard. Mungu awasaidie, muwe na siku mwema.
Okay. Thank you, Nelvin. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. The quest for leadership, or the quest for position, when it exceeds the commitment to provide leadership, people begin to lose their senses, including common sense. Probably that's what's happening to some of these people who want to put the cart before the horse. Leadership, in my opinion, is responsibility, and you prove that you want to be a leader by owning up the mistakes and committing yourself to make lives better. But if all you want is office and office and office and positions and look big and be viewed big, in my opinion, that paints those people claiming to be leaders to be not the leaders needed for this great country. I really want to appreciate everybody to be on board, and let us also engage in the debate by contributing to the debate of the day, not introducing a new debate. Kuna watu kwa comment section, they are pushing so hard that we discuss Chebukati. Chebukati is part of the discussion. Yes, we are looking at the preparedness of IEBC, and there is also a push for Chebukati to be arrested. I would easily fall for that, but I will not be tempted now. But I'm not far from it, because if he calls another presser, then speaks the way he spoke after the presser, he should be just arrested, because we don't want anybody messing up these elections because he is incompetent. We want people who are credible, competent in leadership position. It is 50 million Kenyans you are playing with. It is not you and your children. It's not you and your family. We are talking of 50 million Kenyans. You cannot play around with their lives simply because you want to honor your godfathers or whoever you want to honor. One person dies for the rest, not the rest dying for one. That's what the Bible teaches. That's what we tell you. So, Chebukati and team, organize yourselves. I see some people are going to be in cells before we vote, before the voting begin. It's not after the voting, before. Naomba tusonge mbele. I think we should get a video first before we bring Anyumba to proceed. And if you want to be part of this, there is still room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. The link, I'm sharing it on in the comment section. You are used to seeing 3 of the links. We can only share 1 because you're on one channel. We're on YouTube. We can't join on Facebook page. We can't join on Facebook official. We are having a crisis with Facebook. That's what we are telling you. Cross over and subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to broadcast, and we are happy being here. Please, if you have not subscribed, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell so that every time we come live, you will be notified by YouTube and you will be part and parcel of what we are doing. So kama ndugu zetu wanapaswa kuwa hapa na wajafika kwa sababu wanangoja tuanze show huko kwa Facebook, waambie show ilianza kitambo au ndio wamechelewa. So watumie hiyo link ya YouTube, waambie njoo kwa show iko hapa. Utakuwa unatusaidia na tunakushukuru sana mahala ulipo. Naomba tujumuike pamoja usiku wa leo kuhakikisha kwamba tunaelimisha Wakenya, tunawafahamisha na tunahakikisha kwamba wote wamemakinika kisiasa. Kusikue na yeyote ambaye atadanganywa na wanasiasa kuanza kufanya mambo yasiyofaa na lugha ya kuchafua ama kuleta mgongano na watu. Any person referring to particular group of people as foreigners or as unaccepted in the community, that person belongs to the Stone Age, period. He needs to be left there. Let the rest of us move into the new world where the whole world has become a global village. And you're talking about somebody leaving your backyard because you think your backyard belongs to a specific kind of people. Alafu unatafuta uongozi. Yeah, haiwezekani. So that madness needs to be stopped, and it has stopped in my opinion. Naomba tusikilize hii alafu turudi masuala ya sakata ya Chebukati na watu wake.
Naam, karibu mtazamaji kwenye Kivumbi 2022. Idara ya upelelezi wa jinai DCI hapo jana ilimtaja sana Abdullahi Abdi Mohamed ambaye ni afisa mkuu wa kampuni ya Seamless Limited kama afisa aliyewasaidia raia wa Venezuela kuingia nchini. DCI ikisema Mohamed hakuwa mfanyakazi wa IEBC wala kampuni ya Smartmatic International ambayo ilitoa huduma ya kidijitali ya IEBC na kutaka tume hiyo kueleza ni nani. Hata hivyo, IEBC imesalia kimya kumhusu. Lakini KTN News imefanya upekuzi kumhusu jamaa huyo, ikibainika kwamba si mfanyakazi wa IEBC na kuwa ushirikiano wake na kampuni ya Smartmatic ni swala ambalo linasalia kuwa na ukungu. Mwanahabari wetu Emmanuel To na taarifa zaidi.
Saa chache tu baada ya mkurugenzi mkuu wa idara ya kupambana na uhalifu wa jinai George Kinoti kumtaja kama jamaa aliyewaalika raia watatu wa nchi ya Venezuela nchini kuleta vibandiko muhimu vya tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, Mohamed Abdullahi Abdi amevunja kimya chake na kueleza upande wake wa taarifa hiyo. Mohamed alizungumza na KTN News japo kwa kifupi, akisema na kandarasi na kampuni ya Smartmatic International na kuwa yeye ni wakala wa kampuni hiyo ya Venezuela hapa nchini. Mohamed alikuwa mchache wa maneno, akisema ni kimnukuu, raia hao wa Venezuela ni maafisa wa kutoa mafunzo kuhusu teknolojia kwa niaba ya Smartmatic International Holding. Mimi pia niko na mkataba na Smartmatic International. Katika taarifa yake ndefu, DCI ilisema jamaa huyo si afisa wa IEBC wala kampuni ya Smartmatic, ikimtaka kujitokeza waziwazi. Hata hivyo, Mohamed alikubali kwamba yeye si mfanyakazi wa IEBC na kuwa ni mwanabiashara tu hapa nchini. Kuhusu raia hao watatu wa Venezuela, Jose Gregorio Camago Castellanos, Joel Gustavo Rodriguez na Salvador Javier Suarez, Mohamed alikanusha madai kwamba walisafiri bila pasipoti halali kuingia nchini, akiongeza kwamba maafisa wa DCI wanacheza karata ya siasa na suala hilo. Duru za kuaminika zinasema kwamba Mohamed alihudumu kama afisa wa IEBC kati ya mwaka 2013 na 2018 kabla kuzamia biashara zake nyingi zikiwa za zabuni za IEBC. Anatoka maeneo ya Wajir kaskazini mwa Kenya. Mbivu na mbichi kuwahusu raia wa Venezuela itajulikana hapo kesho watakapofika mbele ya kitengo cha kupambana na ugaidi mwendo wa saa 4. Emmanuel To, KT News, Nairobi.
Na taharuki imetanda katika mji wa Baragoi.
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate everybody for participating in Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Thank you so much, those of you that are inviting people to watch and to participate in the same. We continue to urge you to do the same over and over again. Share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and let us make a difference tonight, even as we share our different views on our political situation. Well, the IEBC and his Venezuelans crew comes out like that as there is a battle between the DCI and IEBC. We'll want to know who is telling the truth, who is lying, and why are they lying to Kenyans late in the day like this when it's barely 2 weeks to elections. Are this forgivable, or they should be taken to book so that Kenyans can move forward without them? Any bad elements that wants to mess up this country needs to be collected very early in the day and be shown where to belong. And even if they are thrown in prison, I keep emphasizing, huko pia ni labor, huko ni labor. Hii serikali inakuja haitakuwa serikali ya kulisha watu ambao hawafaidi chochote katika mchango wao kuhakikisha kwamba ubora wa nchi unafanyika. So kama hata uko jela utakuwa part of the production line. Kupalilia mahindi, tunataka mahindi ya kutosha ili wale watu avocado wakipeleka avocado China, bado tuko na mahindi yetu hapa tunasiaga na bei ya unga haipande ovyo ovyo. So let everybody choose where they will be digging their farm from, either from your house or from committee, by the decision you make come August 9th 2022. Na wale watu wafanyikazi wa IEBC, I'm giving you your final warning. Ukikubali kutumika na mtu ambaye hata kusaidia kukaa kamiti, hata kuletea uji shauri yako. Mama ashasema mtu anajisimamia kwa jina lake. Hakuna mtu atapelekwa kotini kwa jina la IEBC. Tunakukamata wewe, unasimamishwa kotini kivyako, unajibu mashtaka yako kivyako na unaenda. Na IEBC haitakupatia lawyer. Wewe jifanye tu mjanja. Asante. Lakini Anyumba, namna gani?
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu. Habari zenu nyote?
Karibu.
Nasalimia kila moja hapa. Nelvin bana, salimia bana.
Thank you.
Now, I want to contribute in 1, 2, 3 things. I may start by saying that, number one, in IEBC, this person called Mohamed Marujuana or Mohamed Majan, I don't understand his name very well. This man, this man should have been arrested and taken to committee. That is number one. Number two, this man does not qualify to be the CEO of the IEBC. Because we have people who qualify, people who are smart, people who went to school. Why did people decide to put Mohamed Marujuana? I don't know his name full. I'm sorry to say that. Second, if you can go back to that clip and listen to that man, how he was answering the questions from the journalist from K24, it seems he doesn't understand what election is. He does not understand. Election, it is not about me. It is not about you. It is about this country for the young generation to come. Second, Chebukati is lucky because we are in Kenya. If Chebukati was in a country like US, I can tell you for sure today, Chebukati could have been arrested long time ago and put to jail because you are playing with fire. You are taking a petrol and trying to pour it on a fire. When you listen to Chebukati, when Ruto was trying to complain that there were some 1 million votes that were transferred. In fact, I've just come to realize that there was no votes that were transferred. This was just a stage managed for them to bring 1 million votes from these people they call Venezuela, fish Venezuela. In fact, they are lucky. They could have come to Kisumu airport. You people could have not seen them in Nairobi because we know how we deal with people like that. So Chebukati was only playing a trick with deputy president, that there were some votes was transferred from his backyard to another county because they wanted these people to come with the idea of putting, in fact, not even 1 million, 2 million votes for William Ruto, which has now backfired. Third, Ruto, I don't hate Ruto. I love Ruto, and that is why I always speak the truth. Ruto keep on telling us that they have a debt to pay. If it is about paying debt, it is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga who should be paid and Raila Odinga. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga decided not to be the first president because he said, how can I leave the country and our master is still in jail? That is Kenyatta original. 202, Raila Odinga said Kibaki tosha. Nani wanafaa kulipwa? So I'm telling William Ruto, you know, you are competing with someone who does not believe in rigging and thieves and things to be stolen. You must be very careful. Raila Odinga does not believe in things that people stole or they do what. He believed in a verifiable, credible election. That is why Ruto keep on panicking every day that election will be rigged. Election. In fact, Ruto told us that he's one of the deep state. Why is he crying? Why is he telling us that people like Kinoti who are doing their job? And Ruto can go back to history. 2017, when Raila was complaining that some government cabinet secretaries were campaigning, what did Ruto say? Leave Matiang'i alone, leave Musheru alone, leave DCI Kinoti alone. They don't vote. It is the people who vote. Leave Chebukati alone. They don't vote. They only count the vote. What has gone wrong today? Is he forgetting that those people who are with him, you know, they say, when you go down, we go up. And what goes around comes around. So let not Ruto cheat the people of this country. I know this time he will go home. I am, from where I sit, I am saying this without fear, without contradiction. William Ruto will go home very early in the morning. And I saw a clip that Ruto was inciting his people that we want to remove Kikuyus from. It is not me who is saying that. That clip is going around. And we want to tell William Ruto this time, hey, try somewhere else. There was a time somebody said that when a Luo and Kikuyu and some other people come together, think twice. You must be very careful in whatever you are doing. So I want to assure Kenyans that those who believe that maybe there will be chaos in Eldoret, and I love how Melvin speaks. He speaks the truth from the heart, that William Ruto keep on lying to his people that is going to help him. You have been in power for nine years. You did not help even one person. How will you help millions of Kenyans? We no longer in propaganda. If he believes in propaganda, we are not going to attend such things. And when I go back yesterday, when I came to this media, I found somebody who was speaking carelessly, insulting people like Raila Mshenzi. I wonder if such people, they still live in this country. They don't know where we are going, and they don't know where we are coming from. Because just imagine, it is Raila Odinga who fought for this freedom. Now you can sit somewhere and start insulting others. Go and ask Sankok, who buried BBI, what happened to him? My friend, you, William Ruto, and your people, heshimu wazee, respect those who lifted you up. Respect Uhuru Kenyatta. If not Uhuru Kenyatta, you would not have been the deputy president today. Leave alone, you are telling Kenyans every day, if not you, Uhuru Kenyatta would have not been president. Between you and Uhuru Kenyatta, who made the other one to be on power? It is Uhuru Kenyatta who made you to be the deputy president. So it is not the other way around how you are telling Kenyans. So please respect Kenyans, respect the office of the president. Stop insulting these people. Reconcile to them, because these people, they will finish you, William Ruto. I am telling you. If you don't listen to what I'm saying, these people will finish you. You think you have money. When you are holding a government office, you don't have money. When government decide to come for you, my friend, you are not Raila. Raila knows how to play this thing. If you cannot believe what I'm talking about, William Ruto, wake up tomorrow and tell people not to go to Uhuru Park. If people will go there, they will not. Tell people not to go to work. So we are just telling you, only 13 days to go. At 10 a.m., I am very sure this time, Jacom will take it. Thank you. That is my contribution.
Okay, Santa Nyumba, we appreciate that. And let's remain focused, and let's also not throw away the baby with the bathing water. There is a lot at stake at this point in time. Let's hold every individual with their crimes, not a community, not a particular clique or group of people. The bad elements in our midst must be taken care of, in the sense that they answer to whatever crime they commit individually. There is who is this? Let me just get this before we bring in Robbins. Onyuka Collins say there is something between Abduham ni Abdu what? The one you're calling marijuana. Na wewe nyumba wewe uache mazarau. Abdullah, okay, he says he's part of Kismayo cartel headed by the where Emily. Nakwambia kuna mambo hapa. Now, let us not vilify any community or any group of people. Wale watu ambao wanavunja sheria, to deal now individually, and then we make sure that the Kenyans know who we are dealing with, in the sense that kama mtu ni mkora, tutawaambia huyu ni mkora. Kwa nini? Hii na hii na hii na hii inathibitisha kwamba huyu ni mkora. Kama mtu ni muongo, tunasema huyu ni muongo. Kwa nini? Hii na hii na hii na hii inathibitisha kwamba huyu ni muongo. Lakini tuseme tu fulani ni bure, mwingine ni ghasia, mwingine ni useless, but no evidence, no substantiation, no nothing. That way we will not be making our debate valuable. On the other hand, let's also remain focused. We say that the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. What we need is a better Kenya. And better Kenya can only be realized by better leadership. And that better leadership will be determined by better decisions that we make on the 9th of August 2022. So our conversation must be about how do we make Kenyans think rightly, make right decision for us to end up with better leadership that will make Kenya a better place. Tom, wewe unavunja sheria kujificha nyuma ya curtain ukiwa kwa screen. It is not part of our agreement. It's against our standing orders. So please, let's guard against that and ensure that we do the right thing every time. I'll do one video and then Robbins can come in as we continue with the conversation. Comments, people, please, let's keep it civil. Let's respect one another and do what is necessary to help Kenya become a better place. There is something fishy at IEBC, and we must get to the bottom of it before the elections take place.
Venezuela waliokamatwa na vifaa vya uchaguzi mkuu katika uwanja wa kimataifa wa ndege yani JKIA walikuwa wafanyikazi wa tume hiyo. Mwanahabari mwenzangu Emmanuel To amekuwa akifuatilia kwa ukaribu matukio kuhusu sakata ya kukamatwa kwa raia hao wa kigeni, na sasa tunajiunga naye kwa njia moja kwa moja akiwa katika afisi zetu kwenye studio zilizoko katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi. To, nadhani unatupata vyema kabisa. Kuna matukio gani ya hivi awali kuhusiana na yale ambayo tuliweza kuripoti hapo awali?
Na asante sana Manzo na kupata kwa njia shwari. Kwa sasa hatujapata taarifa yote kutoka kwa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC kuhusiana na madai hayo yaliyoibuliwa jana na ile idara ya kupeleleza maswali ama makosa ya jinai DCI, na kila ambacho kinaibuka ni kwamba kumekuwa na kimya kingi kutoka kwa tume ile IEBC. Lakini asubuhi nimeweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wale maafisa wa IEBC ambao hawakutaka tuwataje moja kwa moja, wakisema kwamba wamepuuza madai haya yaliyoibuliwa na George Kinoti ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa DCI, wakisema kwamba ni madai ambayo hayana mashiko, lakini taarifa kamili bado hatujaipata. Lakini kile ambacho kinaibuka ni kwamba kumekuwa tu na maswali mengi kuhusiana na hao raia watatu wa nchi ya Venezuela ambao walitoka Venezuela wakapitia nchi ya Panama wakaenda katika nchi ya Uturuki na baadaye wakaingia nchini. Lakini kile ambacho kinaibua maswali mengi ni kwamba hao maafisa haswa wawili kati yao ambao majina yao yapo hapa ambayo tumeangazia kwa taarifa zetu za hapo awali, ambaye ni Jose Gregorio Camago Castellanos na Joel Gustavo Rodriguez. Hawa wawili waliingia nchini DCI ikisema kwamba stakabadhi zile zao mapasi ya kusafiria ilikuwa imepitwa na wakati ama ilikuwa imekuwa gushi, na kwa hivyo kuna maswali ambayo yanaibuliwa. Hilo ni swali la kwanza. Swali la pili ni kwamba IEBC wale maafisa wa DCI wanasema kwamba wale maafisa watatu hawakuwa wanafanyia kazi tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka wala kampuni ile ambayo inajulikana kama Smartmatic BV kutoka nchi ya Venezuela ambayo inasambaza zile stakabadhi ama teknolojia kusafirisha matokeo ya uchaguzi moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo hilo ni swali la pili. Swali la tatu ni kwamba IEBC inafaa kuweka peupe kusema ni vibandiko vingapi ambavyo viko nchini ambavyo vimeingia, kwa sababu vile ambavyo vilinaswa na maafisa wa DCI vilikuwa vihudumie vituo 10,000 nchini ambavyo vilikuwa vinaathiri kaunti 10 kote nchini. Kwa hivyo kuna maswali mengi ambayo bado hayajajibiwa, na hicho kimya kingi ndicho tunachoendelea kuangazia, na labda tutakuwa tunapata taarifa kamili kutoka kwa kutoka kwa ile tume ya uchaguzi IEBC. Kumbuka kwamba ni swali gumu ambalo limeibua mihemko kutoka mirengo yote ya uchaguzi ama mirengo yote ya kisiasa, upande ule wa Azimio ukiutetea upande wa DCI, na pia upande ule wa Kenya Kwanza ukimtetea yule IEBC ama mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati. Kwa hivyo ni mengi ambayo tutakuwa tunaangazia kwa taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye mwendo wa saa 1 na saa 3 Manzo.
Asante sana Emmanuel To kwa taarifa hiyo. Ima tutasubiri zaidi kusikia mwendo wa jioni.
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate that. Let's now listen to Robbins as you give your submission. Karibu. Robbins, you expunged yourself. Anderson, endelea.
Hi Bernard. Hey Bernard.
Anderson, are you there?
Mambo?
Vipi?
Niko poa. Leo tumekuwa na shughuli.
Yes, unanipata? Niko salama. Namna gani huko?
Tuko poa, Biga tuko sawa. Tumekuwa na mkutano na aspirants wa Azimio hapa Shamahoho. Tulikuwa tunajadili hii mambo ya Sabatia. Naona Sabatia hapo ndio kuna shida Bernard. Hapo pale Sabatia ndio watu bado wanaongea Mudavadi kiasi. Sasa tulikuwa tunajadili hiyo maneno, hiyo ndio tulikuwa nayo. Alafu imagine Bernard, watu wa UDA wanajua tu mkutano ni Azimio. Alafu wengine wanakuja hapo, aspirant wengine wawili, sitaki wataja, lakini wanakuja hapo na vijana sijui wanataka kuleta furugu, lakini hawakuingia. Walirudishwa tu pole pole wakaenda. So hao watu wa UDA kazi yao ni hiyo tu. Ile mkubwa wao anafanyanga hiyo ndio wanafanya tu mpaka huku mashinani. Hata wewe Bernard hatuwezi ingia kwa mkutano ya UDA watu wa Azimio na ushajua, na wanakuja wanataka kuharibu mkutano. Lakini nashukuru wenye walihandoliwa na maaskari wakatolewa pole pole. Walienda tu, hawakuchapwa. Walitolewa vizuri juu waliambiwa wakileta fujo wataonyeshwa. So walienda. Sasa hiyo ndio kazi tumekuwa nayo the whole day. Tumeshinda tu hapo Shamahoho. Nikiingia kwa mjadala, IEBC wako ready. Huyu Chebukati huyu, lakini tutamfanya akuwe ready. Hiyo nayo tutamlazimisha. Kama yuko ready tutamlazimisha. Unajua watu walikuwa wanashinda wakituambia tuko na Mungu, tuko na watu, kumbe tumekuja kukundua Mungu ni Chebukati. Watu ni hawa watu wa Venezuela hawa. Hakuna Mungu wako naye. Ni Chebukati tu na watu wa Venezuela. Kwa hivyo usidanganye wako na watu votes zao watu ni hawa wa Venezuela. Lakini naye serikali imewanea 18. Sasa hivi unaona Ruto anatapatapa tu. Imebidi sasa arudi kwao. Arudi kwao juu kumeharibika. Huku ingine kumeteleza. Atatapatapa hivyo mpaka dakika ya mwisho. So sisi tujitayarisha tu tupeleke kijana yetu Sugoi. Hatujai mchukia, ni kijana yetu. Lakini hiyo maneno yako nayo ya uongo hii tumefika mwisho. Ametudanganya ya kutosha. Alituambia vijana atatuletea stadium 6. Hatujai ona hata nusu ya stadium. Atafikiria tulisahau, hatujai sahau. Sasa atatufanyia nini? Na venye kuna mwenzetu amesema hapo Ruto hajai fanya kitu. Hata huyu Mudavadi, Bernard huyu Mudavadi huyu hajai tufanyia kitu. Hapa ni Vihiga. In fact wacha nikupatie historia moja. Venye sisi Watiriki, unajua Watiriki saa zingine huyu Mudavadi hatutakange mambo yake. Yaani tuseme nyumba ya Mudavadi, hiyo nyumba yao hiyo familia. Hao watu bena, hata baba ya huyu Mudavadi huyu akiwa mbunge. Unajua hiyo kiwanda cha nini? Cha majani chai kilikuwa wapi bena? Kilikuwa hapa Tiriki. Akatoa akapeleka Sabatia. Kulikuwa na kiwanda cha maziwa. Akaimaliza. Hii university iko Kaimosi. Huyu Musalia huyu alikuwa anataka aipeleke Maragoli. Ilibidi Khanili aingilie, ndio hiyo mambo ikaisha. Mpaka vita ilikuwa hapo Kaimosi. So ukiona sisi Watiriki mrengo wenye Mudavadi anaendanga atuendangi huko. Huyu mtu washaitukandamiza, hii familia ya Mudavadi hii imetukandamiza vibaya. Lakini akiwa kwa mrengo wa baba tunapiga kura juu ya baba, si ya Mudavadi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio tunakuanga nayo. Hatutakangi hii familia ya Mudavadi. Imetuangamiza kama Watiriki sana. So hata wakati alienda huko kwa Wayuda huko tulifurahia sana, ndio tumutesa na huko kura. So sisi tunataka tufanye kazi, hatutaki hata apate wabunge watatu. Ndio ajue hapa Vihiga tumekataa mambo yake. Tuna fight, tunafanya kila juhudi. Hatutaki Mudavadi akuwe na wabunge watatu. Akiwa na wengi akuwe na wawili ama mmoja. MMC yetu kimpatia watatu wanne, hiyo sio mbaya. So huyu Mudavadi sisi hata hatutakange mambo yake. Alafu ameingia mrengo ule. Mudavadi alikuwanga mtu mpole. Sasa Mudavadi ndio king wa matusi. Yani hata amejisahau ako na familia, amesahau yeye ni mzee. Wanashinda wakisema Raila ni mzee. Kwani uzee ni miaka ngapi? Si ukifika miaka 35 and above wewe ni mzee. Mtu ako na miaka 50 something anajiita mtoto. Ati sisi vijana wa nani? Hao watu wameshazeeka. Alafu hata ana aibu. Ana support mtu mwenye ako na miaka chache, yeye ni mkubwa kwa Ruto na anafuatana tu na yeye. Oh, Ruto akienda miaka 10 mimi niende 10. Hiyo miaka 10 ukiongeza kwa Mudavadi sasa atakuwa kama Raila sasa. Hapo sasa ndio atajua. Siasa yake tunajua imeishia hapo. Mudavadi imeisha. Na mwenye alikuwa anamrescue ni baba. So baba akimaliza miaka yake ameenda. Sasa Mudavadi story yake itakuwa imeisha. Tutakuwa tumemalizana naye vizuri. Na huyo sijui anajitanga sijui papa sijui huyu Wetangula huyu. Hao watu ni wazee na wanasupport kijana. Sasa huyo ndio kijana kwao. So wacha waende huko wapotee hivyo. Na kijana Sugoi aache makasiriko. Hii mambo anapitia tulipitia 2013 kutoka 2007, 2013, 2017 tumeyapitia. So asijali yale alipanda anayavuna tu. Yeye akule tu mazao yake pole pole, asijali. Na kama alikuwa anafikiria watafanya njama na Chebukati, hiyo mambo yao imeisha. So sisi tuko hapa tunaendelea bana, niko pamoja.
Okay, asante Bwana Anderson kwa hiyo update, tunashukuru na tunaamini kwamba mambo itarekebika na tutaandaa hii nchi ifae kwa watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu. Hicho ndio cha muhimu kwa wakati huu. Ukienda kwa hiyo booth kupiga kura, think about your children and your children's children and the person you give power to. Is he going to deliver or is going to be the problem that we are trying to solve? Kuna itilafu na sijui kama I'm interested Steven na Robbins. Sioni kamera zenu. Is that the same thing with everybody ama ni kwangu tu? Somebody confirm.
Tunakuona sisi.
Ni kwako Bernard.
Kwako tu mimi nakuona, tunakuona sisi. Na tunajiona.
Kwa sawa.
Anatumia nyangile.
Habari yako? Bwana Tom, sauti yako hapana kuja. Wewe Waga unasemaje? Tom, rekebisha audio yako ikuje through.
Baada
Okay.
ikuji?
Hapo sasa umeingia.
Okay, wacha niendelee.
Hapo sawa. Ulikuwa umefanyaje?
Okay, niko salama ndugu yangu.
Ngoja kwanza, ngoja jibu swali. Unaweza kuona
ninaweza kukuona vizuri.
Wewe mbona unakaa kama Chebukati tena?
Ninaweza kukuona.
Nauliza kama unaweza ona Steven, I'm interested na Robbins.
Robbins namuona vizuri.
This man.
Na wale wengine nawaona vizuri kabisa. Hata nyumba namuona, Anderson namuona, Njuguna, Robbins, Waga, nawaona wote. Hata Steven.
Okay, sawa basi. Hey. Okay, make your submission. Itabidi I restart my browser ndio. Ni upande yangu iko na shida. Umenionea najua, lakini na mashtaka yako nitafungua baadaye. Wacha nirekebishe. Endelea na mchango wako.
Okay, wacha
restart my browser but continue with your submission please. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, asante. Bwana Bernard, nchi yetu ni nchi yenye iko na amani nyingi sana. Amani tuko nayo na umoja pia tuko nayo. Ile umoja tuko nayo ndio itatupeleka kwa kura. Unaona vizuri Chebukati mahali anataka kutupeleka. Na hatutakubali sababu ya umoja. Chebukati ni kama amesahau 2017. Hajui kuna families ambayo hawajahil. Bado hiyo kitu iko kwa akili yao. Na other Kenyans. So we are watching. Hatuwezi kubali hii maneno ya Chebukati na marafiki zake. Umoja yenye naosema ndio hiyo itatupeleka kwa kura na tutavote vizuri na matokeo itakuwa sawa. Asione ati anajaribu kuchezea ile mchezo ya paka na panya. Hiyo paka na panya tayari tumejua. Na najua hata hawataendelea. Because kesho tutawapata tu na hizo mambo zao ndogo. Na ikifika hiyo siku naona tu ni kama atashikwa. Wakiendelea tutamshika tu. Sisi wenyewe raia tutamshika. Tunajua mahali anakuanga. Tutamtoa kwa ofisi sababu anataka kuharibu ile peace, ile status quo, ile umoja tuko nayo. Unaona? Tunaweza kumtoa tu mahali anakaa kwa hiyo ofisi tumwambie bwana Chebukati, mchezo gani huu unacheza? Because we are tired of nonsense. Yendo kuenda kwa street repeat elections nini, this kind of this nonsense. Hatuwezi kubali vitu kama hizi sifanyike. We are ready for this election na tuko tayari kufanya chochote IEBC kulingana na sheria ya Kenya. So akiendelea hivi hatutakubali. Ya pili, nimeona Bwana RUTO na timu yake akijaribu kudefend this group, wale walikuja wanajiita sijui Venezuela, sijui wametoka nchi gani hiyo. How can they protect these people? And already the mistake they have done is seen. Hata wale hawajui, wale hawajielewi, wameona ni makosa imefanyika. Kwa nini waende kwa media wa address the nation wakidemonstrate wakisema ati watu hawakuwa na makosa mpaka wana accuse DCI? Kwani discuss ya DCI ni nini? Si ni kuangalia vitu kama hizo makosa. Yeye anaona makosa hawa at DCI, kwa nini alikuwa anajaribu kuchunguza hawa watu. Wageni kama wamekuja hapa kwetu na ni watu wabaya, hatuwezi nyamaza. Na the documents they had with them were very sensitive, na wamekuja wakati wa election. Sisi tumespend a lot of money as taxpayers. Hii ni pesa yetu ndio inatumika kwa hii election. Hakuna mwenye ako na furaha kwa hii maneno. Hatuwezi kubali pesa yetu itumike kwa njia mbaya. Watu hawa vijana wale walishikwa kwa airport, hata mahali walitaja wametoka kwao, kampuni yao huko, hakuna mwenye alikuwa anawajua. Kwani walikuja kutembelea nani hapa? Hakuna mwenye alikuwa amejua wametoka. Hata ile the company they talked about, they mentioned the name of that company, they are not even employees of that company, na wamekuja hapa na a fake na expired passports. Ni nani waingiza hapa? In fact, we are not serious Kenyans. I can even blame the security team, because watu kama hao hata mwenye aliwa host should be in by now. He should not be at large. Inafaa kuwa kotini sahi. Sababu kwa nini alihost watu kama hawa? Na hawa watu walikuwa wamekuja kufanya nini? Kazi gani walikuwa wamekuja kufanya? Ya tatu, Bwana Bernard, tumeona hii group ya Kenya Kwisha vile walikuwa wameongea, tulikuwa tunawaangalia tu. Kumbe hiyo ndio ile confidence walikuwa nayo. Hii ukarabati ndogo ndogo ya kuingia chochoroni na mambo yao ndogo ndogo tu kwa corridors, tumewapata sasa. Hakuna mahali wataenda, sababu hizo chochoro tumeona. Baba na timu yake, hata ukiangalia vizuri, baba ni mtu ambayo anapenda amani. Baba ni mtu ambayo anataka nchi iwe sawasawa after election. Hataki nchi yenye iko na maneno, watu wanaenda wanaweka moto kwa barabara sababu ya election ile haikufanywa vizuri. I'm very bitter, Bwana Bernard. Why? Sababu ukiona hii maneno, unajua kuna wale wataichukulia kwa njia rahisi. Kuna wale sahihi wako na uchungu sana, tena wako na mambo zingine. People, kitu kama hii, kitu ndogo hii inaweza fanya nchi ichomeke. Unaona? Ni mchezo hii. Na ukiona IEBC chairman vile anakaa ni mtu hajielewi. Sijui hii katiba inafanya hii watu wanakuwa na contract kubwa hii. Inafanya mpaka hata hawawezi toka kwa ofisi. We need to revisit all these agreements. Katiba inafaa next government wafikirie kabisa. Sababu hatuwezi kubali mtu anakaa kwa ofisi, amekaa kwa ofisi mpaka anakaa hata ukimwangalia ni mtu hajielewi. Unamuuliza hii hata kesho ajui alijibu nini jana. Unaona? So hatuwezi kubali kitu kama hii, ni kitu mbaya sana. Saa hii ukiona hata campaigns za baba, mali popote akienda, anataka amani, na tena anaomba tu vijana kama leo, vijana wale wa bodaboda. Hiyo ni kazi. Bodaboda amejaribu kuwaeleza vile watafanya mambo yao ya biashara yao hiyo kwa njia mzuri, na support their families kwa njia mzuri. Si ati kwa ile njia ya ati unipigie kura, ule mtu mwingine umsimpigie kura. Yeye anaomba kila mtu kura kwa ile njia inatakikana. So kwa upande yangu, I will just tell my fellow Kenyans to vote wisely, sababu hii ni wakati tunataka amani. Watu ukitoka kwa nyumba uende tu una amani. Kama we ni mtu wa Kenya kwanza, hiyo Kenya kuisha hiyo, wewe hatuna neno na wewe because you are a Kenyan at the end of the day. Wewe weka tu kura yako kwa ile box yenu hiyo, sisi pia tutabweka kwa box yetu kama sisi kama watu wa Azimio, na kesho ikitangazwa hiyo matokeo tutakuwa Kenyans too, because what we need is the president of this country, a good leader, somebody who will lead us in the right way. So nikimaliza Bwana Bernard, mimi sina mengi kwa wakati huu, lakini nimeongea nikiwa na uchungu mingi, sababu hii wiki hiyo last week na maneno mengi zimefanyika na sijafurahi hata kidogo, lakini naombea tu nchi yetu tuwe na amani, mambo mabaya isitokeleze. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for your submission and your contribution. We look forward to engaging further. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting many to join into the discourse. Thank you for the people who are viewing. Please, let's do the noble responsibility to see to it that every Kenyan gets access to this information that is important for every one of us to participate in. Kenya is our business, and we must take serious how we invest in the same and how we safeguard our resources through ensuring that Kenya gets right leadership. Robbins, ulikuwa umetupwa nje. Vipi, karibu tafadhali, make your submission now.
Yes, Bernard. Good evening.
Robbins, are you still there?
Yes, sir. Unanisikia? Unanisikia?
Good evening to
Bernard.
you. Welcome.
Ben, unanisikia?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sawa. Just to start with
yes, I can get you. Go ahead.
Sasa Ben. Sasa labda nianze na kuwasalimia and labda kidogo nikosoe ndugu yetu Tom Jakadete about hiyo aspect ya security. I think kama kungekuwa na intelligence bwana Tom, hata hizo stickers airport hatungejua. I think these guys had prior information, the intelligence and all that, and you could even tell how fast the DCI wali move na kuredi hiyo ofisi ya transnational ya nani ya bwana RUTO and the kind of items that they recovered. So hapo I think we should laud our security personnel na tuseme kind of they are really on top of their game. I think ningetaka is a guy Lemengete, kuna jamaa alikuwa ameongea hapo mbeleni. Really that guy uongea, the way he speaks is a really patriotic. He's a national. Huyu jamaa vile ameongea, I wonder when mtu kama RUTO na Sudi wakati wanahutubia watu huku kwao, alafu later wana tune to their vernacular. Siku hizi bwana, lugha watu wanaongea lugha bwana. Right now mimi ujui ama najua Kijaluo ama Kiluya ama you cannot tell bwana. This is a diversified. Sasa wakati wewe unaongea Kizungu, unaambia watu mkuwe na amani, hatutaki hii mambo nini, kidogo una tune, because Anyumba can even tell, the time I submitted here and I said, I've worked in Eldoret. I come from Nairobi, but mimi nimeishi Eldoret na nimekaa na wakale for 7 years. Na wewe niambia 7 years, hata kama mimi ni mjinga aje, at least I can tell what these guys were saying. Jana jamaa anaitwa Sudi alikuwa place called Ainapkoi. That hiyo sides Eldoret, Burnt Forest. Na jamaa akaongea na eventually akatune kwa hiyo lugha yao. And I can even tell you vile huyu jamaa, that guy is so hateful and very, very insightful. The way he talks about other tribes. So we should really, kama tu vile Tom amesema, we have no other Kenya. Unasikia? We have no other Kenya. Nobody in this forum ambaye aliapply kuzaliwa mahali alizaliwa. You just found yourself, either you are Luo, you are Kikuyu, you are that other tribe. So we should really appreciate each other. We should really appreciate each other. Don't, hii issue ya kuona like tribe yenyu ni greater than other tribesmen, that I think we should, hiyo ni kitu really outdated. We should just do away with it. So nikiingia kwa mjadala about IEBC of course is not ready. Can even tell nani is goofy, Chebukati. And I even wonder mzee kweli ama ako na conscious. Few weeks ago niliona bibi yake akiongea. Anasema vile they don't even sleep. He's very worried. Ukiona mpaka bibi ako worried. Why is the wife worried? Because anajua the kind of monkey business the husband is doing. Huyo mzee at his age bana, he should be beyond, yani ajue ameona kina Kivuitu awa makina nani awa these other chairman of IEBC, the kind of path they've taken.
Isaka San.
Exactly, they almost took this country to the dogs bana. Mbona at least mtu asikuwe na ile conscience aseme for once let me just do the right thing. This guy's been given two terms. I understand katiba inasema as soon as we are done with these elections, time yake inaisha, he is supposed to be going home. Mbona at least asikuwe na conscience ya kusema tu let me just do the right thing for once. Ile like he knows now Kenyans after this they will talk about you the rest of their life. Hata ukitembea huko utaona tu huyu ndio alikuwa, he almost took the country to the dogs. Mbona watu wengine hawakuagi na hiyo conscience? He's an old man, ni mtu ako na watoto, even so his sons are even bigger than me. Ile hata kusema sasa mimi at least niwajibike, let me just do the right thing. Sasa the other last week I made a contribution here and I said IEBC, Chebukati and Ruto, their language imekuwa language moja for the longest time. Chebukati is a referee. Here we have a player ambaye wana combine effort against the other player. So for me, Chebukati is not, I don't know, Chebukati na huyo Marijuana and I don't know, hawa wazee hawana adabu kabisa. And I'm really sorry to say that. With due respect, hawa wazee hawana heshima kabisa. The other thing nimeona hapo is about hiyo serikali ya UDA is not KK. Ukiangalia formation ya UDA, hata vile wamefill candidates wao, Ruto ali-ensure that most of his people are from UDA. So hakuna serikali inaitwa KK. Hiyo akina Mudavadi na Weta, hiyo wanacheza wakili. Hakuna. Hiyo serikali itakuwa ya UDA. I think naweza komea hapo, then maybe I might make my submission later, watu wengine at least wakiongea. Na I can see labda Bernard ametoka kidogo, sijui nani anafuata. Njuguna unaweza endelea please. Anyumba, you can moderate bwana. You can moderate please. Wewe ndio sini hapa.
Hello,
Wacha ni
habari zenyu?
wacha
Hello, naona Njuguna kwa mbali, naweza nini, kana chip in?
waga nimekaa sana kwa line waga.
Okay, sawa.
If you can allow me sir. Sasa mi nataka kwanza, habari ya jioni watazamaji. Mi nataka kuchangia kidogo kuhusu hii uizi wa kura. Huyu jamaa aliamua kuiba kura na alisahau akina Mutua ni sisi tuliwaweka pale na kina Kingi. Wacha leo tumtobolee siri, ajue sisi pia ni wajanja kumliko. Lazima tungeweka watu pale ndani ya kutuletea hizi siri, na leo nimewataja na nimeamua kuwataja ili mambo ijulikane mapema. Unajua Msando alienda tu hivyo, lakini raundi hakuna mtu anaenda, ni kukata tu, hizo vitu zinakatwa, hizo waya tutakata, tutazikatakata. Yaani ukisikia tu kuna waya imepita mahali unashuku, we kata hiyo waya. Ukiona tu waya mahali umepita leo, kesho ukute waya hapo na huku ipata jana, kata waya. Juu sasa tulisema tunakata miti, tunaona wamekataa kukata miti. Yenyewe sio vyema, yani watu wanaenda kupanga laini ati wapige kura. Kumbe mtu yeye alishapanga ati kila kituo anapata kura 120. It is quite shameful and very bad. Alafu huko nje unatembea na nje ati tunatafuta kura. Kwa nini utafute kura ukijua ushaiba kura tayari? It is very shameful. Hata ionyeshi karakta mzuri kwa watoto wetu. Ni history gani tutafunza watoto wetu shwali? Ati kila baada ya miaka 5 kura inaibiwa Kenya. Kila baada ya miaka 5 kura inaibiwa Kenya. Na you've campaigned for over 10 years, ukikampaign tu hata utaki kusaidia mkubwa yako kazi. It is very bad anyway. Hata wenye wanatumika kwa hizi njia, na sijui sheria gani tuko naye Kenya. Mtu anakujaga tu Atur Sargarian walikuja. Wakati mwingine hapa alituletea watu wengine hata tujui wametoka wapi wameenda. Sasa tena wakati huu anatuletea watu wengine wanaharibu nchi na wanaendaga tu. Why don't we even shoot some of them? Tuko na officers wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Mtu akikuja na mnaona ni terrorist, deal with him as a terrorist. Hii mambo mtu anakuja nchi yetu anatuharibia kitu ya maisha yetu. It is not fair anyway, Bernard. Sasa tukikuja leo tulikuwa na Madam Martha Karua hapa Kajiado na ilikuwa very peaceful na watu walikuja, watu wamejaa na hata hii kwa imetangazwa, ilikuja tu tuliambiwa tu saa 9 mama naingia hapa. Uwanja ilikuwa hivi. Uwanja ilikuwa sawa. Kwa hivyo mimi naamini ya kwamba, na huwa ninawaambia tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 baba anaapishwa. Na anaapishwa na kura nyingi. Na raundi hata sisi tuangalie sana. Hata pale kwa laini ukiona mtu analeta nyenyenye, hebu hata heri upige hiyo ripoti kwa polisi station mali huko. Hebu hiyo kitu kwa haraka na action will be taken. Otherwise, let's hope for peace, love and unity. Na uchaguzi yetu isiwe ya kupigana. Ukiona mwenye anaenda kufuruga hiyo amani, we report him. Like wale wawili hata wangepelekwa. Kwani hapa Kenya tunaga koti ya kufunga hao watu. Juu si wa Kenya tunasikiaga wamefungiwa nje. Why do we deport them? Mtu akifanya makosa hapa Kenya, Bernard, sheria gani inatunyima kufunga watu kama hawa hapa Kenya? Na iwe funzo. Juu waizi wa Kenya hatuwezi funga waizi wa Kenya. Waizi wametoka nje hatuwezi tukawafungia hapa Kenya. Kwani jela za Kenya ni waizi tu wa kuku. Asanteni sana ndugu yangu. I'm okay.
Okay, thank you Waga. Sijui kama mnanipata, inaonekana kuna delay kwangu. But if you're able to get me, okay, thank you. Now, kuna masuala ya international relations inakuwa kwamba unapeana priority to the country of the people who are suspected to make the choice. Either they want to prosecute them or you prosecute them here. That is the purpose of international relations. And also, kuna kuanga na intervention. Those decisions are not, deportation decisions are not made haphazardly. They are made after consultations. There could be the consultation with the ambassador and the government officials, then they agree, deport the people. When they get deported, it also, like what, if you are here last night, there is something that Mama Selina brought up, which I think most of us did not listen to. She said that those are interested parties. Interested parties meaning people, they were brought in to do something wrong. And so they can be kept in the cell. Then the cell, people get compromised. Awatu wanyongwe. Then it will become an issue. The Msando situation, whereby mtu ameachwa police cell, amepatikana ameuawa, and then now you see the push and pull between IEBC and the DCI. So of course the opportunists will ride on that. They say watu walishindwa kupata evidence, wakaamua waua. Okay, and in the process it become a big issue now, can bring about even international war. So kuna maswala ambayo lazima yakuwe well looked at, so that they look what is the best way to deal with this. In sending people back to their country of origin is usually the first priority until maybe that country rejects the offer or have not made an express request. That's what I can say on that. But it also depends on which crime that is being committed. These people are intending to commit a crime. But if like, for example, there was a foreigner who was wherever some time back, abusing a Kenyan, he was married to a Kenyan, then I was abusing her, and then there was some scuffles around. So inategemea which crime is being committed by the foreigner, where, and all that. That's what it determines. But deportation is part of punishment. And for security purpose. Alafu ni just housekeeping. I'm sharing the link, but it's like it's not getting through. Relaxing tafadhali. You request once and then we will respond. Requesting link. It's either you are not listening to us, you just want to talk to us, and that aikai vizuri. Relax. The internet at times is inconsistent, and when it's inconsistent, you post and the posting doesn't go through. And then there are those who are expecting the link to be 3, because we usually post simultaneously on Facebook, Facebook page, Facebook profile, and YouTube. This time we can't go on Facebook Live. We are not on Facebook profile or page, so we are posting on YouTube only, and that is Mtembei TV, 1 link. Sawa. So kuna wale wana expect zikuje 3 vile umezoea. Sasa hata nikipost hiyo moja haionekani because you are looking for 3. Relax, please. We will share the link, and also the number of the people in the studio determine whether the link will work or not. So usikuja na pupa kusema upewe link. Studio ikishaja imejaa. And until somebody drops out, you can click that link until your mouse breaks. It will not work until somebody drops out. And so please, let's respect each other. Let's work in harmony. And then when you get the opportunity, make your submission as fast as possible. And if you are through with your submission, you can drop out to allow somebody to come in as you then follow the broadcast from the end, from the finishing end, whereby you follow the YouTube wherever link where the feed is ending, so that you don't listen out through the studio. When you have finished your submission, you give room for somebody else to come in, and they will be able to bring in fresh information from how they look at the current political situation. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnatazama. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, usitazame peke yako. Karibisha mama, baba, karibisha ndugu, jamaa, kila mahali. Mtu yeyote ambaye anaweza connect kwa internet anaweza kupata Mtembei TV mahala popote ulipo duniani. Na kwa hivyo tunawatangazia, tafadhali usitazame peke yako, endelea kukaribisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano wakajumuike nasi katika mjadala wa leo. There are those who are bringing up other propagandas na story mingi. Tafadhali, let's concentrate on the topic of the day as much as possible. You're free to give examples, lakini tusikue far-fetched na kujaribu kuleta maswa. Introducing new information inside the debate, it will not help much of the debate. We are also urging those of you that want to participate into helping Mtembei TV be able to broadcast on ordinary TV system. We are working out on that, and we have given out the open opportunity for you to send in your contribution to help us be able to be carried on the local TV station, whereby wakina Shoshoko Ushago hawatahitaji kugoogle ama kubrowse ndio wapate matangazo yetu. Haswa kipindi kama hiki kitakuwa kinaenda moja kwa moja kwa carried by Signet. So hiyo namba unaona hapo, lipa na M-Pesa till number 592098481 Mtembei TV unaitumia, na wale wa diaspora ambao kuna shida kutumia till number, unatumia hiyo +25471845458. My name Bernard Ingozi is the one to use. Let's also please up the game on the same. Boss tulikuwa tunaongea naye leo, anasema till number imepokea hata sitaki kuambia hela yenyewe. So kauliza hii kampeni inafanya kazi kweli? So please tusitazame tu peke yetu, alafu tukanini, let's work together, let's pull together. We are Mtembei family and we can make this happen. Whatever the consultant has asked us as the initial fee for us to be able to go on air is something that is within the reach. We can achieve it if we get serious enough to do that. Then the other aspect of investment, don't mix it with this, because kuna wale ambao wanategea mpaka investment shares zisikuwe rolled out, then they buy the shares. That is okay, but now that's now for further building of the next phase. Let's do the first phase first, then we can go to the next phase. Let's not combine the two phases at the expense of those people who are waiting to be able for us to relay the results as they happen in the polling station, bila kusumbuliwa na bila wewe internet hata ikizima utaona kwa TV. Internet ikizima utaona kwa ordinary TV, and utakuwa unafuata matangazo moja kwa moja. Asante sana. Naomba sasa turudi kwa Mr. Njuguna. I'm sure alikuwa hajafanya submission, na naomba pia tukiwa hapa to respect each other, tusifanye ile corruption, okay? Ile corruption kwamba vile sasa nime step out, yule mtu amekuja wa mwisho na kwa kwanza, mnataka kufulfill scripture. Please, let's respect people who came earlier, let them make their submission first, and then we follow huo mkururo. Hiyo corruption tuna fight, tusiwe tuna encourage hapa. Hiyo ni maoni yangu, lakini msinipige mawe. mimi msema ukweli. Bwana Njuguna, karibu.
Thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good evening, and whatever time zone you are in. And thank you very much, Bernard, for this opportunity. I would like to touch on, first of all, Chebukati. Not long ago on this platform, I said the person who has the potential to plunge our country, Kenya, into chaos is none other than Chebukati himself. And the way he was to do it is now elaborate, and it has come out. And that one can be shown by the arrival of the 3 guys from Venezuela. And let us not forget, Venezuela is one of the poorest countries of the world because of their poor leadership. A very, very poor country that they can, even their own people, go to the rubbish bin to look for some food to eat. So you just wonder how Chebukati came with this idea, all of the commission came with this idea that they can contract a company to carry out some of election materials. It's a very big word for me and probably other Kenyans, because why could we go to some places to, I'm sure there are so many companies which have got some credit of conducting or printing balloting materials for other countries. And I think this one was done purposely because these are people who can be manipulated. These are some people who can be offered something, and they can do what the bidding of Chebukati. And Chebukati is not alone. I also say during that time that Chebukati has been on William Ruto's payroll. He has been on William payroll since 2017. And that's why he has to do everything to please his master, who is Ruto. You think for one moment how three guys from Venezuela would come up with some election materials in their private bags. They do not declare them, because even yourself, when you travel abroad, those who have traveled, you have to open your bag. You have to tell the officials, the immigration officials, what you are carrying. Then they'll tell you, this one is allowed, this is not allowed, or why did you bring this one? This guy did not declare these materials because they thought probably Kenya is a republic, is a banana republic, and they could have gone through. Who knows whether these people have been in the country before? Yeah, and they have just they sneaked in to go and see this guy called Mohammed, who is probably was one time working with the IEBC from 2013 to say 2017, and then he left. Yeah, and this was an elaborate scheme. This was an elaborate scheme to rig the elections. And there is nothing else. And why it has to be elaborate is that this guy called Muhammad, whom this guy had come to see, had once worked for IBC. Because if this guy were genuine and working for IBC or what is the other kind, was Smartmatic, we would have, Chebukati should have let us know that there is this and this is coming. So you can see Chebukati has been doing things underground. There are some things which are not coming out clearly, like some of the materials which came at night. Yeah, and some of those even material which came at night, some of the people, some of the commissioners did not know. So we can say Chebukati is working for Ruto, and because he has eaten Ruto's money, he has to do everything. He has to carry every scheme to please his master. The other thing is about this Smartmatic. I don't know whether Bernard, you have got that YouTube clip where the CEO of this Smartmatic firm, Amisagashia, when they burgled the Philippines election in 2016, he was called and interviewed by the Parliamentary Commission of Europe of the Philippines, and he said, and I hope you come up with this clip because it is there in the YouTube. He said they discovered some of the Kim's kit, whatever you call those gadgets. They had started transmitting election materials 2 days before the actual election started. 2 days before the election started, they had started transmitting election votes. So this is what was designed to do by these guys, and that's why they found some servers in a private international building. And you know, these guys came on Friday, and when they were arrested on Friday, those offices or the guys at the transnational building offices, they started moving the equipment and they were taking them somewhere. So this was a scheme which was being hatched, and that is the place where it was being hatched. the question which Kenyans need to ask themselves, what errors do we have in RUTO's current home? What errors do we have in probably some of his closest friends like Kipchumba and all that, and Oscar Sudi? Because we could have some servers there. These guys had already brought in 10,000. They came with this stamp from IEBC 10,000, which were to go to various 10 of the polling stations. Do we know whether they had money to bring some more before? Because this is what had been discovered, but we don't know whether this one has been brought before. And I think that's where the problem is. And I will agree with one of my panelists. I think it would have been good for Chebukati to step down and let his deputy take over, so that at least we can have he can have some credence to this election, because there are so many questions about Chebukati. Because right now he has gone underground. He should be updating us. He should tell us who are these guys, because it has been established they are not IEBC or Smartmatic employees. We want to know, because he defended themselves himself on Friday, on Saturday. We need to know who they are in relation to him. Now, the other thing probably I would like to mention is this issue of the office of tenure. You know, we have got that people are employed and they have security of office. I think this is something that we need to reconsider, because, you know, now this guy, somebody like Chebukati could be doing this because he is a security of tenure. And that means you cannot be removed until your time is up. So if you're going to be there for 7 days, for 7 years, it means you're going to mess up for another 7 years. And I think that is something which needs to be looked to. Let's think on whether there should be some people should be fired when they make such a big blunder like this one, because this is a blunder which can cause bloodshed in the country. And Chebukati should be taken out, moved out, and be taken to court to explain. That security of tenure, that one is need to reconsider, because it seems we were not ready for it. I don't think we had matured enough for it, because we are misusing it. I think the other thing which I find it very, very, very risky and very, very disheartening with the William Ruto is politicizing everything. Yeah, anything which happens, you put politics into it, and this is how Ruto manages to cover the bad things that happens on his side. When these people were arrested, these guys from Venezuela were arrested, he's telling me, don't leave IEBC alone. These guys have got nothing to do with IEBC, but he must put politics there to hoodwink Kenyans. But it is a time, I urge my fellow Kenyans, please, we must wise up. This is a time to wise up. We must cross the Rubicon together, and we must see on the other side where we are going to rejoice together. Because this is a watershed moment we are going through right now. We must make the correct decision, and the correct decision is put Azimio presidential candidate and his running mate on the driving seat if we want this country to recover for the next 5 years. And thank you very much for giving me that time, Bernard, and everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Njuguna. We appreciate that, and let's all be vigilant and see to it that we do the right thing. I will only say one thing about security of tenure. The security of tenure is not the problem. The problem is the people who abuse that. The people who abuse that, and the deputy president is on record saying that mnaona wameshindwa kunitoa kama deputy president. that means somebody is in the right office, but he has a wrong attitude and he thinks security of tenure is to protect bad manners. That is not the security of tenure is all about. Security of tenure was to secure somebody so that he can work without undue influence. But now, if they are abusing it, they should leave that office immediately. Nobody breaks the law, and they have security of tenure to protect them for breaking the law. So the Constitution is right to give people security of tenure so that they function. But if they are abusing it, they should leave. Nobody is kept in an office because you was told you will work here. You can be hired as a CEO of wherever a company, Kenya Commercial Bank, and then the first transaction you do, it lands the company into serious loss. Are we going, and we had signed a contract to have you to keep you for 10 years. You are leaving by the following day. the story of 10 years will not work. By 10 years, there will be no company to pay you if that is how you function. So security of tenure is right where it is, but bad people should be kept out of good offices. We must be vigilant about it. Higher standards must be placed on people who are asking for highest offices. If somebody can lie without blinking, it can twist the truth to make it a lie, and is unfit to serve as the custodian of 50 million Kenyans. We can't place them under his care. A lying doctor is a bad doctor to take care of your patient. So is a lying president, so is a lying member of parliament, so is a lying MCA, so is a lying everything. Let us not treat these things as if they are different. That when it comes to doctors, we want straightforward people. When it comes to politicians, we allow every crook and every twisted person in there. No, the law managing the doctor is written and presided over by the member of parliament. And so if we have a bad member of parliament, we're going to have bad doctors, we're going to have bad nurses, we're going to have bad teachers, we're going to have bad pastors. Because the law they are making is what is generating these offices that are functioning. So please, let's be able to ensure that we do the right thing for the sake of this great country. We have a great country full of resources. We need to entrust that leadership to credible people, not anybody saying so and so, I am eligible, I was told kumi yangu kumi yako. Kumi ya kufanya nini? Promotion is out of exemplary performance, not out of a promise you are given. It's out of, did you perform? The first 10, how did you perform? Then give us your scorecard. If it is not there, you're going home. Njuguna, what do you want to say? Do you want to move to the next person? Now, this time we are going straight to a lady, and then tutaendelea na mkururo. Quickly, please.
You see, yeah, Bernard. What I'm trying to look here, I'm looking at the country, the whole country, but we have got one person who is likely to cause bloodshed in the country, but he's being protected by the security of tenure. The guy is bad, but because there is a security of tenure, we cannot remove him. That is the point I'm trying to drive at. So how do we do with this person? Yeah, notwithstanding the security of tenure, because it is about the 50 million Kenyans and not that person. That's the point.
That's right, Mr. Juguna. It's okay. I get your point, and that's what I'm saying. Chebukati's misbehavior, now let me name names, okay? It's not safeguarded by security of tenure. It is not. So we have not gotten rid of him because we don't want to, not because the security of tenure refuses us to. We removed Isaac Hassan before his tenure was finished. It was under this same constitution. You remember, if you can remember that. And we even paid off all the commissioners. We paid them off We sent them away before their tenure was finished. So the issue is not security of tenure. The issue is either political will or people who don't want to touch Chebukati. But if they are not willing to do something about it, Kenyans will do something about it. We are not going to let one person mess up the entire country because he has a godfather that he has to go and bow to. Go and worship whatever you want to worship, but don't ask Kenyans to join you in that worship. We will not let that happen. And there will be no bloodshed. I am sure of that. All the evil people, by the time we'll be voting, wengine watakuwa airport. They watakuwa airport looking for asylum somewhere. But we want them to be in this country. That's why tunakata miti ili wakuwe hapa. Tukianza kuwasaka tusikuwe na shida mingi ya kuwatafuta. Shida ya wengine ni kwamba hata ukienda huko nje pia kwa natafutwa. So no, let's not talk too much. Let's not talk too much. Thank you. Please, this mikono sahi hapana. I'm already on the second hour. There are people who have not said anything. Mikono sahi nimekataa. Naomba tumsikilize Lydia, okay? Alafu tutarudi kwa Mkururo, tuchukue nani? Steven, tukiendelea namna hiyo. Dada yangu, karibu, vipi?
Salama, nashukuru. How are you everybody? Unaendelea vipi? Nashukuru kwa nyakati hizi. Siku ya leo tena I can say thank you for giving me another chance, kwa vile si rahisi watu ni wengi.
Nashukuru, asante sana.
Amen. Kitu ambacho kinanisumbua ni hivi. You know, I can't understand. Sasa who is cheating who? Who is cooking what? Who is chasing who? Sasa the Venezuelans, when they came in Kenya, kwani walikuja kujaje mpaka wakaingia pira? Yani pande zote mbili. How can Chebukati say walikuwa wafanyikazi wake? The other side, Kinoti anasema wameangalia hawakuwa. There is somebody ambaye anawasimamia, yani this man of the company of I don't know smart what. Hii sasa kwenye imefika tukiangalia kama sisi sasa we cannot charge kwa vile hatuna hiyo, hatujui sheria vile wengine wanaichua. Lakini sasa tukiangalia ni sisi tunadanganywa ama ni kuna kitu mahali ambayo inaendelea na sisi hatujui. I can't believe Chebukati muonekano wa nje anaonekana innocent, anaonekana calm, anaonekana so polite, knowing nothing, lakini ndani yake anajua chenye kinaendelea. My question is, why our deputy president anakuwa harsh, anasema huyu Kinoti ni mchinga, aenda aje IEBC fanye mambo yake? Kwa nini yeye ni wa kwanza? Inamuuma sana juu ya hii kitu, na ndiye anastahili kuwa mstari wa mbele kuuliza how did these people came here? What is their intention? Kwa nini yeye inamuuma anaanza kurusha maneno ya uchungu na ukali kuliko pia na yeye awe saidia aseme what is going on here? Ni kama yeye na the man this Chebukati, they know what is going on. Sisi ndiye hatujui. Kuna kitu these people know. Sio mara ya kwanza. Ndipo sasa akasema siku nyingine deputy akasema mimi mkiniangalia mimi ni mtu wa kuibiwa. Ni kweli. Yeye si mtu wa kuibiwa. You set a thief to catch a thief. Mwisi, we set a thief to catch a thief. Yeye ndiye atatuibia. Sisi hatutamuibia. Kwa vile anajua njia ya kuiba. Ndipo sasa anatutishia sisi, anaona kama Raila hawezi akamuibia. Na wakati huu Mungu amesimama na sisi hata na Wakenya. We are not ready kumwaga damu ambayo iko innocent. Kama ni wao wachague, wao waende, sisi tupaki. Because they cannot stand kwa podiums wanarusha tu maneno. Ni nani kiongozi mzuri? Wewe unalala tu unaota juu ya mtu siku wote, ukiamka asubuhi unasema kila naenda kumwambia. Unga ukipanda analalamika, ukishuka analalamika, anasema tangu since handshake. Yani handshake unga ulipanda 4 years ago, inapanda wiki moja, anasema handshake ndio imepandisha unga. Ilipanda lini? Just some weeks ago. Anaileta inakuwa issue. Kitu kikitokea kidogo ni kurushia maneno Raisi na Azimio. Kiongozi wa ukweli ni yule anakosoa kitu cha ukweli na msimamo wa ukweli. Lakini sasa vile tunaona hii side yake, angekuwa mtu wa amani, angekuwa mtu wa kunena maneno mazuri ya kuleta watu karibu, sio kurusha maneno kusema hata msichague hawa sio watu wangu. Yeye tu wacha atoe maoni yake bila anaona akiwa kiongozi atatufanyia nini. Kila mtu ni Mkenya na hatuna mahali pa kwenda. Na cha muhimu tunataka kujua who are those people. Sijui kama mtakumbuka wakati mwingine nilikuwa kidogo nyuma kidogo ilikuwa shule. Mnakumbuka ile China ikawa Kenya unasema mamuruki. Kenya tuna nini? We are not serious. That is all. We are not serious. Ukipewa ofisi, we are not serious. Unaikalia bila unajua, sio kulingana na sheria. Na pesa kidogo ndio inauza wa Kenya. Mtu akipewa shilingi 10 anaamua ndugu yake akatwe shingo. Kwa nini? Juu ya pesa. We are not serious about our work. We are not serious about our brothers. Yaani bora wewe uishi na shilingi 10 lakini ndugu yako akatwe. Mandugu zangu nawaomba, tuombe Kenya yetu iwe na amani na tuhubiri amani nchi yetu. Mwenye atakayechukua na I know ni papa, hata kama wamepanga kutuibia. This time round, no. This time round hawawezi. Kwa vile sasa tumechua mbinu. Naomba kuwa kila mtu sasa amefunguka macho. Wacha wajitayarishe kuwa sisi sasa tuko tayari. Nashukuru kwa nafasi. Wacha ni ondoke na wengine wakaingie. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lydia. We appreciate that, and it's our civil duty, and I believe divine assignment to ensure that we forge for what is right for the country. Getting one person a job who wants to sell the entire country, that to me is not the wise decision we should make. We must safeguard this country and safeguard it not for us, but for our children and our children's children. That is what responsible fathers do. That's what responsible mothers do. So as you go to the booth and you're voting, ask yourself, is this vote taking care of my children and my children's children, or it is selling them before they are even born? That is how to go about it. Don't vote thinking it is only 9th August. Na mambo yanaisha. No, the real game will begin after 9th August 2022. The kind of life you will have will be determined by the kind of person you are putting in office. Tuache mchezo kama wa Kenya, tusijaribu kuzungushwa akili na wanasiasa bila kufikiria vizuri. Let's think deeply and make wise decisions that will safeguard the welfare of this country and the welfare of our children's children. That is the reason why we are staying up to do this, and that is why we want everybody to participate in making Kenya great. I want to appreciate all of you that are faithfully following Mtembei TV. I want to appreciate the subscribers. Please, if you have not yet subscribed, do so. It is important. Those following us, who have been following us on Facebook, we're having a crisis. We can't do Facebook Live for now, and we want everybody to join us on YouTube. So kama uja subscribe, tafadhali fanya hivyo. Na kama unatupata kwa YouTube na uko na friend yako ambaye mnakuanga naye hapa lakini haonekani, copy hiyo link ya YouTube, tumia yeye kwa Facebook, mwambie show iko. Yeye anakaa huko Facebook akingoja show, na show ilianza kitambo. Mwambie show iko na aje tuanze tujumuike pamoja. You can share that link in WhatsApp, share that link in Facebook, share it on Twitter and every other platform that they will be able to find their place here and be able to follow into the broadcast. We are also appealing to all well-wishers and everyone who wants to support us to be able to carry this particular show on terrestrial TV, the TV that is ordinary ile ya shosho, akipress hivi remote anaona kipindi. Kufanya hiyo, it's we consulted with a private consultant who has facilitated people setting up that TV for different TV stations, and he has given us a particular initial figure that if we are able to raise that figure and give him 10 days, he will put us on air without any problem. So there are 2 dimensions on how you can participate. We have the dimension of investors. That is going to take a little time because our lawyers are working on it so that there is something credible that those who want to be investors, investors is long term. But now we are seeking free will. Free will, wewe unapenda Mtembei TV na ungependa shosho yako aone wakati una debate hapa kama alizaa na akalea vizuri ama aliletea Kenya matatizo. So unaweza tuma 1,000 yako moja, tuma 1,000 yako mbili, tuma 1,000 yako 10 ili tuweze kupata hii 1.6 million, tuweke TV ianze kufanya kazi. Alafu hii maneno ya investors itakuja baadaye wakati lawyers wamepiga hiyo lugha yao, wakatengeneza mkataba ili ukisign unasign pesa kwa sababu utakuwa na sisi milele. The moment you become an investor, you have now become Mtembei TV permanently. You can't walk away anyhow. But for the rest of us, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. So usiangalie tu, tumia hizo the numbers, local TV expansion contribution, lipa na M-Pesa, till number ni 9205481. Mtembei TV ndio jina ambayo itakuja, ama wale na diaspora mnataka kutumia M-Pesa, tumia +254718454585. Bernard Ingozi is the name. Let's make this happen. We can do this. Mimi sioni ugumu hapa. Right now we are 646 people viewing. Okay, kama kila mmoja atatuma tu 2,200. Okay, those 600 people, do you know how much will that be? Will be closer to that 1.6 just like that. So tukikosa hii opportunity ni kwa sababu tumechagua kutofanya kile tunapaswa kufanya. Kwangu mimi naona tunaweza fanya na inawezekana. Asante sana. Tumkaribishe Steven and then tusonge mbele. Asante.
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Sijambo, vipi huko?
Nashukuru, nataka kuwasalimia wenzangu wote ndani ya studio. Habari za jioni, habari za mchana, na wengine pengine ni asubuhi. Nyote na I hope mko salama. Okay, Bernard, I'm so mad at this IEBC thing. Nimekaa nje kidogo because of kazi, lakini nimepata hasira sana kwa sababu ya hii maneno yanaendelea hapa Kenya. By the way, 2017 tuliambiwa kuwa Chebukati alikuwa ameshikwa zile sehemu nyeti. Walishika ama walipapasa? Kama walishika, hawezi fanya ujinga hii mwaka. Walipapasa tu. Sasa Chebukati ajue akiendelea na ujinga, sisi wananchi tutashika yeye hiyo sehemu. Na tutamshika hadharani, Uhuru Park. Tunamshika, tunakamua. Tukamue paka ipotee kabisa, because hiyo njia anataka kutupeleka sio. What will take him to give us a free and fair election? What will take him to do that? He's there to do that. It's his responsibility. Ni kitu gani anatafuta? Anataka Wakenya wadungane visu na mishale? We won't allow that. Na hii habari asikie. This time round, the citizens of this country, the patriots of this country, we are going to milk him. We are going to squeeze those fundamentals. Ajue hivyo. Kama 2017 waligusagusa, sisi wananchi tutashika yeye vizuri sasa. This nonsense must stop. Ako wapi sasa 2 days now after DCI exposing these games? Mbona haongei na yeye anajua kujibu haraka? Where is he? Andrew Limo wako wapi? Si anajua kuandika mabarua haraka? Wako wapi wote? Mbona haongei? First of all, as a country we need to implement some very strict laws concerning elections. Example, in China, when you go to China, if you are arrested in China with any drugs, any hard drugs, there is no way out for you. Ni kunyongwa, unanyongwa. This should be implemented in Kenya during elections. When you are arrested with any materials, either you are a foreigner or you are a local, you get hanged or you face a firing squad. It's not something we are going to play with. It should be serious. Hii kitu lazima watu wachukulie serious. We were there in 2017. This country went to the dogs. We have realized the last 2-3 years, we have realized that even with any amount you have in your account, COVID has told us that you cannot leave this country. Tutaenda wapi sisi wanyonge? Sisi wenye hatuna mahelikopta za kupaa angani tutakimbia wapi wakati nchi imechafuliwa? Na amesababisha ni Chebukati. Surely mimi na Chebukati tukikutana kwa corridor, surely namtafuna huyo mtu. I'll be a cannibal that day. I'll skin him alive, surely, because he's trying to bring chaos in this country. We won't accept that. Hawa Venezuelans hawa watu, they are not supposed to be deported. Not so soon, not so fast. Wafinywe kabisa, waseme kila kitu, wapeleke kila kitu, wafinywe ile vizuri kabisa. We should not play with this country. They are playing with our lives. They are playing with the lives of our children, the lives of everybody. They are playing with this country. Utoke kwenu huko Venezuela, a failed country, you want to come and play with this country. A country that doesn't have electricity, hakuna hata maji, running water. You come here with your fake passport, you want to play with a country that is trying to stabilize. We won't allow that. Hao watu si wa kurudishwa. Hao watu ni waekwe uhuru paka hapo, raia wajitokeze na mawe, to deal na wao one on one. Watupeleke kila mahali wameficha hizo vitu zao huko. We need to expose these people. We need to bring everything down. Hizo masava zote wenye mahali kila kitu. Huyo Abdullahi sijui nani, yeye naye ashikwe. Kama ni Ruto kushikwa naye ashikwe pia, because hapa Kenya, if there's somebody who is not untouchable, we know only one person, the president and Raila Odinga. You cannot touch a Raila Odinga. Come with an army, come with air force, come with navy, come with all. You cannot touch Raila Odinga. You cannot. But Ruto, you can touch him very well. Ndindi Nyoro leo alikuwa amesimama anasema, oh, go to the gate. Tulikataza yeye kwenda Uganda hapa Kibicho na Matiang'i. Kuna nini ilifanyika? Watu walikula vizuri na wakalala. Unafikiri Raila unaweza mkataza aende mahali nchi wewe? So he is touchable. He's not untouchable. If he wants to be, if the government wants to touch him, they'll touch him very well. Si ati watu wanamogopa. If there's evidence that he's been meddling with this election, let's action be taken. Chebukati ashikwe mara moja. Hakuna kuachilia hii 2022. Let it be a lesson to other commissioners who will come. Let be a lesson. 14 days to the election. You are trying to bring shenanigans here. We should not allow that, Bernard. Bernard, peace is very expensive, Bernard. To have this type of peace and tranquility in this country, it's so expensive. Ilifanya rais wetu akakataa mikataba yote alikuwa ameweka na Ruto. So don't you think this is so expensive? Kutembea kote kusema 10 yangu 10 yake, alafu anakuja anakataa na embrace Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya peace. Do you think this is something simple? Do you think even Uhuru wanted to do that? Surely. Peace is very important in this country. So let nobody play with peace. Hiyo tutakataa kabisa. If it means that the citizens will go, we have to do that. Kama ni kwenda anniversary tower na kutoa watu, tutafanya hivyo. Ikifika hapo, let IEBC come out clear. They should tell us what is happening. They should come out clear. Who are these people? Who are they working for? What were they doing in this country? Where are the other election materials? Where everything that should be accounted for. If they fail to do so, Bernard, let's not be lenient. We should not allow an election to happen, because even if this election happens, anybody, even you, can go to the courts and say somebody came in from Venezuela with election materials. The threshold of pulling down this election in the courts of law will be so high. So let's not play with this. As constituted now, IEBC should not be allowed to hold this election. That's my thinking. And I will pose this question. Do you think last general election, if the Supreme Court was able to quash that election because of some simple irregularities, what about this one? People have been caught with the materials 14 days to the election. Don't you think it's a big ground to nullify an election? So let's not play with this country. As it is, let DCI tell us what is happening, and if there is no any justification from Chebukati and his team, let them go home. We can postpone this election, but we cannot postpone peace. Peace is very important than this election. We can take forward the election, but we cannot take forward peace in this country. Thank you.
Okay, asante Stephen, we appreciate that, and let's push for what is right. Let's push for what is right. I don't see any proper leadership gained or ascended to the wrong way. nobody's going to do right if they get in office the wrong way. So at all levels, let us all be vigilant. Mimi sitaki fake MCA, sitaki fake MP, sitaki fake women rape, sitaki fake senator, sitaki fake governor. At tulienda kwa booth tukavotia huyu, then huyu mwingine naye akatolewa Venezuela, tukaletewa, alafu anatutesa 5 years. Pesa zile zinakuja anapeleka Venezuela badala kutengeneza barabara. Hiyo hapana. So Wakenya wote, let us do what is good for this country for once by rejecting all the fake people in our midst. Leadership is not given to everybody. I come from a big family. We were born 11 of us. My mother is still alive, okay? She does not entrust family treasures with everybody. Oh, we are 11, yes. Like in the 11, we have different representations. And then my mother knows if I assign this one, this will work. This one must be given this, but it must be supervised by this so that it works. We are not saying that everybody must be uniform. We are not asking for uniformity. We are only saying leadership be given to credible people to safeguard the welfare of everybody. Moses was older than Aaron, was older than Miriam, but God gave him leadership over Miriam and over Aaron and say, kama unataka kufika kwa nchi ya ahadi, unafuata huyu kijana. That is it. So let us not play games when it comes to electing leaders and giving people mandate to preside over the leadership of this country. Vifaranga za kompyuta, vifaranga za Venezuela, na vifaranga zote za kokote kule Sugoi, Karen na wapi, zisiruhusiwe katika bunge, zisiruhusiwe katika county assembly, zisiruhusiwe mahala popote. We want to be responsible for the people we gave mandate, not somebody else to give another person mandate on our behalf. It's not going to work. We rather scrap off elections na tujue kuna watu ambao hao ndio akili sawa, hao ndio wanachukua viongozi. Tusisumbuane. Mimi niamke saa 10, nipange laini, nipige kura, then jioni naambiwa mbunge wangu simjui jina, na muona mara ya kwanza akitangazwa ati ni mshindi. No, that must not take place. And so let's do what is right. And Chebukati and team, it is not too late to throw away Chebukati, even if it remains 48 hours. The 6 commissioners are too many. The Supreme Court has already given the presidency of 3 commissioners form a quorum. They can make any decision for IEBC. So we can still chase this man and still have an election. And if worse comes to worse, let the international community come and conduct the elections. The UN and the other. We want to have an election August 9th, because failure to that, we're going to have a constitutional crisis, which is going to be worse. So tusichezewe game na tusikubali watu watuweke into a constitutional crisis. You know, the moment we get into constitutional crisis, we're going to have government of national unity. Government of national unity means kupalilia hawa magugu na ngano wote wawekwe pamoja. Ukirundika magugu na ngano pamoja, watazaa hybrid. Hybrid is going to be worse. The cross-pollination between the wheat and the tares is going to produce some tare wheat animal. That some tare wheat animal is going to be worse in corruption, worse in running down everything. We must not allow that. People could be pushing this so that we get into that constitutional crisis whereby now we'll have to form a transitional government, which in Kenya, that transitional government will still take 5 years. You know that, okay? So then conduct another elections. No, they want to buy time because the election has gone against them so that they can now regroup and rearrange themselves and draw out a campaign narrative that may favor them. We must not give them that opportunity. Let's be vigilant, do what is good for this country, and refuse to be taken for a ride by people who are twisted to the core. All they are after is themselves. That must not be allowed to happen. Naomba tusikilize hii alafu turudi tena tukiendelea na yule anachangia mara nyingine. Bana Stephen, if you're able to get me, my internet is delaying. Please take charge. You can bring in interested party.
Okay, sawa. Okay, Tom, you had raised your hand. Continue, please.
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, panelists.
Sorry, Tom, can you mute your mic,
Yeah.
please?
Okay.
Tom, you have
interested party, you have not submitted yet.
Not yet, bana. You see now people wataka kurudia na mimi hata sijaanza bana.
Okay, sawa, endelea basi.
That is not fair, bana. It's not fair at all.
No.
You speak like
Bernard had not
for
said
3
so.
hours, but
Bernard had not said so. So come in, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yes, all I wanted to say, I had to start by saying that he who pays the piper calls the tune. So Ruto and Chebukati and Marjan or somebody, these are, in English you call the limbic resonance. Watu wengine wameshikana kama kwa Siamese twins. These are people that they are conniving to do something that is very evil in this country. And if they're not watched, they'll burn up this country. Number two, you see, whatever now is happening right now is that not that the government was not aware, because people must be wondering how did these people come with fake passports or maybe expired passports and things like that. But I think the government has been monitoring these people for some time. And no, because they were the three musketeers, they had gotten two, but they wanted the last one. So that become the three musketeers. So with this last one, they got all the information they wanted from them. Because I believe each and every person had a part to play in the scheme of things. They all had a part to play in the scheme of things. And that is why you see when even when the police over DCI removed the first batch of, the first statement, IEBC, Chebukati came very fast defending these people. Little did it know that it was just it's like a kind of chukua mahindi, so that he can come out, just to draw him out. After drawing out, then they come with this bombshell. Now after this bombshell, Chebukati is quiet until now, because he doesn't know if he responds now, he doesn't know what the DCI have. Maybe some telephone numbers, maybe the people that have been calling and things like that. So Chebukati is between a hard place and a rock. Hawezi enda mbele, hawezi enda nyuma. You see? And see, the thing is, even your response yake, we come to assume that it is who? It is Ruto. All along, it has been Ruto that has been controlling IEBC. Number two, there's a saying in English that says, there's no honor among thieves. There's no honor among thieves. These people stole 2013, 2017. Sasa wamehepana. There's no honor among thieves. And Chebukati knows what happens. I know Chebukati pia yeye amekuwa na kichwa ngumu kwa sababu I know what you did. It's like you watch a movie, I know what you did last summer. He has both of them. Ile these people pia anashindwa, if this guy, if we don't handle him well, huyu jamaa atalipuka. Atasema vitu itakani aseme. You get it? Both apply to Ruto, both are, again to Uhuru. So they're in a very, very precarious position. But being the chairman of IEBC, it does not immune him from prosecution. He can be prosecuted. He can be prosecuted. There's no way about it. If somebody wants to take it to court, can go there and can detained in the last minute. But in all these things, whatever I'm seeing at this scenario, it is timing. The government has been very, because now I'm trying to recall why the meaning of what Uhuru has said, we are going to deal with them swiftly and effective. So the timing that we were doing, how did they just had to wait up to like 16 days to election, alafu boom, bombshell natokea. Ile plan B, plan C, you cannot execute it now. hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya. That's what have made RUTO very 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 much, because kila kitu is like have gone up the smoke. Hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya saizi. The time is so little, everything's limited. You cannot set afresh. You just enda nani, utaita nani Venezuela. Every move is being watched. Wakina Chebukati pale kwa ofisi, kila mtu anaangaliana tu. It's like kama hapa sasa tuko hapa na kina Bernard, whatever you work in the same office. And Bernard take a cup of tea, unamchungulia. Ukichukua, yani everybody suspicious kwa office ya IEBC. Kwa sababu kama huyu anakuangalia, hujui kama this is my spy ama ni nini. So they cannot work. Which is actually an advantage to us. It's a very, very big advantage to us. So I don't see any major worry. There's no need to be scared of whatever is happening in IEBC, because and in Kenya, because I think things are gonna be okay. But now, to call it for what it is, let us call a spade a spade. Kenya, we went wrong, and I asked society by church. End of story. The church went wrong from the word go. You see, to entertain politicians, to entertain money, it lowered the morality of the church. I read the church. I read the periods of Bishop Muge, Okulu, Didu, Windiwando Anzeki. That's when church were church. Cardinal Otunga. When the Catholic could stamp its feet and say, but this is wrong and this is wrong, and more could listen. But whatever now we have now, these are fake people. They have put money in front of everything, such that somebody can come and he prays. After praying, akitoka nje ni matusi. He lies every day. And the church bado inaenda inamuanoint na oil. Surely. Unamaka karibu oil yote nusu mkebe kwa kichwa mtu. And this somebody, yani amekuja kama like in Russia, kumbuka siku za ZARS, this Rasputin, he came through the church and almost he messed Russia. And this is what you are saying, this is a reincarnate sasa kwa nani? Kwa Mr. RUTO. The guy is evil, pure and simple. You see, because you cannot purport now to be praying and then whatever you do something that is opposite. See, you even encourage people that are supposed to come to church, because people say, if now the pastor that's supposed to be a role model, come and kind of the church is biased, it is divided and things like that. So morality is the church was supposed to guide us. It is like now is everybody for himself, God for us all. Because you know where to run to. Get it? So what I hope for is that the thing is, this leadership, whatever we are going through, is because we failed to put the right leadership. These people came via back door. We did employ the right leadership. That's why we are suffering. See, because kitu ya wizi, hata ukiokota kitu ukiiba, huwezi tumia vizuri, because it is something that you've stolen. But kitu umefanyia kazi, utaitunza. You see, so RUTO alikuja pale by default, alikuja na wizi. Kwa sababu hizi, you go there to loot and to destroy. You get it? But somebody that comes there genuinely, ataingia pale na kutunza, anaenda kutunza hiyo kitu kwa sababu amefanyia kazi. Like sasa Raila has worked for it for 5 years. But yule akichukua, you'll see a very big difference in this country. So let us be vigilant. Let us employ people that we know, regardless of the parties. Okay, the party here matters. Sababu like in UDA is like they look for the most stupid people, so people that cannot reason. Ndio naenda nasimamisha pale. And like these other parties that you take people with intellect, people that can argue their cases. It's a very sad affair, course of affair in this country. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. It's very annoying. Chebukati is very sneaky. Yani, I don't know. Yani jambo mwingine tukiona, the thing is, wacha frustration yenu. Some people think watu wanaongea sana vibaya sana ja Chebukati. And that one even in godly realm is not good. Mtu akiongea vibaya kwa jina yako, even you are not at peace. If somebody talks bad about your name, you're not even at peace. Chebukati should search himself, ajiingie to his inner self, ajue nini mbaya, life yake moja is not, it cannot be compared to life of 55 million Kenyans. And rather saa zingine hiyo ndio sababu sasa alisema same in a country is bigger than an individual. Even Jesus himself, he had to sacrifice himself for billions of people, so that we can get salvation. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you, Bernard. I yield.
Okay, Bernard, before I hand back to you, I wanted to say this. I think you gave me an eye opener here, Bernard, with your statement concerning the maybe the angling to the postponement of this election. By the way, the statement that Chebukati
thank you
gave.
so much. Yes.
The statement that Chebukati gave, he said that the police have confiscated a laptop and some equipment that will jeopardize the elections. So does it mean that one laptop with somebody who is not an IEBC official, neither an official of the contracted company from outside, and some flash disks can stop him from conducting an election? This is just a question to all of us, please. Back to you, Bernard.
Walikuwa wamemletea Mwakenya kama vile Gachagua aliletewa Mwakenya wakati debate ilizidi. So huo Mwakenya umechukuliwa. Mwanafunzi ameona kwenda kwa mtihani itakuwa ngoma, kwa sababu majibu ile alikuwa analetewa yamechukuliwa. Cha muhimu ni kwamba Kenya ni nchi ambayo ina uwezo wa kutatua matatizo yake, haswa tukitokea masuala kama uchaguzi. Sisi hatuendi kwa uchaguzi mara ya kwanza. Tumekuwa na uchaguzi kuanzia siku za ukoloni. Tunajua uchaguzi ni nini na tunajua kusimamia uchaguzi ni nini. Chebukati peke yake hawezi kutuzuia kufanya uchaguzi wakati tunapaswa kufanya uchaguzi. Tunaweza fanya uchaguzi hata tukitumia our university students. They are able to do that. Our teachers fraternity, NAT peke yake inafanyanga uchaguzi kila mara. Tunasema walimu wasimamie uchaguzi itakuwa sawa. We are not out of options. And then ikisemekana kwamba the legislation gani, legislation tunaweza rekebisha hiyo masuala baadaye. So we are not short of what is required. I meant to say that Moses was younger than Aaron. Kuna mtu ananicorrect hapa kwa nini. Moses was younger than Aaron and Miriam. That I thought I said that. If I didn't say that way, then that's valid. Moses was younger. Moses ndio Miriam ndio alikuwa anasimamia wakati yeye anatupwa kwa mto, ndio akaokotwa akapelekwa kwa Fero akajifunza jinsi ya kumaliza Fero, tena Bwana Mungu akamtumia kuenda kumaliza Fero. So it's important. Let's do what is right. Unajua kuna video tulicheza hapa kitambo kiasi, ile Mwalimu Julius Nyerere alikuwa anasema wakati wanasiasa wamelemewa kisiasa huwa wana resort to tribalism or religion to begin to push the agenda, because the politics has refused, it's not taking off, so they revert to push now a tribal agenda or a religion agenda to divide then rule. And we seem to have that at play right now. Now that kuna part of the election team that is imelemewa ku overturn the narrative against. Mtu akisema atakuja debate lakini tusizungumze corruption. Okay, then the campaign statement of this other party is they are running on corruption narrative, that they are going to sort out the corruption situation. Then you say you want to come to the debate, but corruption should not be what? Discussed. That means the corruption ideology, or rather the fight against corruption, is going to be a determinant factor of the direction of this election. And the other party doesn't have an answer to it. It has not demonstrated to have that answer. And so other than come and find an answer to the question, they want to change the question instead of find the answer to the question. that is normal politics being played right here, but we want to ensure that kila Mkenya anaelewa kile kinachoendelea. Chebukati and team can still be gotten rid of, and we still have elections. There are options that we can exercise ourselves to the same. Yes, Bwana Joshua, Bwana Jasuba, vipi mkono juu?
Thank you, Bernard. I just shared the link in the Nini Lakini Kucheza. So there's one question on that link that I had for you. Actually, you may be having more information than me. So the question is, unaona kuna wengine tulijaribu kuwaleta huku sababu ya Martha Karua. Na wengine have been supporting, have been anti-Raila because of his image. Hata hakuna reason. Hata huku nikijaribu kuambia watu mpigie Raila, unasikia mtu akisema, yule mzee guka, sijui nini vitu kama hivyo. So you know, things like that. Pale kwa printing paper, hizo papers, hizo ballot papers, walisema wataweka picha ya running mate na huyo presidential candidate ama ni presidential, sababu ikikuwa I have a feeling, and vile IEBC inanipea sleepless night, kwamba wakiweka Raila there is like 1, 2, 3 up to 10% ingine tutapoteza hapo, sababu kuna wengine hawataki kuingia kuona hii picha ya Raila, lakini wakiona Raila na Martha, because people have been endorsing Martha mama, unaelewa. So what was the agreement on that? Is it only presidential candidate ama ni huyu mama? And then another thing, I just came to ask, I just joined to ask that question. Another thing yenye nimeona sahi, I just read it like 3 seconds ago, like nimeona Ruto anasema Kimwarer and Aror mwenye ako na shida na hiyo he will rebuild them, and mwenye ako na shida na hiyo should come and tell them which problem is that. And anasema that was a political conmanship. Ama ni link nimepata vibaya, but it is somewhere. Just try to look it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jasuba. I will say this, as far as the information I have so far, the ballot paper remains the usual. We have the presidential candidate, then the name of the running mate. If it was changed to picture, I'm not aware. But also, we will not push for picture simply because somebody doesn't like something. This elections is going to be won on not on tricks, in my opinion. We have right-thinking Kenyans, and especially the senior citizens, the people who are 35 and above, okay, who really think deep about life. They have gotten serious with life. They will not buy into that story ya picha na nini. Wanajua kile wanachofanya, na hao ndio tunataka wafanye uamuzi ambao unafaa. Lakini tukitegemea hao watu wa kuwa sweet talk, mara tuweke picha, ukishaweka picha watasema sasa weka kala, tukiweka kala wanasema weka. We will not yield into those demands. We just need to do our campaign properly, and the mother factor is a good factor. It has brought up the women constituency. We have not had the women constituency as long as we have had elections. This is the first time we have a constituency called the women constituency, and it's going to speak out loudly, not just in Central, not just in Nairobi. It's going to be louder in Rift Valley. And when that happens, hii mambo kusakwisha. Usione watu wanatusi watu kwa sababu ati wamekunywa kahawa. Ni vile mambo imezidi huko kwa ground, na vile mambo wanaona inawalemea. Cha muhimu hapa, we should be ready to conduct this election with the current law. We can't change the law. The parliament is dissolved. There is nothing we can do about changing the law. The best we can do is make good of what we have available. Now for the electorate, watu wataenda kufanya uamuzi, na huo uamuzi I'm sure is going to be for the betterment of this country. Hakuna mtu anataka kuteseka, na hakuna mtu Wakenya wameelewa kumbe kuteseka kunatokana na uongozi mbaya. We are not where we were in 2017, we are not where we were in 2013. Saa hii Wakenya wameelewa, tukichagua rais mbaya maisha inakuwa ngumu. Tukichagua viongozi wabaya, maisha inakuwa hivi na hivi. So they are going to vote with sense. This is not going to be the normal elections. You whip up the emotions, tribal emotions, religion emotions, and then people follow you. If you have studied the UDA campaign, they have worked so hard to rise up emotions against the Kenyatta family, imekata dynasty, imekata. Wamejaribu ku raise up emotions against Raila Odinga. It is not working. Why? This time Kenyans are sober. They want to go and make a right decision in order to make the country better. And so I believe that Otieno Wycliffe anasema picha zote zitakuwa. Okay, I don't know. Let me find out that picha ni mbili. Hungry Tiger and Otieno Wycliffe, they are confirming that's better. But whichever case, we should be ready to go and vote. And when we go to vote, kumbuka tu unachagua miaka 5 ya mateso ama ya mafanikio. Wewe mwenyewe ndio utaamua. And then Chebukati and team au tutadili nao. Kama mtu ako tayari kwenda kamiti, akubali kutumiwa kurig elections. Kumbuka mama constitution amesema hakuna IEBC tunapeleka kotini, tunachukua we majina yako, picha yako na kitambulisho yako ndio unasimama kotini. From kotini kamiti. So ukikubali kutumiwa, tulipigiwa simu ubadilishe 19 ikue 20, ubadilishe 10 ikue 2000, no problem. As soon as you are through, be prepared. Kuwa kamiti, Shimolatewa, kuna Manyani na kuna gani ingine? Kuna Kodiak. Gani ingine? Ziko nyingi. Kenya imepangwa. Imepangwa hii Kenya Banana Republic. Yes.
Bernard, how do you find hii vile anaongelea maneno ya Kimwarera na Roar? Hii maneno kwanza inanikasirisha sana. Anasema hiyo ilikuwa political comment. Hebu angalia imetoka tu kama dakika 2 hivi.
I'm looking for it. When I get it, I'll play it. But what I'm saying is William Ruto is a double speak man whenever he's cornered. What he wants is to twist the conversation. Kumbuka what kina Junet and the Joha are claiming, yeye alikula dam za kwao, okay? Atakujaje Ukambani awajengee dam. So he wants to overturn that by saying this time round is going to build the dam. When we know that the money for dam went to buy pillows and mattresses and towels for a hotel in some bush somewhere. Let me not talk too much, please. Naomba hivi. Let me see if that tape will play. Ni kama those cockroaches have begun to look for me, frustrating my internet from connecting to videos. That is usually their main problem. If I'm able to play video, wanakuanga na shida kali sana. Let's just, Tom, just hold on. Tom, hold on. Let me see. Good.
Commission, that's the IEBC. Gachagua was speaking in Nyeri, where he met grassroots leaders drawn from Kieni constituency, where he called for a 6-piece voting in favor of the UDA party, as Martin Munene reports.
Rigathi Gachagua was back in his home county of Nyeri on a vote-hunting mission. His focus, the vote-rich Kieni constituency, where the incumbent lawmaker Kanini Kega is defending his seat on a Jubilee ticket against the challenger in Rigathi's UDA party. Gachagua calling on voters to back the UDA candidate.
Hao viongozi wa Kieni wamesema kwa kauli moja, wamekataa mambo ya mbunge wao kuwapeleka Azimio. Na wamesema hawataki kwenda Azimio kwa sababu Azimio ni upinzani. Sina wananchi, tuko nyuma ya mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua. Na ni vizuri watu wajue, yeye ndio daraja yetu, katikati yetu na William Samoei Ruto.
And here, Gachagua and his allies pointing an accusing finger at the DCI, while at the same time defending the IEBC.
Afanye kazi yake ya polisi. Mambo ya uchaguzi hajui na hawezi elewa. amekuwa mtu ya drama, anaandika vitu kwa magazeti. Hakuna kesi hata moja amepeleka kotini imefaulu. Kama ameshindwa kudili na wakora, ni mambo ya uchaguzi atawezana naye? Ni mambo ya uchaguzi atawezana naye? Hii uchaguzi hapana IEBC inachaguana, ni wananchi. Kazi ya IEBC ni kuhesabu kura peke yake.
If you have serious issues, take them before the EACC. Kama kuna jambo lolote ambalo Chebukati amefanya, wacha hii maneno ya kujaribu kumpaka matope, ati mkitafuta njia vile atajiuzuru.
Ruto's running mate later toured Embu County, where he held public rallies. Martin Munene, Citizen TV.
A family in Kisii can now breathe.
Okay, thank you everyone. Vincent Odhiambo gives point of information. Jasuba, the High Court had approved both pictures to appear, so rest easy. That is it. So the ballot is going to be changed. We'll have both the presidential candidate plus their running mate, which in my opinion is good because they are stake coming in by reason of the running mate as well as the presidential candidate. I want us to move forward. Tom, what were you carrying your hand for? If it's brief and to the point, to something.
Yeah, Bernard, I have to be brief. Just to add something on what Jasoba just talked about, the image of somebody. That should not worry anybody because sura sio kitu, tunaangalia chenye iko kwa akili ya mtu. So mwenye anaangalia sura, hiyo sura itampeleka mahali anataka. Sisi tunataka the brain, mwenye atatuongoza vizuri. Kama ni old age, hata yeye mwenyewe mwenye alikuwa anasema mambo ya sura, yeye pia siku moja atazeeka tu, sababu kila mtu anazeeka. Uwezi baki vile huko mpaka ile siku unafikiria. So the issue of the image Raila and Mama Martha, I think kwa mwenye ako na akili should not worry about it because sura ni sura, akili ni akili. Si unasikianga watu wanasema akili ni mali? So hiyo waweke kando, hiyo kufikira aina hiyo. Ni hayo tu Bwana Bernard.
Okay, so Bwana Tom, the concern is guiding the let's say maybe the less informed voters. Okay, kuna ile anakuja kwa wherever polling place anasema mimi nataka mother. Okay, anaonyeshwa, and then kuna our my agent, then of course we have the twisted elements who would want to deceive that this one means this. They are not able to read probably, but if there's a picture atasema nataka he, so it's going to aid instead of having spoiled votes or misguiding the voters. It becomes impossible because anataka he and a point on the picture. So it is still valid, but you know, we are all our understanding is at different levels, and we should consider those least informed people because their decision is also important on how the country is governed. We cannot dismiss their input. It's important that we carry them along even as we move forward. I also want to emphasize the standing orders. Please keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. History ya kuwashanga mic kama hujapewa nafasi itafanya tutume wewe quarantine kwa sababu that feedback, it spoils the video. I want this video to be here 50 years from now so that your great-grandchildren, when they want to see their great-grandfather, they will come here and see this is how my great-grandfather used to reason many years before we were born. So please, let's ensure that we keep it neat and clean. We are also emphasizing that you can help us make Mtembei TV be able to be carried on the local terrestrial TV, where anybody can watch in the four corners of this country. And that's the campaign we are running right now, where the contribution of everybody can make this happen. We are looking for 1.6 initial fee where our consultant has given us, which can be gotten just by any of us getting serious. Tunaweza hata pata tu mtu mmoja andike hiyo check na hiyo maneno ishi. And then in next 10 days, you will be able to watch this show right in your sitting room without having to bother about the bundles and about squeezing your phone to follow and begging your phone not to go off because the battery is low. So please, let's do that even as we debate. And then there are those who are calling, they are interested in investment. That is also part of what we are doing. But we want to, that's more elaborate, more solid. So it's going to take time. Our lawyers are still working on the documentations because we want people to invest. And when you become an investor, you are now a permanent Mtembei TV family owner, not just family member. And so that is going to take some time. But for now, tunataka tu watu ambao mnapenda Mtembei TV na mnataka kuisaidia irudi, iingie katika digital platform ambapo mtu ana watch from Signet anywhere you can connect to Signet, utapata matangazo haswa ya kipindi kama hiki. Tafadhali tuanze kufanya hivyo, tumia hizo namba zina scroll, kuna lipa na M-Pesa pale ama kuna hiyo M-Pesa namba. Nataka kuona hizo namba zikianza kuingiza hela. Na hatujaweka figa ambayo kila mtu lazima atoe. You just think, check your budget, see how much can you part with to support this good cause that will help our grandmas and our mamas in the village to also understand what we are doing. Because we've been here for 9 months, we've been talking among ourselves, we have impacted many. There are people who are very grateful because of this program. There are people who have gotten politically enlightened through what we do here every night, and we want to expand that by reaching more people in the remaining days of elections and thereafter. There are many other programs that we are lining up to do. So we want you to be part of our history, even as we move and grow to the ordinary TV sets, beside retaining our internet broadcast presence. So please, kama unaweza, tafadhali usingoje upigiwe simu. Piga simu mwenyewe. Asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Papa Azimio tukisonga mbele. Papa Azimio upo?
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard.
Songa tafadhali.
Nawasalimia nyote, Anyumba, Tom, Robin, Respect, Mgoi. Now, I really wanted to get Stephen on the studio, but it appears he's busy and had to leave. Now, you know, one thing that we all need to know is that UDA, William Ruto and UDA are trying to create an image of larger than life. They're trying to intimidate using forceful language, threats to all, whichever person they come across in the political scene. And this, in my view, is just to try and cause panic, and is hoping that it will work. One thing that I'm very confident about is that we are going to have a peaceful election. Nothing is going to happen. The same Chebukati will conduct these elections, and he will do the right thing. That is, I'm 100% sure he will do the right thing, whether he likes it or not. Kenya, we are past that age where we are going to fight over elections. And any attempt to try and manipulate this election will ensure that he leads a very miserable life. So whatever schemes that the other side is trying to do or to carry out, they will not work. The government is on alert. That one I'm 100% sure. The government does not just make noise the way they are making noise. The government does not speak on rallies. The kind of rhetoric and bravado that William Ruto and the company are displaying is it's shameful. It's not presidential. You cannot start attacking civil servants in the manner that William Ruto is attacking civil servants. And you know, a person of like Kinoti is an intellectual. Kinoti is a schooled fellow. He does not have the luxury of coming to the podiums to shout the way William Ruto is shouting, calling him all manner of names. Kinoti merits that position. So William Ruto can do whatever he wants to do, but he is not going to shake civil servants who are doing their job. If William Ruto was to be in the position of Mr. Kinoti, would he allow foreigners to just come in, walk into the country without substantiating their role or their status in this country? He wouldn't. So for the sake of convenience and trying to portray himself as somebody who is larger than life, that he can stop this country from moving on, he is just deluding himself. This country does not belong to one individual. And I can assure you, the fellow is just but a presidential candidate. At the moment, he's the deputy president, but a deputy president who is extremely toothless. He cannot shake anything in this country. That's why he's so bitter, and his plans to try and disrupt these elections are being foiled. So I don't see him as a threat at all. Let him just remain calm, continue campaigning, and deceive that he's campaigning while he wants to do some other funny things. We are Kenya, watu wako macho. That one will not happen. You take that to the bank. We will vote peacefully, whether he likes it or not. Any other schemes will be foiled. Yeah. Now going back to the menu. The day's menu was a rich one. I appreciate the fact that Martha Karua is doing a very, very good job. She's she's being endorsed by very important people. The elderly Mau remnants. Then she proceeds to Kajiado, does a very good rally, which is very, very encouraging. We are on the right path as Azimio, and I want to believe that we are on our way to victory. Baba also has galvanized the Bodaboda fraternity in Nairobi and given them a good roadmap, which I believe is far much better than what William Ruto is telling them about giving them 50 billion here and there. You know, you as an elderly person, you need to advise our young people on how to navigate some of these challenges in life. And you know, we realize that some of these bodabodas, they buy them at very exorbitant prices or through some financial arrangement, which is very punitive in terms of repayment. You need to guide them and give them some kind of solution, and not some handouts or imaginary handouts of 50 billion. We shall put 50 billion here and there. So that was a very good move by Raila, and I want to believe it will bear some fruit. Lastly, you know, the IEBC, Chebukati, I don't know whether Chebukati wants us to carry our votes and take them to anniversary towers individually, but the fellow is not inspiring any confidence. And the reason is that he seems to believe that being independent, he can do anything that he wants. Unfortunately, he will soon realize in the next 7 days that things are not done that way. He must now start giving us pressures on what he's doing on a day-to-day basis. We want to know how prepared he is, how safe our votes are. We are not going to entertain that kind of rubbish. And when Chebukati is acting this way, some the Kenyans are tired, and as Kenyans get more and more frustrated, they start having ideas, and when people start having ideas, Chebukati will not run. It is the people who will go and look for him. So he needs to do the right thing for this country to stay safe. And I want to urge him, be transparent. Forget these promises that you have been given by some imaginary larger-than-life candidate. It is not going to save him. Unless he has got some kind of citizenship elsewhere, which he intends to take up, we will deal with him after the elections. All these funny things he's doing. In fact, the tendering process itself is so skewed, and those are things that will have to be relooked at. And should it be found that he participated or his juniors participated under his watch, definitely the law will take its own course. So I just want to appeal to the Azimio supporters. Don't get frustrated by the IEBC. Let's turn out and vote. The rest, leave it to Baba to deal with it. Baba is going to ensure that we are going to get a clean win. We do not want any extra vote through dubious means. We have the numbers, so let's come out and vote. Thank you very much. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Papa Zinio. We appreciate that, and very good, wise counsel. Get your voters card ready. Begin to move closer to the polling station. If you need to fly back to come and vote, please don't wait for the last minute. The flight can take you to South Africa and keep you there 5 days. You will arrive here after the swearing in. Please, make sure you start your journey early. Move closer to the town of your voting. Those of you who vote in the village, plan to move to the village in good time, because there are people going to close their transport business simply because they want to frustrate people traveling to go and vote. So begin to work on that, and make sure that when you arrive in the village, you are more informed than most of the people there probably. Please help them to wake up early, go and vote. Let's vote seriously and be able to choose the future of this country by entrusting it to right leadership. Thank you very much. For the rest of the things, let the required authorities deal with them. But ikihitaji sisi kupiga kelele, tutapiga hiyo kelele. Ikihitaji sisi kwenda anniversary tower tukipeleka voti zetu kama vile Papa amesema, tutafanya hivyo, kwa sababu mchezo tukubali. Tumesuffer because of having wrong people in office. We will not let that happen. Now, urais, UMCA, ubunge na usenate na ugavana, hiyo vitu vyote unavipata kwa kuchagulia. Hakuna mtu alipromise kwamba hicho kiti ni cha mtu fulani na mtu fulani asipopata inji itachomeka. Hakuna. Ni tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, yule anayeshinda anapewa, yule anashindwa anarudi kujaribu siku ingine wakati uchaguzi itakapoitwa. Asante sana, na omba tafadhali tumsikilize Mogoi akitoa mchango wake tunapoendelea. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao wameanza kutuma contribution. Thank you very much. I will be naming some of you who have given me permission to mention their names. There are those of you who don't want me to mention your names, but all in all, let us work out. We can get this 1.6 million and be able to get this broadcast going on normal TV, normal TV set without much of pull and push. We are well able. Let's do our very best. God will help us do the rest. Thank you. Mogoi, go ahead.
Yeah, Bernard, I'm so happy to be in your whatever it is. But another thing is to thank Papa Azimio kutuambia kwamba tuende kwa wingi, tufanye, tuende kuvote like that. You see, watu wa Azimio, mimi nilisema the other day, it is like 2 days ago, nilisema sisi watu wa Azimio tusiwe na shida. One, you see, Raila already acha lose anyone. Wakati alipata hizo kura zote alipata before, ni wale wamekufa pekee ndio wameishia, lakini kuna watu staunch. You know, when we talk about staunch Christians, it is the people who cannot go to be Muslims. Yani mtu umesoma Biblia kama mimi, Biblia nimesoma. Biblia nikiangalia, hata mtu niambie from nowhere, I can tell you that, oh, you are mentioning that book from somewhere. So kuna watu wa Raila, yani uongee usiongee ni mtu wa Raila. So kwenda tutaenda, heshima ni ile ile. Achana Ruto mambo ya atwende debate. Tunaenda kufanya nini? Unaenda kufanya nini watoto? Yani wewe umefunza mtoto hata hajahitimu form 4. Sasa anakuuliza doctor nini ama professor. Eti anasema yeye ndiye anajua hapa chini. Have you ever seen let me put this example. Unajua tukiwa watoto tulikuwa tunaambiwa tuongee mambo ya tuseme yani hadithi. So unasema hapo ukiwa mtoto, unajua nyanya yako amekaa hapo, unasema hadithi. Sisi ni watoto, hadithi njoo hapo zamani za kale, na nyanya yako ako hapo. Sasa nauliza hapo zamani za kale nyinyi mlikuwa wapi? Unasema hapo zamani za kale kulikuwa na nini? Nyinyi mlikuwa wapi? Nimewaona mkizaliwa hapa. Sasa mnatuambia nini? So what I mean is that Raila afai kwenda kwa hiyo mkutano. Wacha watume huyo Papa Wino, kama walisema ni yeye, ni sawa. Papa Wino ni kajanja, anafanya kazi. Lakini what it is that sisi lazima tutoke. Mimi nilisema kwamba hapa Washington is not too far from here. It's just only 1 hour. Na tutakuepo before tufike huko. Tuanze kukula nyama zetu, tungoje masaa. Wale wengine they are not voting, waendelea kuchoma nyama, sisi tuvote, alafu turudi kukunywa na kukula. Na ni maisha. Lakini the only thing is that mimi watu wa Azimio hakuna kupanduka sahi. Mambo ya Ruto hata msiongee, sababu the moment you lose your mouth talking about Ruto, you have lost what we have to do. Mambo ya Ruto tuache naye. Ndio hiyo. Raila asiende, wacha Ruto aongee. Lakini hata mimi sifai kuongea mambo ya Ruto. Wacha tukae Rigathia next week anaenda court juu ya 1.5 billion land issue. Na alituambia kwamba alikuwa 800 million wati minus 200 ya equity. Sasa wazee wa Azimio tukae vile tulivyo man. Mimi nataka mniamushe. Bernard, uniamushe 2 days before election. Sawa mzee.
Thank you. Wewe we'll keep you awake. Wacha kukuamsha.
Yeah.
We'll keep you awake and send you to the polling station. Make sure you are voted before anything, na tukianza kuhesabu pia hapo tunahesabu pamoja ili tuchague uongozi ambao unafaa. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's Papa Zimio, what is it?
Yeah, there is that issue of the running mates, the photograph of the running mates. Initially, the High Court had okayed that the image of the running mate be included in the ballot, but IEBC appealed that decision, and there is yet to be a ruling on that matter. So the legal fellow in IEBC had appealed that ruling. So we are yet to get a way forward on that.
Okay. Thank you. And if that is the case, and then this, it means the status quo remains until there is an otherwise ruling. Bwana Bob, you need to confirm that.
Yeah. Let me just send you a link. You'll have a look at it. Sending you a link on that.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, those of you who are watching around the world. Please, let's keep inviting guys. Make use of that link. You must be aware by now we are not on Facebook Live because we have a crisis with Facebook until further notice. So please keep sharing that link even with your Facebook crowd so that they can all join us on the YouTube channel. That is where everything is happening at the moment until we are able to sort out our crisis with Facebook. So please usitazame kipindi peke yako, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unamkaribisha mtu ili tukajumuike pamoja. Pia naendelea kuwahimiza tafadhali tuvute pamoja, tuweke Mtembei TV kwa TV ya kawaida ili kila mmoja apate haya mambo tunayozungumza moja kwa moja pasipo kutegemea internet. Kama vile unajua si watu tuko mjini, ni rahisi kupata internet na internet yetu ni stable. And you get to the village, the story is different. You can even have internet but the connection is twice a week or something like that. So please, nangependa tu kila mmoja ajitahidi tutoe 1,000 yetu, 3,000 yetu, 10,000 yetu, tufikishe 1.6, tulipe huyu consultant wetu, tuwekwe kwa hiyo TV mara moja ili matangazo yetu yaende. Alafu wale wanataka kuinvest, hiyo masuala yanashughulikiwa na lawyers, yakiwa ready mtafanya hivyo, lakini hatuwezi tegemea hiyo investment kwanza kwa sababu it's a long process to come up with the whatever the structure for that to happen. So let's use the free will and contribution from everybody. I'll be sharing the details, but we are scrolling on the screen the till number, Lipa na M-Pesa till number 9205481 Mtembei TV, ama +2547184545585. Bernard Ingozi is the name, and you send in your contribution. Let us keep doing it. By the close of this week, we should have made a good progress so far. I'll be giving you the figure of how much we have gotten, but we are far, very far. So kila mtu ajitahidi tafadhali. Naomba tufanye hivi. Let me see. I'm having issues downloading videos, but I think I'm on top of it. So videos zinakuja polepole, ikipatikana tutacheza. Tumsikilize Bwana Respect atoe mchango wake, na kama unataka kujoin link usitarajie link 3. Kuna wale ambao amuoni nikishare link because you are used to sharing 3 at a go. We only share 3 because we share 2 on Facebook and 1 on YouTube. Now it is single because we are only on YouTube channel. Tafuta hiyo link, tumia kuingia studio. Sasa hivi tuko na nafasi ya watu kama 6 ambao wanaweza kujoin. Usingoje studio ijae ndio uanze kusema unaonewa. Wewe ukikuja auongezwi. Wewe njoo, hakikisha tu kamera yako iko on na audio yako iko on, na StreamYard ndio imeconfigure for you so that you will not run into problems. Thank you very much. Bwana Respect, go ahead. How are you?
Yeah, niko sawa Barad, how are you? Unanisikia?
I'm good, thank you. Karibu.
Vizuri.
Karibu.
Yeah. Yeah, ninasikia hiyo hoja yako ya contribution. It's a good project. Ninashindwa tu. I think you need to add a little bit more incentives there. Like if you are an investor, you get to vote who gets to run the show, you know, on a daily basis. Ama vitu kama hizo sijui, and then I'll get to be I'll have something there that I can say, oh, okay, maybe I can contribute more. But then, anyways, that's on a lighter side. I had a question for Bob before I go on to contribute about this thing that's IEBC appealed. Hiyo mambo ya photos to be added onto the candidates papers. Now, what happens if the appeal doesn't go through? Does that mean that they'll have to reprint the ballots? Like if the judgment stands, whatever was made, wouldn't that make things more interesting in that they'll have to go back and look for a printer to do all that work? Am I getting it wrong?
Now, going by what happened in 2017, there were several cases that had been filed on different issues in 2017. And the court had to sit at least, I think, 10 days before the election date. And so I expect this week something to be done, because normally it is the presidential ballot papers are the last ones to arrive. So I'm sure there is something that will be done this week. That it has to. There is no any other option, because unless the IEBC is to, because it is the IEBC which appealed. So I want to believe that it is either status quo to continue, or they will push for a ruling on that.
Okay, thank you. Mogoya, habari yako? Good to hear your contributions. I think it's good to see everything that is going on, and that people are pumped up. Bernard, mimi sitarudi huko kuja kupiga kura, nitapigia yangu hapa mahali niko, kwa sababu hiyo ndio imeleta kidogo.
Hapo ni wapi?
Niko Canada, ndugu yangu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hiyo nini unaleta ya sijui 5 days, sijui plane inafanya nini? Sitaki watu wa RUTO waniletee shida hapo kwa immigration nikiingia. So just stay put and do my voting here where I'm at. I see we've gotten some few more people, Mike. So realist, habari yenu. Okay, DCI. Me, bado Bernard, I still have questions for DCI, because the way they are acting, they are not helping the situation. I still have a few more questions. Like, if these guys came into the country, granted, I think we discussed the passport issue yesterday, and we said, yeah, they may have extension of passport expiration, but then were they given visa, and for how long, or did they even have a entry visa? So if they were given a visa, walipewa visa ya how long, and then on what basis? Because if you're given a visa, you have to show a contract letter for you to be given a visa, saying, I'm coming into the country as a worker, and this is my boss. And then the immigration visa agent or officer can make that discretion and then let you into the country or not let you into the country. That's for one. And then they are apprehended, vile nilisema jana, and then they were released. So who are they released to? Was it IEBC or to Mr. Mohammed, who was receiving them or hosting them? That's not clear, because if they don't have proper documentation, if they are not sure who their employer is, unless IEBC came with a contract letter and showed proof that these are actually our agents or people, contractors that we are working with, then I think there's something that is being played there that is not clear for me. And then I'll go to Mr. Mohammed, the host. Was he even interviewed? Was he interrogated in any way? Just to ask him questions, what is your relationship to this, and why were these materials? If he says, like the clip you played there, and Asema, he has his own business. So what was his business? Like, did he have business with IEBC? Or what was going on in there? Because that is not so clear. Anatuambia tu he has business, and then he used to be part of the IEBC some time back, and it is no longer. So what is he now? And why would this material be going to his apartment? That is not clear for me. So the more I get this information, the more questions that comes up, and it makes, I want to believe DCI for the work that they're doing and what they are saying, but again, it leaves me with a few question marks for that. So I'll leave that there, and then I'll finish, and then I'll have people maybe who have more information, they can respond to that for me. I'll go to Chebukati, and he has said nothing since that time when he wrote, I don't know, he went on social media and put out his whatever statement, and he left it at that. So a lot of stuff has been said, a lot of stuff has come up, and yet he's kept quiet. So I think it just increases my belief that he's not just incompetent. This guy is a fraud. He knows exactly what is going on. Kwa sababu mtu ambaye is serious, mtu ambaye is holding an office where the whole country is beholden to what your moves are, what you are doing, I think you would be wanting to put everything out there so that you clear the air for the people who are paying money for you to be in that office. So that is something that I'm realizing, that even stuff that is being said by one part of the party or parties from UDA, you would think he would have come out and say, you know what, I don't care what so and so is saying. This is our position. This is where we are at. But he has kept quiet, and UDA and RUTO have come in, and they've come just right beside him, and they are portraying him as if he's on their side, which could be true. But if he's someone who's really competent, if he's someone who is not fraudulent, then he will come out and say, you know what, I have nothing to do with UDA. So whatever sentiments they are putting out there, whatever they are saying, this is our position. We don't care what they are saying, or even if it's UDA or Azimio or whatever they are. So it is very troubling that we have someone in that office that is defrauding the country, and there seems to be nothing that we can do about it. You hear, even in our conversation, we are just saying he will have to do the right thing. But we don't have proof of that. We've seen him. Past elections, history tells us that he may not do the right thing. He may actually declare the wrong person in office. So we have to be careful and be on alert, like some people have said in here, that yes, we have to put his feet to the fire, and we have to continue pressuring him to come out in the open and state his position. If kama amelipwa na amekula hiyo pesa, akuje tu aseme nimelipwa, nimekula pesa, but this is where I'm at. This is the position. My friend William Ruto, I think he knows that this election is gone. And so when we are doing the countdown, I think he realizes that there's not much that he can do. The train has left the station, and he's just there barking, but he has nothing else. He's just a toothless dog who has no bite. So his words have no bite, but he's convinced that if he keeps barking, then maybe someone will hear him and will pay attention to what he's saying. But trust me, everybody around him knows that he's losing. Ruto himself knows that he's losing this election. So all he's left with is to make enough noise so that when everything comes clear, he has nothing else left but the lies that he's putting out there. That's the only thing he's grasping on. So I want to encourage people. I want to encourage the voters, the electorate, and just say, wait for the day. Kama vile Bernard amesema, just do your best and be at the polling station and pick the right person. I think what we have right now in the office and the things that are going on, we've said it, is because we've picked the wrong people. Don't pick someone because of euphoria. Don't pick someone because they are rebel. Don't pick someone because, ni mtu wetu. You have to pick someone who has a record, who has history, who has demonstrated that they can actually deliver on what they are promising. And those things are there. These are not foreigners. These are people who are running in your county. These are people who are running in your local area that you can actually, if you want to find out the information, you can actually get that information. So don't be lied to. Don't go by the euphoria. Don't go by the empty promises that you are getting, but vote someone on the basis of their integrity, on their values. And then ask yourself 5 years from now, did we do the right thing? Instead of thinking 5 years from now, we'll be coming back here and we'll be crying the same cries. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you.
Okay, asante sana bwana, respect, we appreciate that. Mike, what is it?
Or you can proceed. I'll speak in my turn. It's okay.
Asante.
When my turn comes.
It's okay. Thank you. Where is this? Papa Zimio, there was a question directed to you. Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah, what was the question? I was reading something else.
I think he answered that question. If you are pointing to the one I asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are sorted, then we are good to go. Thank you very much. Please, kila mmoja mahala pote ulipo, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unaendelea kukaribisha mtu kujumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki tunapojadili siasa zetu na kuelimisha Wakenya ili kila Mkenya amakinike kwa kujua ambivu na mbichi ifikapo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 tunapochaguana kutoka kwa MCA mpaka kwa rais mwenyewe. Usibaki nyuma. Na tumeanza kuhimiza watu, kama unapaswa kusafiri ili uende kupiga kura, anza hizo mikakati mapema. Usingoje dakika ya mwisho, kwa sababu chochote chaweza kutokea na kikakufanya usiweze kupiga kura. Tunahitaji kila mmoja apige kura yake kwa njia safi na uwe katika sehemu ya wale ambao wanaamua Kenya inakwenda wapi, kwa kuhakikisha kwamba wewe ni mhusika katika kupiga hii kura. Papa Simiyu, iko nini?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention there's something that Respect had mentioned about this Abdullahi guy. You know, I want to kind of castigate the Kenyan media, because I watched the 9 o'clock news on KTN, and KTN apparently were in contact with this fellow called Abdullahi, and you know, they only gave us his statement and or a reported speech, and that is not good enough for Kenyans. You know, you cannot report on behalf of somebody you don't want to disclose. Some amorphous fellow, somebody that is just wants to operate from the background. This fellow is meant to be a contractor, in quotes, for IEBC. And the most interesting thing is that the fellow, according to KTN, is that the fellow worked for IEBC between 2012 and 2017, and he resigned on the premise that one of the commissioners was going to help him secure tenders. And you can imagine that is information coming from a reputable media house in Kenya. That is very unprofessional for me. And I wish you could get that, Bernard, and even play it here. It is so ridiculous for a media station to give Kenyans this kind of information. So does it mean that the process of even getting that company Seamless was flawed? Because you see, when he says that he informs a media station that I resigned on the premise that the commissioners assured me I would get tenders, it clearly tells you that the tendering process was not an open process. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Na hiyo ndio sababu ya kuhakikisha kwamba tufanye uchaguzi ambao unafaa. Hakuna kitu ambacho kinaharibu hii nchi kama vitu kama hivyo. Eti mtu anakuwa promised, we toka kwa hiki kiti, ukitoka tutakupatia hiki na hiki. Nchi haiwezi kuendelea wakati tunafanya kickbacks na kufanya ile kitu ambayo inapaswa kufikia kila mmoja ikuwe limited to some people. Like some roads contracts, they are offered to people who don't perform, but because they are politically connected, they are given the contract, wanakula pesa, and they don't deliver. I've told you about the road connecting between Kakamega and Malava in our village, Navaholo. I am told that the tender was given to a company related to Duale to go and tarmac the road. And the person came and poured maram. When he finished pouring maram, he painted it black with some kind of tarmac. And it is Maram Road as we speak right now, but it has been fully paid for. That has been tarmacked, and it's a very sad situation. You know, I was going to the village, and when I reached that corner where it was black, I said, hey, tarmac has arrived in our village. We stopped the vehicle only to get out and notice it is not tarmac. It is black paint on top of maram. And so all these things are happening because of this shoddy arrangement. Serikali sio kukula, serikali ni ya kuhudumia wananchi na kujenga nchi, ili nchi ifanye nini? Isonge mbele. Kama huwezi kufanya hivyo, keep away from public service. You are the wrong person for that service. Simple and pure. Ukitaka kufanya biashara, fanya biashara, hakuna mtu atakuingilia. Lakini kutumia ofisi ya serikali kufanya uovu ambao unafanya nchi isonge mbele, na we pia uko hapa kwanza kusema oh, serikali itafanya kazi, na wewe ndio ulikula pesa. Oh, hii serikali imefanya hakuna chakula, imefanya bei ya mkate ikapanda, na wewe ndio ulichukua pesa ya barabara ukaila badala utengeneze barabara, ukapewa pesa ya fertilizer ukaila badala ujenge factory ya kutengeneza fertilizer. This must stop with these elections. That's why we were here, and I really want us to get angry enough to go to the booth and do the right thing. Tumechezewa vya kutosha. Let's do what is required to make this country better. Not for us, for our children and for our children's children. If we can project that way, we'll go to the booth and do the right thing. Lakini history ya kuchezewa hapa na hapa, hapa na hapa, we are just thinking about us and our stomachs. We intend the responsibility of the future generation does not ring in our minds. It's the wrong way to go about this. Let's anaitwa Surrealist. Nakwambia mnanitesa na majina. Karibu bwana Shua.
Hi Bernard, how you doing? Hi Bernard, hi Bob, I respect, hi Mike. I would just like to highlight some
yeah, good. Thank you so much.
Some issues over here. And I want Kenyans to know one thing here. In 2013, 2017, not that Raila and his ilk never knew our elections were being rigged. But since they didn't have any power to stop it, all they could do is just to watch and try all they could do with the mass action and all the stuff. And I think that should go to RUTO. It should not be living knowing that in 2013, 2017, nobody knew how the elections were being rigged. Everybody knew. And they knew even the avenues that elections were being rigged at, but simply because they didn't have the key notice of this war, the key notice that is now fighting. So I'm really wondering how RUTO plans to, like I always hear him, he brags here and there about the age of Raila and all the stuff. You know, if you are one of the key officials of the government, and what you do is to fight people like Kinoti. You know, Kinoti is one of the celebrated criminal investigation officers in the world. Is there by merit. I have a brother who works with the Interpol, and Kinoti is ranked the second in the world as one of the best investigators. So Kinoti is not a child play. He's a gifted investigator. So if you see RUTO trying to start a war with him, you wonder, where is this man heading to? Like, you cannot fight Kinoti, you fight the president, then you fight the minister for the defense, then you expect to win the elections. Another point I have, another highlight I have is about Raila not going to debate tomorrow. And we celebrated when that news came, that Raila is not going to debate. Why do you debate somebody who is not your equal? The debate will only make sense when people go there to highlight issues that affect our nation. But the way I witnessed the debates when Sakaja versus Igate and Gachagua versus Martha, those people had nano earphones in their ears. They had some people who are helping them to answer those debate questions. They were not just answering those debate questions by themselves. but people somewhere were helping them to answer the question. And you could hear, if you are so careful, you could hear the way Sakaja was responding and the way Rigathi was responding. You could just notice they were getting some coaching from without, using the nano earphones. You just plant it in your ears. Nobody will know that you have it, but they are very powerful earphones. Second, it's only 9 days to go. And I had somebody say, like, Martha and Raila should be placed on the same ballot box. It's good they are going to be placed on the same ballot box. But believe me, the most smartest in Kenya have already decided that they are going to vote for Raila, regardless of Martha being on the ballot box or not. So I don't see any worry that people should be, because people have already decided. If I see Engineer Njiru here, and I see others from the smart-minded from central province. I live in Alabama, and the conversation that is going on here being initiated by my brothers from Central, it means Raila is going to win this. And it's not a joke, this 2022 election, because it's not a normal election like the election that we have had 2013, 2017. It's similar to 2002. It's, to me, a very spiritual thing, that whoever will be left behind will be crushed forever. And I'm reading again down here, there's a person called I'm Blessed who is saying we have some issues in Kongowea. By Raila competing Ruto does not mean Ruto should not get votes from Kongowea or any parts of the country. You will definitely have some support, but that support cannot match what Raila would get in coastal, western, Nyanza, central Lihud. But only I'm always wondering how Ruto can have some influence in central Kenya more than Uhuru. And Uhuru is the sitting president. I'm just waiting to see how that arithmetic will play. But people should not underrate what Uhuru is in central province. And the outcome of the election 2022 on 9th will really shock people. You cannot tell me like, hey, Ruto has a lot of influence in central province than Uhuru, who is the son of the central province and is the sitting president again. I think those are some of the things that I wanted to highlight. So Kenya should know that Raila is just waiting to be sworn in. He has all the powers, just waiting for the authorities. I've never been so confident in Raila winning this election that I am at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, and we are glad for that observation and contribution. The Kongowea issue, I think the Azimio Secretariat will take care of that. Don't worry, when I'm blessed, everything will work out. You know, as much as we want to have support from everywhere, we are also not in control of who chooses to go where in our midst. And so the campaigns will be done. I think Joho and team will take care of that. But at the end of the day, the individual decision is still left for them. That's a constitutional provision, and we couldn't curtail it if we are democratic. We cannot be advocating for democracy and then curtailing people like what William Ruto was trying to do in Uasin Gishu by vilifying somebody, calling him a foreigner, get rid of this and that. That's madness, in my opinion. We don't need that. If we have a constitution, a multi-party constitution and multi-party state, we should allow that also to take place by allowing people to exercise their free will, but also reach out to them and be able to convince them to cross over if where they are, we think it's not the right place or the right decision they want to make. What is it, Papa Zmio? I want to go through my list of the contributors and then bring in Mike.
Yeah, I know Mike is waiting eagerly. Now, I just wanted to address briefly the fellow called I'm Blessed who was asking you to fikisha ujumbe ya Mombasa Joe to revisit Kongowea. Kongowea ward, the sitting what do you call sitting MCA is called Aburali. He's my very, very good friend, and he had gone to UDA. He was told categorically that you will not see that seat again. Can you go back to ODM? He has come back to ODM, and that seat is coming back to ODM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that ground information. Important. And also, let's not get too much itchy, as especially as Azimio supporters. We don't have to get all the votes everywhere. We just need to get the majority. And to get the majority means let's get as many people to vote on our side, not everybody. Because if we get everybody to vote on our side, it also defeats the purpose. Okay, as much as Magufuli is a celebrated leader, he did not cultivate democracy in Tanzania by his attempt of eliminating the opposition and making sure that the opposition is as minimal as possible in the last elections. That's not healthy for a democracy. Democracy allows other parties also to thrive in the environment as much as you are leading because you are the majority. Hiyo ni lazima, na kama tunaamini katika hii constitution, tuiruhusu ifanye kazi vile inapaswa kufanya, sio kuzuia ifanye kazi. Kwa hivyo watu wana uhuru kwa kusimama mahala popote, kama wanapendwa wapigiwe kura. Mtu asiseme kwamba hii section ni ya Wakalenjin, hatuwezi simamisha Muhindi, hatuwezi simamisha Mzungu, hatuwezi simamisha Mluya. Hiyo story yote iishe, kwa sababu hii constitution ina recognize utofauti tulio nayo, lakini umoja wetu ndio nguvu zetu. So as much as we would want the majority to vote on our side, we shouldn't curtail and stifle the democratic space by insisting that we should have uniform this and uniform that, uniform that. It's wrong, and it's better I place that clearly. And this is another debate that we may have to have and talk out, because the UDA style of campaigning and the insisting that like what Gachagua was saying, independent ni nini, toa hiyo kitu inaitwa independent. Independent ni mtu ambaye hana gari, hana sijui nini, hana nini. So all that it's multiplying, or rather displaying ignorance in public, which is not healthy. Well, we are appealing to well-wishers and everybody who believes in Mtembei TV to help us expand, not migrate, expand to local TV set, so that what we do online can be carried on the local TV set. We have been consulting on this, and this mandate, when I came here, it was not there. It is you people that gave me that mandate to go and make the consultancy and come up with the surest way for us to get to the ordinary TV set. I got the feedback. I have come back. My appeal is we only need 1.6 million to have our first month within 10 days to be on air uninterrupted. Then the other modalities, we can come in by now. When we are already on air, we can now work with investors for expansion further. So far I have, that is from my line, those who are sending M-Pesa on my line. So far I've gotten contributions from 7 people. I'll be reading only the first name so that everything remains safe and secure, and then we move on. Ruben has sent 11,641. We have Michael has sent 11,641. We have Femia has sent 1,165. We have Dorothy has sent 2,059. Sylvester has sent 2,329. Asha has sent 1,500, and then Danny has sent 5,826. So please, let's keep doing that. We can hit these if everybody did their very best, even as we look forward to doing everything in our power to see to it that that happens. So we'll play this video. After that, we'll hear from Mike as he makes the submission accordingly. All right, just one moment. Okay, here we go.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini.
Utumwa wa kidesturi ya Kiafrika ni vizuri.
Mimi nataka niwaambie nyinyi watu wa kuzimia.
Tumeamka wewe Ruto, tumeamka. And we are going to show you. Bwana Ruto, heshimu baba bwana. Heshimu mzee bwana. Sio kila kitu kile naanza kuzingizia kwa Raila.
Unaona juzi anatusi waziri mwenzake.
I also take this opportunity to apologize to the Honorable Raila.
Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji.
I have decided to wait the wananchi's verdict in the forthcoming general election.
Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's bring in Mike. You can take it. How are you today?
Niko salama Bernard, and I'm happy we are moving into the digital platform. I know Mtembei will be a big platform for Kenyans to participate in. I'm proud to be part of it. Nitaendelea kusupport kutoka kando. Now, to go to the issues of the day, Papa, habari ya leo? Sawa, nitakutembelea hivi karibuni. Now, to come to the issues of the day, I want to dwell on only one issue, Bernard, if you allow me, and this is the observations Kenyans are making on the preparedness. I think that's one of the topics of the day, preparedness of elections as we move to the home stretch. The things, especially what is coming out, looks disturbing, and it is causing fear among very many Kenyans that a lot of things are happening that may cause confusion or may cause the elections not to be carried out in a manner that is above board. But what I want to tell people, and this is my observation, is the things that we have seen unfolding in the last few days are not things that have been discovered yesterday. Bernard, I've just flipped through the internet. When you look at crimes, especially international crimes, because some of these things that we are reading are border on international crimes. When you look at cases like the Akasha brothers, when you look at cases like the Pablo Escobar, the trail and the investigation took more than 4 years, 2 years, 3 years to get the trail and to get to the bottom of these crimes. Then these networks are very, very sophisticated, and you cannot chase them like you chase a chicken thief in the village and expect to get the information you want. So Kenyans are waking up to the end tail of the efforts that have been made by our intelligence system, and they have been thinking that this is a tip-off or an arrest that has been made by luck at the airport, not knowing that these things were foreseen 4 years ago. And I'm saying this because I just read a tweet by Murathe, the deputy party leader of Jubilee. He said 2 years ago that we are monitoring these people, and in the very near future we shall get them pants down. And true to the word is that some of these things that are being unfolded are getting some people pants down. They never expected that they will be caught in the last minute. The other reason, Bernard, is that these people had to be trailed up to the last minute so that they don't have an option of plan B. Now that most of the things that had been planned have been arrested, if these things had been arrested 2 years ago, or this information had been shared 2 years ago, some of these criminals would have jumped to plan B. Remember, these criminals have plan A, B, and C. So in executing a plan B now is almost impossible because you'll have to start all over again, and not just starting over by logistic, by even money. And most of the monies that had been paid out to people to facilitate this crime has already been eaten. These people will not return that money because they have done their part. If you are paid to bring papers or ballots or stickers, you have brought and you have delivered your part of the contract. So these things are for me working very well because people are being caught in the act. And by law, Bernard, you cannot arrest somebody who is about to commit a crime and charge him for that crime. You can only arrest him in the act or when he has perpetrated the crime. Arresting the Venezuelans from their country of origin with the ground that they intended to bring things here would not have held ground on in law. So people had to actually do the actual crime, commit the actual crime, and be caught in the real act for you to sustain a ground. But there's also the argument that these people, why were they left? It was part of the whole idea that, and in my thinking, they were allowed to go all through the stages and share information. And the information they have shared, some of us are arguing out of ignorance. We might not know that these people have shared enough information that can allow them to bargain for their release. So that in any country and in any law, there is a plea bargain. You bargain for your survival. And mambo yakikuwa unge ikizidi maji unasema sitakufa peke yangu, acha niseme nilikuwa na nani, alafu unaambiwa wewe sema, alafu tutakurudisha nyumbani. So that's what has happened. People have said they would rather go home and eat their food than stay in a foreign jail, and they have given out names and details of things. What you Kenyans don't know is that DCI and the intelligence has so much information that mtu alikuwa anasema kwa Twitter that macho ya NIS sahi mtu akijikunakuna matako tumejua amejikunakuna. Sasa we should not be worried, Kenyans. I think as somebody said, surely this is one who said, and I said it before, our intelligence is one of the best in Africa and among the best in the world. Kinoti could not have been put on the board of Interpol if he was a mediocre police officer. So let us not downplay the fact that we are very highly trained people, and that's why some of these things are being caught at the very, very opportune time. Thank you, Bernard. I only wanted to share on that.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Na ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike. Na we are not a banana republic. I keep emphasizing. We have a functioning government, and that government is in charge of all the affairs of this country. Let not the bad elements in our midst think that they can get away with their monkey business. Not with the 2022 elections. They may have gotten away with the previous one, but this one, not possible. Chebukati and team, you better go back to your ethics and just do what is required of you. Listening to outside forces, they are only going to make your life miserable. I cannot forget the face of one Kivitu when he got ill and he was his last days on the face of the earth. It was terrible. I think there was an interview done for him, and he was lonely and he was living all alone and all that. But that was not the case. The statement he said when he was confronted with the issue of whether Kibaki won the elections or not, he said and confessed, I can't forget those words. He said, the president is a good person. The president is a good person. He said, but there are people around the president that God would have never created. Now, that is a statement coming from an old man who was in charge of the election. Said there are people around the president that God should have never created. Now, those people may be around and may be deceiving somebody somewhere. Those people will not be with you in jail, and they will not be with you when you will be in Manyani serving your term. And this time, it could be lifetime. So face your job, do the right thing. Whether you are a clerk, a returning officer, a presiding officer, follow due process, do what is due for the sake of your country and for the sake of the future of this country. Don't play monkey business. Pesa za haraka zitakumaliza kwa haraka. Kuna mtu atakuwekea hela kwa account and that money will be disaster for you. Just do what you're required to do so that when we begin to trace your steps on how you functioned, we will not find anything that places your integrity in question or your commitment to what is right in question. It's that important. We say that a person who always speaks the truth, he doesn't have to remember what he said. But a liar has to remember everything he says, every time he says, so that he doesn't contradict himself. And then I want to appreciate Matoke. Matoke says we should shift gear after the elections as Mtembei TV and begin to hold to account all the leaders that have been put in office. Yes, we are looking forward to be a vibrant, serious, vibrant TV program that will give priority to what is good for Kenya and what is good for the future of this country. Holding leaders in account will be one of our top priority because I've always referred to Busia and Kakamega, okay? Siaya and Kakamega, Homa Bay and Kakamega. All those people have had governors for 10 years. But the difference between them and Kakamega is like day and night. Why? When we have a competent leader, things happen. When you have an incompetent leader, things don't happen the way they ought to happen. And so as Mtembei TV, we are not closing this any soon. We're here, and that's why we are appealing to everybody to kusanya hii 1.6 million iingie mara moja, tuingie kwa TV set, tuendelee na kazi, kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu atatoroka na hela ya Kenya ajifiche. When we went to Marsabit, what I saw potential, I saw possibilities. But that possibility is not being deployed. I'm told that the governor, yuko tu. We made a lot of inquiries in how come he's in office, ambia yuko tu. Kwa nini aliingia kwa ofisi, ambia huku atuchaguangi, huku ni wazee wanaamua, wazee wakishaamua sisi tunafuata. Now all those things we're going to follow them and see to it that the people put in office are functioning and the country is moving forward. And so please, let's do our best to see to it that we make our contribution and keep moving. Na kuna wale ambao wanatoroka show kwa sababu tunaitisha hela. Usitoroke show. Hii show itakuwa hapa. Imekuwa hapa. This is our 10th month or so. We'll be here every day. So we will work with those that are working. And there was a suggestion that we mention both names. I'm against mentioning both names for security reasons. Online here, I have always given a disclaimer. There are some bad elements even in this channel particularly. Kuna watu ambao wamejaribu kuhack hii system. They hacked my personal Facebook account. I couldn't control it. They changed password, changed phone number. I had to battle out with Facebook to get it back. I succeeded to get it back, but my YouTube channel for my business, Triumphant Bible Media, I lost it completely. It had over 30,000 subscribers that I had built for a period of 10 years. But I lost that through hackers just because of this particular show. So when we are talking about security reason, I mean exactly that. We don't want for you to be part of this and then you become a victim of bad elements. But I really appreciate everybody. I know we can hit this 1.6 million if everybody did their very best. Tuendelee mbele tafadhali. Bwana Njiru, karibu, namna gani?
Ya Bwana Bernard.
Haya, sema mawili matatu ukiendelea mbele. Leo nimekuwa na matatu driver, just to inform you. Anasema anatoka Kirinyaga na yeye kila anajua kwamba UDA imeshika moto Kirinyaga, imeshika moto Meru, and alisema kitu ambayo mpaka ikanistua. Akasema hata Kiraitu Murungu dereva wa Embasava. Najua mimi naongeanga na wananchi. So akanaambia yeye anatoka Kirinyaga na anajua siasa ya huko, na akasema Kiraitu Murungu hawezi chaguliwa, hata Ngirishi hatapata kitu. William Ruto ndio anawika huko, na watu Mount Kenya wamekasirika sana na Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa hivyo watapigia kura William Ruto. Nikamuuliza kwa faida ipi ama kwa faida ya nani? Akasema hatutaki kujua. Hiyo ndio iko kwa ground na ground iko hivyo. So nikamwambia tukutane tarehe 10 kama kura imeingia, kwa sababu ile kitu unaniambia mimi sijui. Naomba uanzie hapo ukiendelea na mchango wako.
Bernard, I don't know. Naona ni kama Papa Azimia anainua mkono. I don't know. Ama hataki kungoja niongee. Anyway, let me make
uko na deni lake.
Nilikuwa nasema you realize that one of the roles that were found by DCI, Meru was included. So you can imagine if he can tell you that Kiraitu is not coming back, it means that they had something in store for Kiraitu. Thank you. Proceed, Njeru.
Okay, sawa. You know, Bernard, sijui kwa nini leo umeamua kusoma akili yangu, because actually my presentation today nimekuja hapa kuelimisha watu wa UDA kidogo. Nimeona tume concentrate na mambo mingi sana, and UDA guys don't have some information. There are some researches I'm usually involved in, and maybe I can give some information up just for the insight. You know, in any civilized country kuna kitu tunaitanga approval ratings. Normally approval ratings are usually done for popular people in the society, people who have who are doing some serious things for people. You can have an approval rating for a president, you can have an approval rating for a governor, senator, things like that. First of all, I want to confirm to UDA people in specific. Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta started with a very worrying approval rating in 2013. They might have not seen those data, but the approval rating of Uhuru Kenyatta was below 45%. Truth of the matter. In 2017, that approval rating was even worse. His approval rating was close to 39%. I have interacted with that data, and today I can tell you the approval rating of Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is close to, it is actually mirroring what Raila Odinga might get in this election. I'm just telling people and the approval rating for Mr. RUTO has even declined from where Uhuru Kenyatta started in 2017. That is the data I'm giving people. The approval rating of Mr. RUTO as we speak now is at 34%. The approval rating of Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta as we speak now is at 59%. I don't want to tell people where that data is from, but I'm telling people from that. So what I'm trying to tell people is that, first of all, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is the only Kenyan president who is exiting with a mood. And I want people to understand that there is something we call an exit mood. Mr. Moi was not able to exit with a mood. When Moi was exiting, even during the inaugural ceremony, hata alikuwa anatusiwa na alikuwa anaambiwa vitu mbaya sana. During the Kibaki time, it was a bit a silent mood, but there was still a lot of criticism. But Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is exiting office with a mood. UDA people can deny it because they are in an illusion, but I can tell you now, Uhuru Kenyatta is the only person in our modern history who is exiting office with a mood. I don't want to explain that mood, with a mood. And when there is some excitement, people can tabulate something which has happened, and he is the only person who is showing an indication, and there is also a swing in the indication where he is doing it. So that's why I wanted at least to educate guys who are supporting UDA a little bit. So even when you are talking of so many issues that we are going to win, for you to win an election, you need to look at indicators. So I want UDA people to tell me about the approval rating of RUTO as per now, not opinion poll. There is a difference. There is difference between opinion poll of KKA and the approval rating of RUTO, because RUTO cannot enjoy the approval rating as a combined utility of KKA. There is the approval rating of an individual, and his approval rating is extremely low. They can argue with that, but that is the data. So there is also another thing which I wanted to comment here. You cannot win an election if you are not in control of issues. And some of the things which Mr. or Bwana Raila Odinga was not able to capture in 2013, 2017, it was because he was not in control. He had the numbers, he had the people, but he was not in control. That is why there are so many things which happened in the elections and he was not declared the winner. So, and today we are seeing a different script. We are seeing a campaign which is in control. So that is one thing which I would like to put there for people to see. Naona Black ananiandikia, lakini Black will come here and you try to dispute from me. I'm giving scientific data, so you can come and dispute with me with your theoretical and imagination. So Bwana Black nakuona sana. So one thing which I want to tell people here who are supporting UDA here is that you cannot win an election which you are not in control. UDA right now, they are not in control, and what they are doing is rhetoric and trying to create an imagination that they are in control of the situation. If UDA was in control, hawa watu wawili wa Venezuela wamekuja, hatungejua. For your information, I'm double sure hawa watu wa Venezuela in 2017 walikuja. I don't want to explain how. So, Bwana Bernard, one thing which I want to confirm to you, all the circus you are seeing happening now, even in 2017, they happened. It's only that they were not communicated, or maybe one side was not effectively aware. So, the fact that they are trying to recreate 2017 and the information is coming out, it is now you can now try to mirror who is in control of this election. So if UDA was in control, wangeleta watu wa Venezuela na tusijue. So it shows everything which they are doing, there is somebody who is aware of what is happening. And that's why I want to echo wale watu wanasema hapa, if Chebukati wants this country intact, give Kenyans a credible election. Mr. Raila Odinga na tumekuwa tukisema hapa, Raila Odinga is the last person who wants a rigged election, for your information. In any case, Raila Odinga does not need to steal election from the MP of Eldoret North. We are not interested in that. The former Prime Minister of Kenya that is not interested in stealing an election of somebody who has not built a national image and warrant to become the next president of Kenya. For your information, and I want to tell even the people who are kila saa hapa wanalia, wanasema ati Ruto has not yet been baked to the level that he needs to become the president of Kenya. Hajafikisha. I want to tell people, qualification of a president hapa, na hili sasa watu waniambia kama Ruto wako hapo. Number one, a president has a national image. Number two, a president is not a propaganda machine. A president is not supposed to be fighting his bosses. Hata ile wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa anafanya kazi na Mr. Kibaki, there is no place where it has been recorded that Mr. Bwana Raila Odinga fought Kibaki openly. They had disagreement, but there was ways of responding to any issues which were against him. So, Mr. Ruto is not qualified na hajafikisha. Let me not use qualification. Hajafikisha level ya, he is not a, for you to become a president, first of all, you need to become a statesman. Then after you become a statesman, next you can become a president. The reason why right now I cannot become a president is because I've not reached the level of being a statesman. So if Mr. Njiro one day want to become the president of Kenya, I have to first of all package myself as a statesman. Then after packaging myself as a statesman, some people can evaluate me and they can present me as a president material. But Mr. Ruto ameruka hiyo level ya kukua statesman. So Mr. Ruto is not a statesman. So Mr. Ruto is just a citizen who has been lucky, who has been nominated by somebody to become his deputy, and now he is using that qualification of being a deputy of somebody to become a leader. So kuna kitu ameruka. It is a three-tier. So he needs to first of all become a statesman. So a statesman, so ni kama vile unasikia we have mtu kama Raila tumefika level, tunasema Raila akisema kitu tunasema ni ukweli. Ruto amefika hiyo level. Ruto akiongea kitu saa hii tunaweza sema ni ukweli. Hatujafika hiyo level. So Ruto hata maongeo yake has a lot of doubt. Lakini unasikia hapa ama for so long, almost close to 10 years now, unasikia watu wakisema Raila Odinga akisema kitu, Raila Odinga akisema bibi yako ako na mimba, enda ukanunue madiapers. What is the meaning of that? That is the meaning of an individual who has become a statesman. And Mr. Ruto is not yet there. So in simple, and as I conclude, so that sababu sitaki kuambia watu wa UDA sana. First of all, package your candidate as a statesman. Once your candidate becomes a, naache mauongo mingi. We do not want people like huyu Gachagua wenyu. We do not want people who cannot package themselves as statesmen. People who are you know, it is evil even to build propaganda on a country president without having clear information. Huyu Gachagua anasema, anaongea tu story ya state capture kila siku, whereas we know both Rigathi Gachagua and Mr. Ruto, they are the biggest state capture in Kenya. In fact, I'm tired of that word state capture. Leo mumeona gazeti imeelezea who is state capture. Wametoa kampuni za Ruto, wametoa kampuni za Raila. Kampuni za Ruto zimekuwa zikifanyia serikali kazi as early as 2000, and he is here boasting as a statement. For what? Mr. Ruto, you don't deserve anything in Kenya. Umetuibia pesa for so long, from 2000. Hiyo sijui, hata leo nimejua makampuni mingi. You have only been thriving on government contract. In fact, Ruto minus government contract is a pauper. It is that simple. He has never built wealth on personal capacity. Ajaenda pahali akapewa kazi by individual contractors or international organization. He has from day in day out, he has been working with the Kenyan government, and you dare call others state capture. If others are state capture, even you are state capture. Number one, you have the only jobs Mr. Ruto has been. Sijasikia Ruto amefanya kazi na UN. Sijasikia Ruto amefanyia any international organization kazi, because companies, that's where they go and get a job. He has been working for the government throughout. And why? We know for you to get a job with the government, lazima ufanye matenda na matenda zingine zianguke. So what does it mean? If you can manage to get like 10 or 20 jobs with the government, hiyo ni self-interest, and it also shows you are also colluding kupata hizo job, hizo kazi, sababu unajua we do competition. People do competition. So what I'm saying here is that Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua, who cannot even explain the 1.5 billion, hiyo plot nimesikia juzi, who cannot explain much of their money also, akakuja akatuambia wealth yake ni 800 million, whereas I know it is even more than that. I know he tried to put his wealth below 1 billion so that at least Wakenya wasishtuke sana. So what I'm trying to say is that Mr. Ruto and Gachagua are the biggest state capture in Kenya. And if they are not the state capture, wakuja watuambia hapa. Leo tumeona Raila Odinga hajaifanya kazi na serikali. His companies have not worked with the government. In fact, we are tired by these lies. And that is why we cannot attend the debate of people who want to pretend as if they are hardworking Kenyans, whereas we know that it is just an opportunity which has been created to them through the government, and they are becoming billionaires. Even me, give me those projects, government projects, we see if I will not become a billionaire. So let's forget these issues. This guy, they are the biggest state capture in Kenya. So I don't deny Uhuru Kenyatta might have benefited from slight things because of his positions, which he has been the government. But he is not the only one. Ruto has been the government from 1997. He has benefited. He is the image of state capture. Rigathi Gachagua, he is the image of state capture. So let them give us a break and we stop this discussion. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Bonanjiru. And just to emphasize that, I have said here, Ruto wanting to be president is the main thing for him. He doesn't care what Kenya becomes. He doesn't care whether he's fit to run the affairs of Kenya. The most important and the highest priority for him right now is to become president. And why does he want to become president? Kumbuka statement yake anasema hakuna wale watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama nini? Kama sisi wa Kalenjin. Lakini inafika mahali unatofautisha mambo. Okay? Unatafuta serikali kwanza. Ili ukishapata serikali, utumie serikali kutatua haya nini? Matatizo. That is exactly the mind of one William Ruto when it comes to looking at government and government position. He sees government positions as positions you use to solve your personal problems. Okay? So I want to be president so that the being president can help me solve 1, 2, and 3. It has never dawned to him that presidency means 55 million Kenyans, and each one of them you must safeguard their interest, safeguard their welfare, safeguard their future. If he understood that, he would run away from the president, the president issue. So wale watu wote wanataka kutumia serikali kutatua matatizo yao wasipewe nafasi, kwa sababu wata abuse the office. And from what Njiru has shared, what is captured in the newspaper today, it is clear what made William Ruto rich was state capture. Gachagua was the main supplier for majority of county governments. It is said it is his company that supplied to Bungoma County wheelbarrows at over 100,000 Kenya shillings kwa Lusaka, because Lusaka, they were both in the district commission work together. So akapewa tenda, akaleta wheelbarrow moja, ikauzwa 1,100. Then they come and lecture to us what there is state capture, because the state is looking for them for the abuse of office that they have done, and then they call it state capture. So tumakinike kama Wakenya, tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna mtu ambaye atatushurutisha kumsaidia kuendeleza uovu. That is not going to work. This country, we are stakeholders just like every other person, and it's our duty to weed out every bad elements that wants to make a mess of a great country like this. The kind of resources that are in this country, if the kind of stealing that takes place in this country took place in other countries, those countries will wind up. It just shows that with all the stealing, Kenya is still here. It means what is in this country is so huge that even the thieves wonder why it is still standing after that kind of stealing. With this, I'll bring in Omar. One of my senior bishops said that the Jesus ministry had a lot of money. That even if he had a thief for a treasurer, he still had money that nobody noticed there was a difference. So please, let's be vigilant. Let's be vigilant, and let us envision this country as a progressive one and make it progressive. Thank you, those of you who are inviting guys to watch. Please, let's end. Yes.
Just ile swali ulikuwa umeuliza in 15 seconds. Mtu akikuambia Kiraito Murungi will not win, ask them a simple question. So Meru people are going to vote out Kiraito for who? Who is the replacement for Kiraito? Ni huyo jamaa ya kuanguka kwa manyumba za wenyewe? That is the question. So you see, sometimes even when people say ati mtu fulani ataanguka, so sometimes I know Meru people are clever enough, and even if they want to deny Kiraito Murungi the votes, kuna mtu hawezi weka. And I know, yes, I know, like in Mount Kenya there is a possibility kuna watu watapata viti, but the fact that kuna watu wamejisimamisha na Azimio and they are strong, kuna viti mingi sana hapo. So that's what I would say. So sometimes you deal, what are the candidates wametuletea? They don't even have people with the character. Ni watu tu wa mudomo tu.
Sawa, naomba tufanye hivi tafadhali, tuokoe muda. Papa Azimio, what is it? Tumpatie Omar naye pia achangie.
Sitamchelewesha Omar. Asante bwana Bernard. Ile kitu inanishangaza ni kwamba IEBC wako na hii tabia ya kuissue statements usiku wa manane. For instance, an hour ago they have released a statement, and in this statement they have not mentioned the name Abdullahi absolutely. And another thing that I have just noticed in their statement is that they have given us a record or data with regard to Smartmatics and where they have worked, but they have, they have conveniently omitted Venezuela, where they bungled. They have mentioned Los Angeles County, they have mentioned Estonia, Belgium, but they have conveniently omitted Philippines. They have omitted Venezuela. And they don't want to even mention that. Now, why would they want to give us, I mean, a history of a company where everything is good, like in UDA, when everything was good in the Jubilee government, then they want to take credit. But when anything is bad, they avoid it. This is the kind of shenanigans that Chebukati is taking us to. And we will not accept this kind of rubbish. So let me give it back to you so that you can hand it over back to Omar. We will continue that conversation after Omar is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be dealt with exhaustively. And Chebukati should stop waiting for statements to be written at UDA headquarters and sent to him. Then he reads. Itumbi is going to mess him big time. He is the lawyer in this matter. He should wake up and begin to exercise his capacity if he doesn't want to have a bad ending. And he has survived turbulent times. But if he plays Kati with this one, it will sink him in a very bad place. Let him grow up and just do what is required. Hiding information from Kenyans for the expedience of your bad decisions is not going to help the situation. We have videos. There are videos I played here, and I will be replaying them shortly, on how that same company was dealt with and how the international community is viewing it. So what is he taking Kenyans for? We look forward to engage further on the same later on. Wakenya, tafadhali tumakinike, tuendelee kukaribishana, endelea kusubscribe, usikose kusubscribe kwa Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Okay, na naomba tu tuendelee na mchango wetu, tukidebate tunachanga, tuma 1,000 yako, 2,000 yako, tufikishe hii 1.6 million, tuanzishe Mtembei TV ya kawaida, kulingana na hesabu ambayo tumepewa na wale walikuwa wanahusika na masuala ya kuhakikisha kwamba with the minimal fee of 1.6 we'll be able to get license, get server, get put on air, and be able to run the show for a month before we get another bill for our recurrent bills. So please help us do that. With the simple facility we have, we'll be able to do that. We just need to be boosted in that. Na wala ambao mnasema mnataka kuwa investors, let us work on this first, and then now the investing will be for the second phase. If we combine the two, inaanza kutuletea kizaza. But our lawyers are working out on the way out, on the way forward for investing, because investing makes you a permanent member of Mtembei TV and a permanent a stakeholder in Mtembei TV. So that's more complicated than just goodwill and support. Tafadhali naomba tusonge mbele na tufanye yale ambayo tunaweza, tukimtegemea Mungu kutusaidia kufanya yale ambayo hatuwezi. Asante sana. Bwana Omar, karibu.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena, tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini.
Kwa desturi ya Kiafrika ni vizuri.
Mimi nataka niwaambie nyinyi watu wa kuzimia,
tumeamka wewe Ruto, tumeamka, and we are going to show you. Bwana Ruto, heshimu baba bwana, heshimu mzee bwana, sio kila kitu kile naanza kuzingizia kwa Raila.
Unaona je, juzi anatusi waziri mwenzake. I also take this opportunity to apologize to the Honorable Raila.
Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji.
I have decided to wait the wananchi's verdict in the forthcoming general election.
Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcast space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Million peso payment to its automated poll technology provider, Smartmatic. That's as the National Bureau of Investigation revealed an alleged data breach within the company's operations. Johnson Manabat has that story for us.
On December 28 to January 2 of 22, Smartmatic already detected some unusual behavior as to their logs or the traffic in their system. December 29.
May I interrupt, Mr. Lorenzo? Is this admitted by Smartmatic? Unusual traffic and downloads already observed as early as 28 December.
Maybe the term, Your Honor, is not. Yeah, we admit that, Your Honor. In the company intranet server, there was a unusual heavy access of the files, Your Honor.
The Philippine National Bureau of Investigation revealed this at the Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation hearing on the alleged data breach at the Smartmatic system. NBI Cybercrime Division Chief Victor Lorenzo narrated the timeline of events of the alleged illegal access of Smartmatic system in 2021. Lorenzo said, in August 2021, Smartmatic hired Ricardo Argana as their quality assurance officer and deployed in November 2021 at the Comelec warehouse to run some tests in the Automated Election System or AES. According to Lorenzo, on December 28, 2021 to January 2, 2022, Smartmatic detected some unusual behavior to the traffic and downloads logged in Smartmatic systems.
So on December 29, completion of tests in Comelec warehouse, that's when the time their former employee brought his laptop outside the premises of Comelec. January 3, 2022, he reports back to the premises of Smartmatic in Taguig and brought back the laptop that he took from the premises of Comelec. January 9 detects unusual traffic in their system using VPN logs downloads and were traced to the former employee of Smartmatic.
Lorenzo adds, Argana admitted his transactions with a third party to access the Smartmatic system.
In the administrative inquiry conducted by Smartmatic, he only admitted having been promised training modules in exchange for allowing them, the third party, to access his laptop in order to be connected to the Smartmatic facilities. But when he appeared in our office, he admitted that he was also promised, aside from the training modules, he was also promised money ranging from 50,000 to 300,000, Your Honor.
Maraming sinasabing NBI, humihingi rin sila ng second executive session. Kasi mukhang marami pa silang alam na hindi nila pwedeng ipahiwatig sa panahong ito dahil kasagsagan pa rin ang investigasyon nila.
Even with Smartmatic's legal counsel admission that there is an unusual heavy access in their system, he reiterated that there is no hacking in the system and These incidents will have no impact in COMELEC's system.
And we are quite sure that there is no cyber attack in our system because in the first place in Santa Rosa, it's not connected in internet. So with that,
COMELEC officials also assured the public their system was not hacked. Last April 12, the NBI already filed cases against Argana at the Taguig City Prosecutor's Office. Senator Marcos said they are willing to have a second executive session to hear more sensitive information from the NBI. Johnson Manabat, ABS-CBN News.
The Commission on Elections First Division junks the remaining disqualified.
Okay, thank you. Just to make it more clearer, let's just bring this in quickly before Mr. Kamau can come and shed more light. This soul-searching question that really makes me very angry.
The coordinating center, CICC, in the Philippines after the 2016 elections called on this mathematics. It compromised the elections which led to the election of President Rodrigo Duterte. Did you know that in Uganda, the biometric voter kits failed, forcing the election officials to revert to the manual voter system? Did you know that in Venezuela, in Latin America in 2017, its mathematics on its own acknowledged that the turnout voter figures were manipulated by at least 1 million voters? Did you establish this before you awarded the contract?
No, because I rely on the evaluation committee after they do the due diligence and they provide me with the report. That is what I rely on. And therefore, these other news about that you are providing now are things that I was not even aware about.
So the report you awarded never cited these issues?
These issues were never cited.
But this is a company that is seriously indicted by a cybercrime agency of a country.
This, I think, it would require the company to respond because I don't have.
But you're already in agreement with them.
Yes, it's because this information did not even come to our attention. You are actually saying that, and it's not even confirmed. This probably will be based on information that you've been able to search maybe from the internet and the rest. And I think it would be proper at this particular time if this question can be actually directed to the respective company for them. No. I cannot speak on their behalf.
Huyo ndio Mr. Marijuana. Mimi nasema you hired somebody to come and help you preside over an election, and then you are telling me that you did not do due diligence to check on the background and their performance from where they have been. You say that information and you are hearing it for the first time, and you are still in office. Kenyans, are we serious? Let's get rid of this kind of people. We must make this country better by having better people in the office. History ya kuangalia makaratasi, I think tuachane nayo. Let's look at the person, their character, their reasoning, their ability to be able to lay hold on the responsibility that is handed over them. Not these careless sweeping statements. Information that is in the internet is accessible by everybody. Ama hakuna internet anniversary tower? Bwana Kamau, karibu.
Yes, Bernard. Nasikia uko na machungu lakini it is not only you, bana. This country is going to the dogs because we have degenerated to a point whereby the institutions are being led by mediocre, by half-baked CEOs. And I'm actually even tempted to say some of these people, their desire is to see this country disintegrate and go into civil war like our surrounding countries. They might be having sympathies that why is Kenya, since 1963, it has never had a serious civil war like Sudan, Somalia, Congo, Djibouti, all those countries, Eritrea. And these people, I want to know even whether they are Kenyans. Malijan is not a Kenyan. If we look at these guys, I think there is a network, and there was this thing that was going around today, where there is a conspiracy from Abdul Nasir to Marijan to all these people who are in IEBC. We wonder what the kind of a thing is it. I think they want to force the country to go to war, because what I see in the next few weeks is a country going into what we call election in perpetuity. Tunaingia kwa sababu Bernard, tuliambiwa na Supreme Court na tukakubali sisi zote, hata wale walikuwa Jubilee na wale walikuwa ODM, ya kwamba the process of 2017 was wrong. There were so many irregularities that were caused by OT-4. They were told to open the server, they didn't. We get to a point whereby the system failed, and it failed because it was planned to fail. You can imagine they knew that that company had failed many countries, and they continued to give them the tender. But now, again, they are doing the same thing. People with degrees and people who we were looking after, up to, have gone to another company that is indicted, that has many problems, that has messed up so many elections across the world. And you're telling me these are the people who can be the best in these institutions? I'm surprised and perplexed that Chebukati takes 2-3 days to answer questions that were asked by Kinoti, and he doesn't answer them because he wanted to know what on earth were the Venezuelans doing here, and what support were they giving them. Are they part of a staff? Are they going to be training the ABC staff? Or what is the problem? Because they know that Baba, according to all the opinion polls, local and international, he's leading. And therefore, the only thing that can enable Ruto to become the president of Kenya is to steal, because he's a thief. And I was surprised today, ujue kuna uenda wazimu hii Kenya. Ruto is going to Kimwarel, huko Regeo Marakwet, and he's telling them he's going to build the Arol and Kimwarel Dam. My question is, are you going to build or return the money? Because there are two things here. The reason why Kimwarel was not built is because you stole the money. You stole billions of shillings, and it is in public domain. So it is not about allocating a new monies because you might steal. It's about returning the money that was taken. And then we build a dam. Dimba Dam is almost complete because it was supervised by Matiang'i and the president. There was no death difference there. And therefore, it saddens me as a Kenyan of who wants the best for Kenya, that the only people we can elect and the people we can choose as CEOs in this country are people who have no character, who have no respect for the rule of law, and who are confused. Because when you look at Chebukati, Chebukati is a face of incompetence. He's somebody who does not inspire anybody. He doesn't have the courage. He doesn't have the demeanor. He doesn't have the capacity. He might be a lawyer, but I think these things are not only academic, but I think even leadership needs a lot of wisdom, because you cannot be a person who is in charge of a very sensitive institution and you are not inspiring Kenyans. You're not inspiring Kenyans in any way. India has 3 commissioners, 3, who are entitled to look after or manage an election of about 300 million individuals. There have never been irregularities. There have never been civil wars, because they know their work. Here we have 7 commissioners with a bunch of a lot of CEOs and managers and a lot of staff. And their greatest job is to do after 5 years, because by-election is not a job. The biggest job is the 6 ballot boxes. Yani tumepatia commissioners 7, ma CEO wako hapo, wakina Marjan, tuko na watu ambao wako pale na ni watu wa managers. Kazi yenu kubwa sana, mnagojea miaka 5. And yet, even after waiting for 5 years, you cannot manage it. Who has a problem? Is it the Kenyan people? or is it you? Because there's no way we can entrust you with billions of shillings and you give us shoddy job. Because what I'm seeing now in the next few days is a shoddy job. We are about to go back to nullifying an election that have been prepared for 5 years. What were you doing? Chebukati, you've been in office for 5 years. For 5 years, you've been in that office to prepare for one election. That is the biggest job you're doing. What do you do in January, February, March, April, back December? For 5 years. You have every month being paid salary. And I'm telling you, you want to mess an election because you're so much interested with the benefit that you're getting from Kenya Kwanza. Yeah, because we know you guys, you've been bribed. That's a fact. And that is why you want to mess this election. Because there's no way Ruto can win this thing with the popular vote. He has no people. Raila is leading out of 8, is leading out of in six provinces, and even the province, even the former provinces like in Central and Rift Valley, they are still substantive voters of Baba, and that is why I agree with Azimio and Baba not to go and muddy. Don't go and participate in that stupid debate, because if he was debating someone like Wangari Maathai, may the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace, or Koigwa Amwere, or people like people who have integrity in this country, people who have fought for independence, then it could have been a good level of debate. But you cannot go and subject Baba to a thief a whole 2 hours. What are you discussing? People without moral authority, people without character, people who have grabbed roads and grabbed land, and if you Google, they are the top most corrupt people. What are you discussing? That is tarnishing the name of Baba, and we are saying to Baba, you are playing for Manchester United. Usiingie kucheza klabu ya Sofapaka. You cannot play Sofapaka. Baba, you are Manchester United, you are Liverpool, you would play in the Champions League. Let them bring people who have Champions League credentials. That is where you can debate. But don't bring people of Madara United, Sofapaka, people of, I don't mean those clubs are bad, but they are in another level, a small level. And therefore, don't go because the field that you're going to be playing for, Kenya Kwanza has been pouring water, and they have been pouring kinyesi there. It is very muddy. So what Baba will get when he goes there for 1 hour, he will come out with a lot of mud being smeared everywhere, because they will not focus on corruption. They will not focus on integrity. They will focus on suits. They will focus on English. They will focus on beauty, youngness. And those are not things that are helping Kenya. We want integrity. We want character. We want people with inspiration, vision. Those are things that we want to debate. Si tukuje tuambie mambo ya state capture, and the people talking about state capture are the one who have captured the state. If you have taken Weston and it was illegally allocated to you, that is capturing a state. That is capturing a monument. If you have taken 2,500 acres of land in Taita Taveta, that is capture. What other capture do you need? If Rigathi Gachagua for 7 years, he was stealing 2 million per day to accumulate to 12 billion shillings. That is state capture. Hakuna capture ingine tunaongea nayo, na kama hata Uhuru alikuwa anatetea capture, Uhuru asimami. Nyinyi wote mwende nyumbani. We need a new people who have not been in government. We need change, and the change is only in one ticket of Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. Hii mambo ya kila siku tunaambiwa sijui Uhuru Raila ni mzee, sijui amefanya nini, sijui nini. All those things are not helping. We want a person of integrity. We know that if in the most unfortunate event, kama tungejua hawa watu walikuwa wanataka kuiba kura, unajua wangetushinda, waseme ni Mungu na binadamu, Mungu na watu wamewapitisha, na kumbe si Mungu, ni wizi, Venezuela na Chebukati. Kwa hivyo hapa hakuna Mungu, hapa ni Chebukati, watu wa Venezuela na Smartmatic na si whatever, hiyo ndio Mungu yao. There's nothing like that, because you cannot tell us ati ya kwamba nyinyi mko very wise kutushinda. We are not stupid. Kenya cannot be going to very very evil people. Kenya has to go to the right people, and the right people is Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. And therefore, we are urging Baba as his supporters, don't go to that debate. It's a murky field. Wamemwaga maji huko ya propaganda, na huko ukienda utakuwa tu unaongea juu ya state capture, uhuru, state capture, uhuru. Hatutaongea juu ya corruption, hatutaongea juu ya barabara ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa processional way ambayo ilikuwa imeibiwa na mtu tunajua. Hatutaongea juu ya Western ambayo tunajua imeibiwa. Na tunaambia Baba akichukua ushukani hizi vitu zote za wizi, jaishi ni nani, hata kama kwa Azimio, zirudishwe. Na mimi nampatia proposal kama hii Western kwa sababu iko mahali pazuri sana, on your way to museum, on your way to the national park. This Western hotel should be reverted back to the government na isibomolewe, lakini iwekwe picha za watu wale wamekuwa wafisadi since 1963. Tunaweka picha ndio watoto wetu waende wakaone how bad corruption is. We want these people to be displayed there. Those who have stolen things, wakina Biwot, wakina nani, kila mtu ambaye amekuwa na skando kubwa awe na picha yake kubwa huko, so that forever we shall remember this country did not develop because of his character. Na ile kubwa ile itawekwa kwa gate iwe ya huyo mtu ambaye anaitwa naibu wa rais, wakiwa na naibu na running mate wake. We want that to be a museum and a monument of corruption. So Baba, if you are listening to me, Western Hotel isibomolewe, iwe museum ya watu, watoto watakuwa wanapelekwa huko school trips, wanaona ufisadi na ile mambo imefanya. Because Martha Karua alituambia juzi ya kwamba kwa zile pesa zinaibiwa kila siku Kenya, 2 billion shillings. Kwa kila familia inaibiwa kwa kila mtu 40 shillings. Kwa hivyo kila familia kama iko na watu watano, ni unga mbili zinaibiwa kila siku. Kwa hivyo hata tungekuwa na shida ya unga, inaibiwa na hawa wakora hawa. So Martha Karua was telling us, do the math. If you are stolen 2 ungas per day, where would you be if that unga was coming to you directly? Kwa hivyo tuache mchezo hapa kutupea ativiro na tukuja kutubadilishia economy. There's no model here. People, let us talk about the corruption, which is the biggest problem in this country. If that can be eradicated, then we cannot be, hata unga hatutakuwa lowered tu, haitakuwa lowered. We can be able to afford to buy unga because we'll be having the power to purchase. Kwa hivyo kwa hao machache, Bwana Bernard nasema Baba apumzike, hata kama hataenda Jericho, hataenda hiyo social hall, ama aende kidogo atuzungumzie juu ya manifesto, au aende apumzike. Kuna vipindi nzuri sana zinakujanga kesho. Kuna Inspector Mwara, we can see, instead of looking at people who are bottom up and bottom down. Kuna kipindi ingine inakujanga ya Mexico, very nice program, inspiring, it's a love story. Hiyo tunaweza watch, lakini hatutaki kuwatch vitu ambazo hazisaidii Kenya. Mtu miaka 10 umekuwa kwa president, umekuwa hapo, unataka kutuambia utasaidia Kenya aje? You cannot bewitch us and then tell us that you are the cure for the problems you are going through. Na kwa hawa machache, Mungu abariki.
Asante sana Mr. Kamau, we appreciate it. Thank you for that clear presentation. Na ukweli usemwe, kama wewe ndio mchawi wetu, tutatafuta dawa kwingine. Huwezi kuja kutuulia watoto tena unasema unakuja kutufufulia. Haiwezekani. Na hii nchi ni yetu sote. Lazima tuwajibike. Na kuwajibika huku kunatokana na uchaguzi unaokuja. Tafadhali usisalie nyuma. Kuwa mstari wa mbele. Educate your world. Don't wait for somebody else to come and educate your world for you. Your sphere of influence, let it be well covered by the information you're passing across. Nimewambia story yangu, nimeingia matatu leo nikakaa mbele, I engaged the driver. Ndio kaniambianga hiyo story yake. So let's engage people. Let's find what they think and straighten them out. With that, we are helping much. Well, as we are working out contribution to get the 1.6 million to help us have Mtembei TV on ordinary TV set. I appreciate the Linet has sent 1,956 956. Thank you for that, and let's just do that. Everybody do your best. Do your best, and you can do that over and over until we reach that 1.6, na tuwe tayari kutazamwa kwa TV ya kawaida. Tutahitaji bundles, bora tu umewasha stima, unawasha TV, una scroll Mtembei TV, pap, unaona vipindi vikiendelea. So tafadhali and then if you are able, you get the information from us, pass it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people of your family, your friends, so that we reach this 1.6 mara moja, tupate hiyo TV ianze kufanya kazi. Wale ambao mnataka kuegeza hiyo mambo bado inashughulikiwa, haijakuwa ready, na nimeona haiwezi kuharakishwa kwa sababu kuna sheria hapo, kuna mikakati ingine ambayo inakuwa involved. So the team is working on the stipulated way of having investment, but as at now we are only doing free will contribution, ambapo naamini kwamba tunaweza pata hii hela kama kila mmoja atawajibika. So tujitahidi kufanya hivyo, na kama huo una enjoy Mtembei TV, unaona Mtembei TV inafaa, inasaidia, tufanye juu chini tupate hiyo hela kabla ya uchaguzi, tuwe hewani, ili hata kukitokea nini wewe utapata habari ipasavyo. Kuna mtu alikuwa anateta hapa, anasema kama tuko hivi wakati hatujapewa airwaves, tutakuwaje wakati tumepewa airwaves? Tutakuwa we'll be bold and truthful. That is it. It's our responsibility to do that, and we intend to do that even better by being given better space and a better way of doing things. So please, let's do that even as we debate. I salute Mundua Nyumba. I'm happy to see you today. Thank you so much. Even naona night class ndio inafika, ndio naona wanafunzi wake wanaanza kuingia. Mimi ninakuanga mwalimu wa daytime. But you'll go on well. Mama Selina, vipi? Karibu, wewe pia umeingia night class. Umeniwachia day class peke yangu.
Pole sana Pena, tumekuwa kasi. Kuna Reverend Victoria na kuna wamama karibu 10 wamekutafuta, wanasema wamekupigia simu. Nimewaambia waingie, sijui wameshindwa kuingia. Otherwise leo walitaka kukuwa na maombi kidogo kwa kuombea baba. So wamenipigia na nimeshikika, hata nimekimbia tu kidogo niweze kusalamia nyinyi na niseme mambo ni poa. Lakini sasa Penat, yenye sijasikia ni hii mambo ya Venezuela imefika wapi? Tuko safe? Are we safe in the hands of baba na mama? Na Kinoti amefanya kazi mzuri ama kunaendelea aje Penat? Surely sijasikia, ndiye naingia saa hii. So Victoria amesema amekuandikia message. Can you check your message uone Victoria Pet amekutafuta sana Reverend?
Okay, I've seen the message, but in the middle of this show. We wanted to have that before the show begin. Sasa ni kama maneno hii imechanganya.
Waliona saa 2. Nafikiri walifikiria saa 2.
I can either
Yes, Penat.
Yes, I'm saying if they are available tomorrow, we make provision, then we synchronize the timing, we'll give them, because they will want them to have sufficient time to pray. Tukieka hapa katikati, can we request tomorrow and then we agree on the timing, we synchronize, We will start with them before we open the main forum.
Thank you so much. So nasikia wanasikia Mutembei wako tu, lakini nafikiri wameshindwa kuingia ndani, but they are following what you are doing, wanafollow what kind of thing. So nimeambia Victoria kama anaingia tu waone vile iko, and then muarrange now for tomorrow.
Sawa. Let me send her the link.
Yeah,
if she can come in, then we can converse from there.
Thank you, Ben. Sorry. And I'm so sorry. Niko out of bounds na sitaki panelists waone kama nimeenda nje ya maneno ya leo, but I'm very sorry. Ni vile tu nimepatwa na hao madada niko job nikachukua tu nafasi kidogo nikuongelesha, but I'm so sorry. Otherwise wacha ni for nisikie vile mnasema, uniambie mambo imefika aje. Pena tu ya happy to come home, lakini masakarikani sa Venezuela hizi mufanye something.
Usijali, hao wanashughulikiwa. Kinoti asha nasa hao, na mikakati ile iko ni ya hali ya juu.
Na Chebukati anaweza simamia uchaguzi ama ataenda.
Usijali, kuna response amepeana usiku wa leo, usiku wa manane. Ndio inatoka saa hii. Yes, I don't
mwenyewe.
Yes, so hiyo information nani atakupatia, tutakutumia link ile statement amepeana. But we relax, we'll keep you updated.
Mnitumie link, mnataka nifike Nduru sasa.
Hapana, usijali. Nothing. In fact, I has avoided to talk about Venezuela, talk about the Philippines, where that company did not work. So he's just trying to play the usual political games. We'll get to the bottom of everything and give you credible information.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Good, thank you. Mundu wa nyumba?
Si kwa salimu siko ni kitu ya hoja sana, ni mwasalimu wote, naona yote tunajuana hapa. Bernard Salimika, Njiro, Bob, Mr. Kamau, and Deto Select Chef, all of you hapa, sioni stranger majanjui. Mmesalimika?
Tumesalimika.
Pili, swali tu nataka kuuliza. Kuna mwingine anaingia pengine tu wewe hatujuani, lakini sawa tu. Bernard, naona mambo mengi yametimika, yameendelea kuendelea hapa. I'll do my part hiyo ya mwisho anytime. Sikuachia mambo kama hiyo. Ya pili, niulize kwani nini inaendelea na Selecheb kwa kichwa yake? Unajua mabishop wetu wanavaa kitu kama hiyo, sijui kama kuna kitu imetukia. Na hatuna bishop wanawake, sisi ni Wakatoliki, tuko na mabishop tu nini wanaume, sijui
hiyo kofia yako tunaipenda sana. Asante.
Tunauliza Selecheb, bishops wanavaa hiyo ya red namna hii, na naona kichwa Selecheb iko na hiyo, na hatuna bishop mama hata mmoja, ama mambo imepinduka nilipoenda likizo.
Niko job, nimefunga kitambaa, si mambo. Na mimi niko sahi nikiongea na wewe, ninafanya kazi kwa mapana ya Catholic. Niko kwa priest house. So mimi niko holy, nimesingirwa na fathers 100. Niko Catholic Charities na nafanya kazi kwa priest. So mimi niko ndani ya Mungu.
Asante, imetosha bana, mwambie imetosha hiyo sasa. Asante sana, nimeelewa. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Nawaambia wewe mundu wa nyumba utaleta maneno. Asante lakini. Where is this XK ananiambia Bernard, what the driver told you is pure truth. Remember, majority of votes think like him. Those are not the majority, they are the minority. They are the minority. They are polls ambayo tunafanya. We are in touch with the ground. William Ruto hana numbers. Mnataka niseme namna gani ndio muelewe? Hana numbers. Alinizuia jana nikafika kwa party nimechelewa. Nilikuwa nafikiria nitapata keki, kakuta keki imeisha. amenizuia kwa njia kuingia kwa party hapa Rongai tu. Haizi pata crowd ya watu 100 kwa address mpaka afunge barabara. Yaani ni watu mnaonanga sisi ni wajinga sana. Hata ile namba amekuwa nayo hiyo ya 10 sijui na wapi na wapi. Hiyo sio voters, watu wamekuja kumshangaa na leo atasema uongo gani? Wamekuja kumshangaa ile uongo atakuja sasa naenda tena Kimoreri badala anyamaze watu wamesahau anawakumbusha atakuja kujenga. Wewe ulichukua pesa ya Kamoreri ukapeleka ukanua towel na mattress na pillow. Saa hii sasa ndio unarudi tunaenda kujenga damu. Unaenda kujenga ukitumia nini wakati uko nje ya serikali? So hakuna numbers William Ruto ako nayo. Haswa Mount Kenya hana. Mount Kenya ina wenyewe na wenye nyumba umerudi. So baba wa bandia sio Wakambo, hata baba bandia ameonyeshwa mlango na ile paperback alikuja nayo ya shopping ya uchumi ile ya kitambo amewekewa ndani zile socks zake, ameonyeshwa mlango, na hiyo ndio itakwenda kufanyika tarehe 9.
Bernard, acha kutusumbua, tunaenda kujenga Kimwarel na tulishakula, tunakuja tena kujenga tena.
Are you going to vomit it into existence or you're going to pray it into existence after you've eaten it? You are not serious. Sawa. So naomba tafadhali tusonge mbele na mjadala wa leo tukiendelea na mchango. Let's just do this. If we do this consistently, we'll be able to hit that figure within no time. Then the investment part will be phase 2 of the whole thing so that we expand our profitability. But as at now, kila mtu ajitahidi tutoe 10, 20, 20, tutahiti 1.6 within no time. Then we'll be ready to air our programs both locally and then internationally the way we are doing right now. Otherwise, thank you very much. So Mama Selina, if you have any contribution, make now before you go. Then tulete ndani mundu wa nyumba kabla Martin.
Bernard, alafu hiyo video naitafuta.
Yeah, I'm still debating it. CNN and DSTV wanakuanga hatari. But let me see. Nataka nipate clearance. Yeah, thank you. Mama Selina, it's you.
Yes, Bernard.
If you have something to add, you can say now before we go to Mundua Nyumba. If you are done, then we move.
Let me listen, Bernard. I will come back. Let me listen. I'm at work.
Okay, thank you very much. Mundua Nyumba, karibu tafadhali.
Asante bana tena. Mimi sichokagi kusema asanti. I'm able to say thank you, sorry. Na nimekosea hapa, nimwambie sorry kwa kupotea. Tuendelee. Now, the home stretch, final push. It is, and this is the most critical one. Although the distance is very big. Marathon, unaona sasa kama huyu Mkenya wetu Kipchoge anakuwa mwacho wengine mbali hii 42 kilometers marathon. So we are similar. At number 2 ako, by the time we are reaching the 41 kilometers, number 2 ako 1 kilometer behind, and that's what we are doing here. Ako mbali. Of course we are not going to relax. Huwezi kuanguka hapo ukae chini. But even if we are to walk, we have done it. The distance is so big in terms of the Azimio and the Buddha. So there's some stretch. I'm enjoying it. In fact, we are playing it cool. We are not quiet. Bernard, can I assure you one thing? And I like that you have said it. Me, is it in the street? Is it anywhere? I find a group of people. Mwenye ananiuzia gazeti ni mzee moja akolem kidogo. Na kutaka pengine gathering hapo. Na kuna pastor mwingine anakuja kutusumbua, ako Kenya kuisha sana, ako UDA. So any forum I get, watu wawili, hata mtu moja, uko Azimio ama uko nini, uko Kenya kuisha isha kabisa. Inajua kila maana. So it is in me, every other point I'm saying somewhere or a group of people, I raised the issue. Not only that, from today, sasa I'm with my man MCA. Takuwa naye throughout. Of course, nimekuwa na kazi zingine, so I've not been appearing. Bwana Pogon Toroitich, karibu ingia kwa hapa. So I agree. Everybody ukiwa na chance kidogo, hata kama mtu mmoja ama wawili ama watatu ama group, unaenda unaongea. There is no Homestretch. Tumalize hii maneno. Kenya imeisha, lakini let's maintain the pace and iisha vizuri. Now pia naona kuna mambo nyingi imefanyika na sorry, sometimes you people, let me apologize, I get off the point kidogo na bana nikubalia because of age. Na sasa nimekuja kuuliza mambo ya Selina. Ni sawa, don't get involved in those matters. Hiyo ni yangu na wazee wenzangu, tunaelewana. Bernard, nimeona jina yako ni Ngozi. Asante. Homestretch. Najua nangoja hii iteremke free free bodaboda rides for disabled and aged. Very good. It's a big plus. You know, consider the need in society. You know, that's godly, very godly. God is going to reward us by himself. It's Auda government, not KK. As that's RUTO. Kwani ni gani? Government gani wanaunda? That's a dream. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, na unajua alikataa. You know, sometimes you don't have to refuse things just for the heck of it. Had he agreed for the new constitution per BBI, and I contributed in the BBI issue, both the verbal and in writing. I wrote something about it to the county assembly of Nakuru na wakapitisha. Sasa angekuwa mzuri sana because angekuwa official opposition. Sasa tungeleta hiyo nini. So there's no government they are going to form, and not even be in opposition. It been actually nothing. Ako wapi kipu leo? Sijui kama anakata, alisema akate miti ama akate huko. Ni sawa, either ikate, siku hizi zikatai, but there's no government of UDA or KKA. Nothing is like that. It's a dream, pipe dream. IEBC prepared it, ready or not? That one, I don't know. Bernard, maybe you can enlighten me on that one, because so many things have been happening. But you know, we plan, but God executes. We human beings, we do the planning, but yote ni Mungu. Hata vile tunajigamba ati mwishowe nini, hata hii winning yetu haitakuwa ati ni kwa nguvu zetu, ni Mungu ile ametupatia. Na hata hii wenye wanataka hii mambo iende kombo, shetani atashindwa tu. God is ni wa kila mtu. Na kama ulikuwa ukiplan vibaya, hata kubali ufaulu in evil planning. So yote, our planning has not been evil. We are not undermining anybody. We want goodness for Kenya, goodness for future, current and future generations. Now easy kwishe. Somebody said, come on. And I've said it a lot of times. The only problem, we've solved corruption in Kenya. The other things will automatically get in position straight away. You'll not be bothered. Only one. And there's a time I said even President Uhuru's 4 agenda issue should have been one. Corruption, nothing else, and you are done. So this team is going to assist us so much. Finally, Bernard, I've seen your last statement there. I'll respond positively. But I'm with you, Nico, around sasa. The break, I've rejuvenated. So niko energetic na nimeona nawajua wote, lakini naona mgeni anaitwa Pogon pengine salimika. Troy Titich, salimika. Nimemaliza Bernard, but I'm with you.
Asante sana Mndua Nyumba, and we acknowledge the energy is there, yes, and you are rejuvenated. Change is good as the rest, I can see it. Thank you very much. So
nyumba Kiamunyi na Shabi mnacheza pamoja ama mnacheza different?
Kiamunyi na Shabi sina kuru yote tunacheza same game. Si Kiamunyi na Shabi peke yake. Na pia okay, it's always nice to talk things out of topic, said Brian, Bernard, because nimeongea juu ya Mungu. This place has been very dry. The crops are failing. Lakini the last 2 days Mungu ametupatia mvua. So shibe ya tumbo tuko nayo. So Kiamunyi, no, the whole county. Let me go by villages. The whole county tuko azimio sana. Thank you, Deto.
Okay, thank you. Let's listen to Pogon first before we revert to Martin. Pogon, how are you?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you? You mute yourself again. Unmute first.
Good morning.
You just click once. When you click twice, you block yourself. Unmute again once, then you be free to do it.
Now it's okay.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, nafurahia vile mjadala inaendelea. Tumetoka mbali. Mara nyingi huwa sionekani sana kwa sababu ya changamoto ya network, but tunaendelea vizuri. Na mahali penye imefika, I think saizi karibu tufike hata mahali penye opinion poll ya mwisho inatolewa. Kidogo ninaweza kosa kuchangia yale mada ya siku juu nimeona imechangiwa na karibu kila mtu na tunakubaliana na kila mtu, especially Njiru na hiyo nini yake, analysis yake kuhusu number na positions za watu. We are okay, but now I want to talk to everybody else that is listening that wajakuwa wakichangia group ya kina Black na wengine wengi wenye wako huko hivyo kwa comment section. Na saizi ningewish tukae tukipiga hesabu hii Kenya yetu tunaitakia nini. Unajua, at the end of the day tumekuwa tukibeba hii campaign season kama competition, na kidogo kila mtu amekuwa akijipita upande yake, so that mara nyingi tumekuwa tukidefend wrong, but because the wrong was done by people of our side tumekuwa tukidefend, wengine pia wamekuwa wakidefend upande kwao. But now imefika ile wakati sasa ya uamuzi. With less than 2 weeks to go, ni wakati sasa ya kuamua where do we want to see our Kenya. Leo nimeona ile article imetolewa na Nation kuonyesha vile biashara ya Ruto na ya Raila wamekuwa wakibeba biashara zao, na vile kama wamekuwa wakihusika na kufanya biashara na serikali, as in tukiongelea kuhusu state capture, na ikapatikana the initiators wa hiyo vocabulary state capture wamekuwa ni kama wao ndio wenye wamekuwa wakicapture the state all along. In fact hapo hivyo ndio mahali penye wamejiundia. So ni wakati ya sisi kuanza kupiga hesabu. Tunaweza kuwa tunajiita Wakalenjin na mwenzetu ni Mkalenjin anasimama pale hivyo, ama tunaweza jiita Wajaluo na mwenzetu ni Mjaluo mwenye amesimama pale hivyo. So, sasa tutaki kuona chochote mabaya kwake, but it's about time we wait, kwa sababu ikisemekana kusema kweli hiyo kwa familia ya watu 5 unga 2 inapotea kila siku, that's huge. That is huge. Lazima tupige hesabu, lazima tuanze kupunguza hiyo kitu. Of course after hii election haimaanishi sasa tutakuwa tunapatia kila mtu 40 bob since hatutakuwa tuko na nini, tunapoteza hiyo 2 billion a day, but it means if we are able to put in a credible and serikali yenye inawajibika, inamaanisha now society tutakuwa tuna operate wote at a level playing field, whereby kama wewe uko na bidii, kama wewe uko na creativity, kama wewe uko na nini, mambo yako yatakuwa yanaendelea. But when we put in a government that we put people in government that are again competing with us for the little that is there, wanafanya biashara na serikali, and we know when it comes to giving tenders ni competitive. How are you going to be number 1 on top of the president? And never. Na number 2 nimeona wamekuwa kijipita, like right now watu wa UDA wamekuwa kijiwekelea upande ya kanisani, but that is a lie. Hatujaiona hata anything, hakuna hata polisi moja yenye imependekezwa na hao kanisa wenye wanajikoti kama kanisa. Now we have a crisis in Kenya. There is too much single mothers around, na wenye wameperpetuate mambo ya single motherhood ikiongozwa na nani? Ruto mwenyewe, Wetangula ako pale hivyo, watu wenye wamekuwa kizaa out of wedlock. Now if kanisa yao wenyewe haijaileta kwa kuongeza chochote yenye tunaweza sema ina add value kwa society yetu, because you know at the end of the day if the family unit is not held up together as a society, we will never be in together. We will never stand. Even now, hata hii tukiongelea corruption, at the end of the day, we will have to come back to that. We will have to knit back. We will have to mend the society. We will have to bring out a good moral society. And how will that happen? We will want a church that is involved. Sio wale wenye makina Kanyari nani hapo wawili watatu wanapatiwa sadaka exaggerated alafu inakuwa wanatokea na usemi ni kama wao ndio kanisa. So ni wakati ya sisi kufanya ile introspect. What do I want? Ningetamani sana tukue tuko na RUTO, another Toroitich kama president, me as a Kalenjin. Yes, but am I going to put up RUTO akuwe anasimama in my place, akuwe ana represent our society as Kalenjin, amesimama hapo kama president, when what he's doing is ni anatuwa shame in fact, so that any other time yenye mtu atakuwa akifikiria kuhusu any other Kalenjin ni kufikiria kuwa wana behave na wana act same as RUTO? No. Let's leave this one. Let's just give it to Baba kwa sababu ameprove over time. Tumempigia kura si mara moja, tumempigia mara nyingi sana. And by the way, there is this thing. In 2007, I happened nilikuwa niko incarcerated. I was in prison. And tulikuwa one polling station ya Machakos. And there were 97 inmates, me being one of them. Alafu tulikuwa tumesajili kura. Tuliposajili kura, siku ya kupiga kura, we were given soda na mkate, nini tukaongeleshwa, tulikuwa tunajaribu kuambiwa tupigie serikali, ambayo then ilikuwa ni Jubilee ndio serikali. But I remember most of us tulikuwa tunaongelea vile tutapigia Raila, and we went and we voted, but we did not receive the results same day. We received it after the second day. That is when we were told, oh, results yenu ilitoka by the way. All of you, 100% of you, no spoiled vote, mulipigia wote Jubilee. Na sasa mimi nikaanza kujiuliza, watu wamekuwa wakiniambia vile walipigia Raila. But okay, wanaweza kuwa walikuwa wanadanganya. Mimi, I voted for Raila in 2017, but my vote was counted as ilipigiwa Jubilee. Then this means hii yenye inafanyika sasa hizi, hii mambo ya watu wa Venezuela, hii ni mazoea yenye imekuwa iko 2013 2016, ile mofo walikuwa wanaita otimofo, they were doing the same. This time they were going to do the same, only that the players are now split. They are not talking the same language. That's why now things are just popping up like popcorns, and we are very happy about it. I believe if this election, from the way I'm looking at it, there are chances that inaweza kuja ikuwe postponed. Vile naangalia mambo inaendelea ku unfold every day. Mpaka imefika mahali Chebukati amekuwa muoga. He has to wait for us to sleep for him to up a statement so that by the time mnaanza kukataana nayo, kuna wengi pia wamekubaliana nayo. So that means ilianza kitambo, and the good thing is right now imekuwa ikiangaliwa. So what I'm just trying to say, okay, najaribu tu kuambia kuwa what is happening now was happening. Good thing right now the players are in all the teams, and it's going to be, sasa saizi ni kama tunatoka draw yenye unaleta inakuwa cancelled out before tufike 9th of August. I'm very sure hata UDA wanaweza fika mahali waseme wataki hiyo election kwa sahi, hawako ready. Na kumbe hiyo IEBC wao kusema kuwa wamekuwa wako ready for elections, they were ready for this sloppy election that was going to favor one side and disfranchise the other one. So yangu sio mengi, ni kuwa tu ni ukweli, hakuna serikali hakuna hiyo muungano ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA and others wenye wamenunuliwa, na penye imefika ni sisi tufanye hiyo uamuzi. Juu mimi singependa kesho tukue on the wrong side of history. When watoto wetu unajua with history, by the way, hata ijalishi nani alijaribu kushape nchi yake with the help of kina Himmler, anaitwa nani ule wa Germany, alijaribu kuishape, lakini right now history is becoming very fair. Inamdefine kama vile yeye alikuwa yeye mpaka na tabia yake. And you see all those people that were Heil Hitler then, right now wengi wanajificha na watoto wao wengine wamekuwa wakiwaruka. I remember there was somebody, I was reading the story, and he said he's not going to touch anything that his father left behind as inheritance. And same thing to mtoto wa huyu alikuwa anaitwa nani wa Kenya, kuna jamaa wa KANU huyu alikuwa total man. Kuna msichana wake mmoja mzungu alisema hawezi guza hiyo mali inheritance because he knows the way the money was gotten is dirty. Right now these people are running around nini, maybe watoto wao saizi wanaweza embrace hiyo pesa zao chafu, but the second generation after that they will not even want to be associated with the money. Watajitoa hivyo. And for us tujaribu kuunda society yetu, because at the vitu inaharibika. Kama kuna soko saizi ni for us kuanza ku embrace the good, because now the good is the one that is rare. So thank you Bernard, I'm still around and I'm happy leo nimepata chance ya kuchangia. Mara nyingi napatanga shida ya network, otherwise tuko pamoja na salamu nilipokea.
Thank you. Asante sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, very sober and clear way of putting it. Thank you so much. Let's keep engaging. It's good for us to ventilate and let Kenyans look at it widely. And I love the story of voting for this other, then this other one is announced. It's like a norm with the Kenyan elections, but with an exemption of this one. This one must be clean and clear. Magugu yote na mbegu mbaya yote inatolewa ili kila Mkenya akipiga kura, hiyo kura inasikika na sauti inasikika vizuri. Kusiwe na wale ambao wanafumbwa sauti yao wakishamaliza kuvote, ama mambo yanabadilishwa by the state or whoever that is involved to frustrate the will of the people. Let the will of the people, the majority of Kenyans, be respected. I want to acknowledge received a contribution from Thomas of 5,360. Thomas Babu, thank you so much for the contribution. Let's keep contributing. We'll soon get to where we need to get to, so that Mtembei TV can be on ordinary TV stations where anybody from anywhere within Kenya will be able to get the broadcast without much problems. Tutakuwa na story ya internet issues tena, because our content will be carried and made available to as many as wish to be able to follow our broadcasting. And those who follow us on Facebook, right now we're having a crisis with Facebook, and it's like there is some sabotage of some kind. So we encourage you, please subscribe on YouTube. We'll be on YouTube for a while until our Facebook Live feed is restored. In the meantime, usingoje Facebook Live, hatuwezi fika huko until somebody invites you from YouTube. Na ukitupata kwa YouTube, sambaza hiyo link tu kwa Facebook. It's still valid. The link ya YouTube can play on Facebook. The only thing we can't do is for us to send content on Facebook Live through the normal channel of our broadcast. That is being frustrated until further notice. So in the meantime, ukiwa hapa, kuna jamaa ambaye huwa tunachat na yeye naonekani, mtafute kwa Facebook, patia yeye link ama tumia yeye link kwa WhatsApp. You will be able to get the broadcast so that nobody's left behind with a lot happening while we are still here. That information that Chebukati releases as a presser at midnight. This kind of communication system, Chebukati, something has to be done. Something has to be done. This man is up to no good, and he needs to be dealt with. He needs to be dealt with, in my opinion. Now, naomba kuna tape hapa, nataka niko karibu kungatuka, but Oh God. Okay, he's doing double. Naomba tu munipatie na ruhusa nicheze tip ambazo niko nazo deficit, ili nikingatuka nimengatuka niwachie night class mkiendelea. Nizamu ya Martin, but Martin, it is still downloading. Ungependa icheze kwanza kabla ufanye submission, I trust. Namna hiyo. Oga Martin, I'm talking to you. Okay, yeah, okay, and then hold on there. It will soon be ready, and then we'll play it. Listen to this one as we wait for the other one, and then move forward.
Nilikuwa na swali kwa Pogon.
Hold on, Jiru, hold on. It has backfired. Are you able to get me, Njiru?
Bernard, hiyo yangu unaweza tumia maybe Njiru. Njiru unaweza cheza? Bernard akikutumia.
Anaweza nitumia, tutaona tu.
Because I wanted, nilikuwa nataka icheze kwanza kabla ni submit. It was my beginner.
Are you able to get me, guys?
Yes, Bernard, we get you loud and clear.
Just hold on, I'll be back.
We get you loud and clear.
No, my browser has...
Okay, Bwana Pogon, let me ask you a question, please. Bwana Pogon, I want to ask you a question. Can you tell me, from where you sit, I know maybe you could be coming from Rift Valley. From where you sit, can you tell me to what percentage do you believe RUTO rhetoric or RUTO explanations in politics? And if you believe them, what is your position in all, what are you looking for in this election in terms of a presidential candidate? Because I didn't get it from you clearly from that.
Sorry, Bwana Pogon, are you still there?
Ni kama ako mute.
Okay. But are you able to get me this time?
Yes, Bernard, you're loud and clear.
Okay, let me try to play this video, and then check whether the other one is ready. Good.
Umefika baba, ni nguvu zako ndipo tunasema wewe. Leo hii nakuja kwa Wameru tena na Wakenya, kwa sababu Wakenya walisema mimi nimenyamaza sana kwa mtandao. Leo hii kwa mtandao nataka kuwaambia ile swali niliuliza miezi 8 iliyopita. Niliwaambia Mount Kenya uwe ina shift na Mount Kenya uwe inafuata kiongozi wao. Kingpin wa Mount Kenya ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Nataka kumwambia Deputy President, kama ungenisikiza kidogo, haungekuwa na hii shinda uko naye. Saa hii umeanza kuongea kwa makasiriko, unatuzi siwi DCI, unatuzi Matiang'i, unatuzi kila mtu. Kibizu sio yeye atapiga kura. DCI si yeye, hata ungekuwa DCI wewe leo hii, wale wazungu haungekubali waingie Kenya kama kweli wewe unapigania wa Kenya. Na nataka kuambia Deputy President, nilikwambia Mount Kenya iko na wenyewe. Na Mount Kenya si vile unaimbiango na kinya Rigathi Gachagua wanakuja kukudanganya hapo, akina Kimani wakichungwa. Na hata nataka polling station zao pali wataenda kupigia kura, hata hawatakupigia kura. Mundava ndiye anajua ile experience, nakwambia. Ile timu uko na inajua who is Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya impin ni Uhuru. Nataka kuchekelea Ruto. Saa hii unaongea kwa hasira ya nini? Unataka kupigana na Kinoti wa nini? Unataka kupigana na Matiang'i wa nini? Unataka kupigana na Kebishu wa nini? Wa nini watoto wa Mungu unatusi? na ni wenye kupiga kura ndio wanawaambia sisi tunapigia Raila Amolo kura, kwa sababu Martha Karua ni mchichana yetu, ni mtoto wetu, ni mama ambaye ana hekima na heshima yake. Kwa hivyo nataka kuambia Deputy President, usipigane kwa sababu ya kura. Wale wazungu nao walikuja, nataka kuambia Chebukati, Wakenya si wajinga. Uliza Kivuito, Wakenya wanakuangalia na macho yote mbili. Hauwezi tuambia mtu anakuja na beba ballot paper na private bag yake, alikuwa anapeleka wapi? Na nataka kuambia Deputy President, leo hii wewe ndio DCI, ungekubali hao manyang'au waingie huku Kenya? Na niambie Kinoti msiserende, niambie Matiang'i, Mutiambai, fanyeni kazi. Hii ndio wakati wa kusimama na Wakenya. Wakati unapata mdogo wa rais, Ruto ni Deputy President, Uhuru ndio mkubwa yake, anasimama anatuzi mkubwa yake. Hata wewe saa hii huwezi kubali hiyo siasa ya kutuzi bwana IG. Kwa hivyo simama na Uhuru. Uhuru hata jibu huyu kivaranga hii inaitwa Ruto. Ruto ni kitu kidogo. Ni vile alikaa na Uhuru mpaka watu wanamfuata, wanafikiria Ruto ni mtu mzuri. Na niliambia Mount Kenya, meno 3 ndio Ruto anawaonyesha. Mnafikiri Ruto anatuzi Uhuru? Hapana. Ruto hata sasa awe president, kama kuna shetani anaweza kuwa president, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya Uhuru. Uhuru wale ndio wenye Kenya. Hawezi fanya Uhuru kitu yoyote. Lakini nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya, Mumeru, Mukikuyu, Muembu, Mudharakanithi, Mukirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyeri, Nakuru, nyinyi ndio Ruto atafunza. Hiyo azira unaona akona si Uhuru anaongeleza. Ni vile amejua mmesift, hamtampigia kura, na sasa anajua kura sinaenda pahali Uhuru anasema. Na nataka niambie watu wa Mount Kenya makofi. Asanteni kwa kusimama na Mungu. Wacha huyu Mungu Ruto anataka amen. Amen. Sasa ndio Mount Kenya wamesimama na Mungu. Asante Mungu. Tarehe 9 tafuta hospitali ile Ruto utalala. Kwa sababu hata kituo ile yote ulikuwa unafikiria hawatakupigia kura. Enda na Karen Hospital, enda na Nairobi Hospital, enda Aga Khan, tafuta kiti mahali utapumzika, uweko presa, uweko kila kitu. Juu kura ikipigwa Mount Kenya itakustua. Mimi ndio nazunguka hii Mount Kenya na wajua vile wamekupangia, lakini usituzi rais. Usituzi mtu yoyote. Wachana na DCI. DCI ni mtoto ya maskini, alichukuliwa na Uhuru. Kinoti alichukuliwa mtoto ya maskini akapewa hiyo kazi. Na ndio unaona anafanya na loyo moja ya Wakenya, anafuata amri ya mkubwa yake Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Na niambie Kinoti, kama Wameru sisi hatujawahi acha njia. Kama ulipewa kazi na Uhuru, fanya kazi na ufanyie Wakenya kazi mpaka Wakenya waamini. Mimi mwenyewe nikikosea Kinoti, shika mimi weka ndani. Matiang'i, sikilieni hapo hapo. Na niambie DPP, nataka kuonya DPP mara nyingine ya pili. Wacha hii kugeuka. Hakuna waria ama hawa watu wetu tunaishi nao hapa Isiolo wanakuanga na msimamo. Lakini hii yako aji wewe inanistua. Leo unaongea hii kesi, unaongea hii ni nini? Kwani unataka kuanguza Uhuru na ndiye alikutoa huko msituni? Na hatuwaogopi. Tarehe 9 ndio hii. Imebaki siku 13. Makofi Ruto. Watu wa Ruto asanteni, endeni mkalale. Lakini nashukuru sana Mungu, watu wa Mount Kenya wameniashua hawako na hiyo mtu. Na naomba watu wetu wa makanisa, bishops, wale mnaweza mko na account zinaweza accommodate 100 million. Mjue wasirika wanalala njaa. Hiyo pesa mnawekewa ndio mkuje mseme Raila ni mbaya, mtoe pesa. Kingpin wetu Uhuru alisema tupigie baba kura. Kingpin wetu Raila Uhuru alisema tupigie Martha kura. Sasa leo mimi nikufurahia. Siku 13 ndio mjue mimi nimeokoka. Asanteni wa Kenya, leo ni furaha, sina ubaya na mtu yoyote. Ruto ni ndugu yetu. Tukishashinda tutamweka kwa ofisi, atafutiwe kazi ile atafanya, kwa sababu hakuna ofisi nyingine atapewa. Njoo ameonyeshana ukali yake, anaweza maliza watu. Mount Kenya chungeni, angalieni karakta ya Ruto. Mount Kenya chungeni, si Uhuru anatuziwa. Mount Kenya chungeni, si Kebisho anatuziwa. Mount Kenya chungeni, si Kinoti anatuziwa. Mount Kenya chungeni, si Munya anatuziwa. Mount Kenya chungeni, si Mangireti Kobia wala Macharia wala wote siezi wetu. Shikaneni pamoja tuweze kudeliver, tusonge mbele. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki. Leo ni furaha. Hapo tumefika Baba, ni nguvu zako ndipo tunaondoa shetani mubaya.
One of the former president's most ardent advocates, who never proved he actually won last year's election, gave what could be charitably called a bizarre interview to a reporter for Australian television. Our Randy Kay now with the result and how it turned into must-see TV.
Do you ever hear yourself and think that it sounds ridiculous?
No, I know myself very well. I've been in me a long time. I know my reputation.
Attorney Sidney Powell was part of the self-proclaimed elite strike force, a team of lawyers who made false promises about rooting out election fraud. Powell and others accused voting technology companies, Dominion Voting Systems and Smartmatic, of using an algorithm in their machines to flip votes from then-President Trump to Joe Biden. There is no evidence that any voting system used in the last election changed, deleted, or lost votes. During a tense interview, Powell was grilled about her claims and her research, or lack thereof.
Let's get a few simple facts straight. In how many states were Smartmatic machines and software used in the 2020 election?
I don't even know the exact numbers.
A Google search would tell you, let alone anything that Smartmatic themselves have said subsequently, that they were involved in one single county in LA. Are you saying you're not aware of that?
Well, I'm saying I think their involvement's probably a lot bigger than that.
What actual research or fact-checking did you do at the time to find out what Smartmatic's actual involvement in the election was?
Do you work for Smartmatic?
You've made an allegation against Smartmatic that they stole a presidential election. I think it's incumbent on both of us to know what Smartmatic's involvement was. It seems like a pretty foundational fact.
I mean, I'm confused right now about why you're here.
Correspondent Sarah Ferguson called Powell's claims patently ridiculous.
Very quickly in the interview, she decided that I was somehow an envoy of the voting machine companies that she had accused of rigging the election. So it kind of went downhill from there.
Like when Ferguson presented Powell with the facts about Smartmatic's role.
Do you accept the fact now that the company that you accused of stealing a national election only operated in one county in LA in California? One county, one state?
No, I'm not prepared to accept that fact. I think Smartmatic's involvement was far more significant than that.
And when Powell was backed into a corner, this happened.
You said that Smartmatic owns Dominion. How do you justify such a basic factual error?
I'm going to stop this interview. It's wholly inappropriate in the litigation that we're in.
But we're not even in the area of great dispute. These are the simple facts of who owns what.
No, we're done.
After some coaxing, Powell agreed to continue.
I'm highly skeptical of how long this is going to last.
Once again pushing the big lie and falsely claiming she has evidence.
All of the organizations who had the responsibility to check the nature of this election and to verify its results say there was no fraud.
That's the propaganda they're putting out. I disagree with that completely, and we have and will produce additional evidence that shows otherwise.
Are you saying that thousands of Americans participated in a fraud?
I am saying that thousands of Americans had some role in it, knowingly or unknowingly. It was essentially a bloodless coup where they took over the presidency of the United States without a single shot being fired.
Smartmatic and Dominion Voting have both filed multi-billion-dollar defamation lawsuits against Powell and others. Those lawsuits are moving forward in court despite efforts to have them dismissed. This interview was Sidney Powell's chance to save face.
What do you have in your case? You have a bunch of dodgy affidavits that don't add up. You have a group of people with dubious credentials.
That's your
and no
characterization.
evidence.
That's all your characterization.
So far, you've provided no evidence.
You might as well be
whatever.
working for Dominion and Smartmatic.
I'm just waiting for you to provide the evidence.
Yeah, well, you'll see it in court.
Randy Kay joins me now. They've been saying that, oh, you'll see it in court. I mean, they were in court. They were thrown out of every court, you know, in all the various jurisdictions that they brought this stuff to court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Anderson. So where is the evidence? That's the key. But now this reporter, Sarah Ferguson, she did a great job. She was expecting some pushback from Sidney Powell, but she was very surprised at the fact that Sidney Powell was totally unprepared, those were this reporter's words, to try and support some of her baseless claims. In fact, the reporter said that her producer seems to think that Powell agreed to the interview so she could practice for her upcoming depositions, given these lawsuits that she's facing. But if you know anything about Sidney Powell, Anderson, as you know, this is the same woman who claimed that there was video evidence of votes being carried across the border from Mexico to the United States for Joe Biden. We never saw that video, did we? She also claimed that Dominion Voting, which is now suing her, started in Venezuela to help Hugo Chavez cheat and win every election. We know that Dominion Voting actually started in Toronto. So Sidney Powell certainly needs to get her facts straight, Anderson.
Yeah. Randy Kay, thanks very much. Fascinating interview.
Good, thank you. We are glad that was able to play out, and now is the turn for Martin to weigh in with his submission. And as that happens, Njiru, you are now in the steering wheel for the rest of the broadcast. I want to appreciate everyone for your continued support and followership of Mtembe TV. Please, let's keep doing the right thing because it is right and necessary for this great country. And keep sending in your contribution as we expand to local TV broadcast system, even as we persist with the online broadcast. Offline broadcast will reach the people who are locally available, and as the online one is doing the way it is doing, where it is doing it. Asante sana. Bwana Martin, karibu.
Bernard, before you go away, can you lend me your background briefly? Bernard, kwaheri.
I will engage you privately on how that is done. Hata kama itawezekana nichukue flight ya chopa nifike hapo ni fix. But I'm happy. Thank you. Martin atatuma hiyo chopa fee na mimi nitafika tu alafu ni fix, usijali. Kama anataka contribute kwa hii channel, asipotuma we'll gag him. Martin, karibu.
Thank you, Mtumishi. Every day, you know, there's people that I really appreciate so much in this life. You know, Bernard, I don't know how much you get that energy, you know, to always be here. Njiru, also you, and all the Nyumba, you know, you are our father. Wewe ni wetu kabisa, tunakusikizanga hata kama hatuko hapa, tunakupenda kabisa, you know. But Bernard, I will never go down without saying that you're a strong man. I appreciate all the things that you do and making sure and the discipline that you even, your channel ikikosa kidogo tunaanza ukifungua tu 30 minutes umechelewa, tunakupiga kuko, wewe umechelewa bwana. But you've been doing it for months now. And we appreciate it so much. Because this channel is, it's an eye-opener. I have people at home when you're Nasema, we appreciate because we actually watch it and we love it because at least we can connect with the US and you know, the Arab Emirates and people like that, and we know watu wamekujua hata kwa familia yetu. Nani anafungua leo ni Bernard, wanaangalia tu huko, you know, and stuff like that. Bernard, never usiwahi kuwa down because of this channel. We really appreciate you. What you do, you touch millions of people. Hata ukiona watu 5 something, there's more watching more than you think. I have people here that come to me wananiambia, hey, jana sikukuona kwa show, oh nime repeat leo. These are other people that, you know, watch. So Bernard, I really appreciate you so much. God bless you, akupatie hiyo nguvu yote na hata hiyo kwenda kanisa yote. Now, going on a serious note, the reason I wanted to play that, Bernard to play that, I came to realize that na sisemi watu wako chini ama mwingine ako juu. I don't understand. Kuna watu hata saizi Kenya, they have a problem of saying smartmatics. Because what? It's a very new thing to them. They've never heard that name. And the only reason I wanted you to play that, Bernard, is because I want, and I've been saying it hapo hivi kidogo kidogo. I wanted people to understand that this is not a new name. It was in the controversy of last year's election of the US. The name comes again. How did it end up in the in Kenya? It's not a new name. I gave the history of Smartmatics up hivi Bernard ilikuwaga the evening show. I did na nikawasomea yote, and I need anyone to go read that name. It started with 3 engineers wakafanya ujinga yao. They came with wakapewa pesa kidogo. They acquired 120 million, and now they went back to 2 million. Smartmatics is not a new firm. That's the reason I wanted to do that. Now, last elections of the US, Trump and the Sidney Powell, umesikia kiongea, and the Rudy Giuliani's were trying to say that this is the system that actually came in, and that's where Yugoslavia came and everything. This is what it was. Actually, they went to court and they have been wanalipa mabilioni because they are against Dominion. Dominion is the one that ran the elections of the US. So the Dominion company is actually suing them personally, in person, mmoja kivyako, Sidney Powell kivyako, Rudy Giuliani kivyako, kila mtu anakula kivyake, unajua, because what they went, and that's why you have the January 6th thing that happened in the Washington DC, because they wanted to make a thing and use this scheme. I mean, Smartmatics. Now, Smartmatics was not involved in any kind of way of elections other than California. She just said that, and she was told, other than one state, and that's where the contention is. But walienda kuleta hiyo propaganda yenye kina RUTO wanaletaga. So my biggest question, and the reason because I was looking at this conversation since hiyo Smartmatics, hata watu wengine wanajaribu kuisema waisemi vizuri. The reason I wanted it to be played is because so that people don't think that this is just a company that is just starting today. It's been in controversy everywhere, including the US last elections. Right now, the US wako kwa the January 6th hearing. Still, they can't even talk about it because sasa imekuwa shida of the controversy. So why would you go get a company that has so much controversy, even in a first world country, and try to bring it to Kenya? How did you even get their contacts? You see, it's the only reason, because nilikuwa nataka watu wasikuja wakadhani Smartmatics ati ni kitu tu imetokea kila mahali popote. And then that's why I asked you to play that clip, so that it's not, I think back in Kenya sometimes, and in Africa sometimes, we really don't look at international news. We just want to think of Kameme FM and whatever. We really don't go back and think about these things. So ukiona kitu kama imeletwa, you think, oh, this is nice, sijui nini, and then you have kina RUTO going there and saying sijui mtu wa IEBC, and then sijui Smartmatics, sijui alikuwa na kuja kuleta technology. What are you talking about? People out here, we know what you're talking about. A company like that shows up in Kenya. We ask, why is it showing up in Kenya? We are not even 1 year out before it was in a controversy, na says wako in $1 billion case in the US. So why do we think that they are so special that the guys that went to, the university guys that came up with M-Pesa, why do we think these guys that are so controversial everywhere, and they're only 7, and we think they have the best of the best technology, that now we have to give them taxpayers' money to go and sijui watatupatia the best of the best sijui nini, because guys back ushago watu wajasikia wajui kitu wajui what is happening. And that's my biggest malinaumianga kwa akili, because guys don't really understand these things. And I need Kenya guys to open up your minds, because kitu kama hiyo, kama hakungekuwa na internet leo, kama hakungekuwa na Mutembe TV today, watu wangejua ni kitu inaendeleanga, wangekuwa kidhani hii ni kampani mzuri, sisi Kenya hatuwezi run our own elections, sijui and all that, we need to get all this, you know. But again, Kenya has so great minds, so many great minds, that 7 engineers that have become today of Smartmatics cannot beat all the engineers, actually, electrical engineer, you know, even the IT guys in Nairobi University, just Nairobi University by itself. They can run that whole thing. You coming up with stickers zenye naweza print kwa nyumba yangu. Ati sasa umezieka kwa luggage, ati those are what? What's the protective part of it? What is it? Ni nini? Kitu ningeza kuprint hata kwa nyumba yangu. So basically what I'm trying to say, you know, I've changed my kind of politics, Bernard, and the guys that are here. I've changed my politics because we are at the last run of this political season. I feel we need to be proud of ourselves. There's something Toretich said. I wanted to hata nimesahau because I was so mad about that. But we're not going to have any violence. Toretich, I think that's what it was, and I think I'd written that. We're not going to have any violence in this, you know, in this country. In this country right now, we are past that, and we are too smart for that. I need people to actually understand what is happening with Kenya. We have now East African, you know, like today, I was just saved nilibahatika kidogo tu last year ikienda kuisha by not changing my passport to be an East African passport. Otherwise ningefungiwa nje. And I don't know, I don't understand. I don't know if people in Kenya actually, or people back at home really understand what it means that your Kenyan passport really might not mean anything. For us going East Africa is because Africa is growing to be a first world country, and we're growing to unite together. And that's why you have the Congos and everything. I will keep on saying this for the next 2 weeks, because I want us and to be able to educate the people that have actually the ability and opportunity to be out there, to educate the guys back at home and show them what actually is happening. And this is not, you know, Karumanzira kind of politics and whatever. We're moving on to be a reckoned country where there's no Kikuyu, where there's no Njiru, where there's no Papa, where there's no nothing. We are Kenyans. And in fact, past Kenyans, we are East Africans. And after that, we are moving on to be something big. And Kenya might actually end up and is really situated to be the capital of that Africa or East African, you know, continent where we're trying to go. So we need people to start understanding that this is not a game. It's not the village politics anymore. This is politics that actually is going, it takes a lot of countries around us that we need to really understand where we are, be smart, and know that. I love what Bodaboda Forum with Baba today did. But again, I think at the end of it, by the end of it, I think the only reason I wanted to come is I wanted people to understand what this Smartmatic. I heard somebody talking somewhere, hata ageza ku pronounce that name, and they're saying, oh, kwa nini mnafukuza watu na wanatuletea technology? The reason I brought that is because if America itself, Africans, revere so much, they have a problem with it, and they've had a problem with it. How do we now, as Africa, start praising this company that is not even praised in that first world country that we talk, and that we're trying to get to that first world country? So how are we going to get there? We have to really do research, listen, na si kila Bible imeletwa ni Bible ya ukweli. I guess that's where I am. If there's any questions, najua nitagongwa, but I had to put that out there. Njiru, thank you so much for giving me that space. I'm still here. Nitanyamaza for a while.
Thank you, Bwana Martin. We appreciate your contribution. Okay, so Baba Azimio, you have something?
Yeah, briefly, I just want to mention that, I'm trying to look at a scenario where just another government officer probably oversaw a tendering process where he or she decided in a capacity, whichever capacity, maybe a procurement officer, and oversaw the hiring of a firm to offer services to a government department of that kind of questionable past and record. Do you think that person would still be in office? Because I have worked for, previously I have worked for one of the Kenyan parastatals, and the turnover of procurement officers was so high just because of very simple things, detail of the item that is being purchased, and they have been hounded out of office, and some sacked arbitrarily. And here we are entertaining Marijan telling us that such information did not come up. You probably, and he has the audacity to answer a journalist that you probably found it in the internet. What exactly is his job? Because I would imagine that somebody in that position, other than just being fed by your juniors, you need to do some small background check on your own, and you have a serious budget, a vote, of which you just to ensure that you're doing the right thing, you can hire even a firm privately for the sake of your own integrity in that office. You can hire even a private investigator to get you details of this company, and you will be above board. But you can't just sit and tell Kenyans that information did not come up, and we as Kenyans continue to entertain that kind of person. One, I am not so sure that what his contract states, but that is somebody who should be sacked. Personally, if Chebukati had he had the goodwill and he had the good intentions for this country, he should straight away after that interview should have initiated how that guy can leave office. He has an assistant who can oversee that office, because that is insulting Kenyans. When you're given 40 billion to run an election, and that is the kind of product that you're giving Kenyans, it is really a very sad story. And it is high time that as Kenyans we should demand more than we are being given, because it is a charade and a very serious and sad affair. Thank you.
Okay, Nyumba, then Pogon, eh?
Thank you, Wananjiro. The topic at hand, or what almost everything keeps
Hey, Jiro,
circulating.
they are repeating. I did not give any submission, Bwana. What's happening?
We have to ask questions, Big Julius, because we are not presenting. We are reacting to what Martin has said. It's not a presentation we are doing. So if we don't, then the whole thing question will just disappear into thin air. Just be with us. Some of us are very brief, Julius, please. Everything circulates about corruption, and you'll find that either the IBC or Smartmatics looked for IBC, one of them. And behind the scenes, there's something very serious actually happening. And it will never come overboard. There could be an element of corruption, big scale. And that's why we keep on saying what the main problem we have in Kenya is corruption. Inatusumbua sana hii kitu. Utakuta hawa IBC walina kutafuta ama mostly Smartec ndio walikuja kutafuta IBC. Wakamwambia we can do this. Alafu sasa wakapewa hiyo contract. The only thing I want to raise here as I finish, now I hope that gentleman comes back because we are not presenting, maybe he misunderstood me. Wananjiro and the rest of the panelists, the trouble we are in now, 13 days to election, because of IBC. Actually, I have not seen anybody looking for an answer to this problem we have. The Chebukati, Marian, and all that. What can we do to safeguard it? Are we going to throw Chebukati out this 11th hour? What's the answer? Wanandeto and everybody else. Maybe in relation to what I have said, and I rest my case at that point.
Nyumba, there's nothing we can do constitutionally. There's nothing we can do with Chebukati. Chebukati, unless it's his own, ye mwenyewe aamue, unless mwenyewe ndo ajitoe, there's nothing you can do with Chebukati. Chebukati will have to run these elections. But the reason hata nilileta hiyo video so much is because ni kitu imekuwa ikiniuma sana, because I think people don't educate themselves, they don't get on the internet, they don't understand, they don't follow other countries. So when they find like ukiambiwa Smartmatics, and you have people that cannot even say the name because they don't know the history of it. You see, some of God has blessed wengine, sisi wengine, na tukafuata siasa, na tukafuata zingine. Mungu, inshallah, tunashukuru mahali ametuweka. Some of us, when we come out here, we open up our ears and we watch the, the politics, not just of Kenya, but of the world. So a lot of people don't know. Ukienda hapo Shabe, nikosho ukienda kuambia mtu Smartmatics, hata hizi semeo jina. They don't know where it came from. Hawajui kama ilikuwa kwa controversy in the US. Lakini watakwambia, kama US wanafanyanga hivi pia sisi tunaweza fanya. Kwanza wakisikia ni kampani ya kutoka huko outside ni nini, they value so much kitu ya kutoka nje, imported. So Papa, I see. Do you want me to finish, ama Papa, you want to go? Okay. So I think running the risk of being called a naive person or looking down at my people, I feel like kuna ile wimbo kitambo ilikuwa ikiitwa kutembea kwingi kuona mengi. Na some of us that actually as a product of Tom Mboya, who started exporting people to go get the knowledge out there and bring it back to the country. Running the risk of people thinking that I'm looking down on them, it's not all about that. It's that we come out here, and if you're paying attention, you actually see what is happening. So how many people in Kenya today, Mr. Nyumba, I know you're a great person, Najua, and I know you're a great person. How many people in your cahoots has been somebody when you umekuwa kwa government, has been somebody who's really worked on this, country, Nakuru and everything. How many people in your wale unapatanaga now, even when you're going to with Kinyanjui, how many people know that Smartmatics was a controversial company in the last Trump elections?
They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't know anything about that.
So wao wanaona tu Smartmatics, wanasema hata wazisema vizuri, wao Smartmatics wanasema oh, hii ni kampuni imekuja kufanya ICT. And you see, that's the naiveness that we are carried in our country, because some of these leaders have learned that people are either not illiterate, they know how to write and read, but they don't understand what happens out beyond the borders of, if not Nakuru, at least Kenya. They don't know what happens beyond the borders of that. So you will go get a criminal syndicate. Some of them, if you ask them what John Gotti is, or what the RICO law came to do, they
Martin,
won't tell
I'm
you.
not cutting you short. Don't you remember history of the 1987 sports nene? Remember this man from America? What was the name, Jiro, of these sports at Kasarani? They conned the whole country so much money. 1987.
Beg.
Yeah.
Beg and beg.
Some accounts is given the whole contract to run the whole show, and it goes with all the money back to America.
Njiro, I think Papa wants to say something.
Okay, Nile, nataka watu tu wakuwe tolerant kidogo, sababu nimeona nani amekataa watu waulize maswali hadi akaenda tu. So I don't think, sikuwa nimemunyima nafasi. Nile, I thought tunaruhusu watu wanauliza maswali kidogo, then so Big Julius, kama unatusikia unaweza rudi, ina shida. So Papa unaweza endelea.
Bwana Njiro, hata pengine Papa please hata tungewacha kama Julius amenajua hiyo apatiwe nafasi, because it should not look like we are dominating the top Papa and invite him back, Bwana Njiro, please. We don't want anyone to feel that we are dominating.
Nishamwambia lakini nishamwandikia, so kama anatusikia anaweza rudi. I thought ni swali moja mbili. I think hiyo ndio inakuanga tu thread. I think sijui. It's always a thread. There's a time also we try to react. Sawa. So Papa uliza swali as we wait for Julius.
I just mine was just to answer Black in the comment section. You know, Black is not a serious fellow, because Black is telling us exactly what Marjan told us, that he tasked the his procurement team to look for this company and then report back to him. You know, Black, are you serious when you're talking like that? Therefore, these decisions were guided by the report. What do you do as a CEO? Do you just swallow what your juniors tell you? Black, I hope you are not. I mean, you are joking, because to try and tell somebody who is tasked with this kind of job that he just receives information from his juniors and swallows it and disseminates the same information, services to 50 million Kenyans. Black, you ought to get serious and stop behaving like your UDA fellows, because this is a serious matter. It is not a joking matter. And unless you want to tell us that Marjan does not read at all or does not watch any news, because this is something that has been in the news all over. And even some of us, when we heard about OT Mofo in the 2017 petition, we took initiative to try and know what kind of company is this. So don't try to trivialize this debate or this issue. It is a serious issue, and it is something that can cause mayhem in this country. That's all I wanted to say, Jill. Thank you.
Okay, that is in okay, that is in order. So maybe wacha nirudi kwa Pogoni kidogo, sababu naona ni kama hakuna mtu mwingine ajatoa nini. Pogona yanda, nilikuwa na sijui kama ulisikia swali yangu ile nilikuuliza. Unaweza unmute. Mara moja tu.
Uliza
Okay.
tena.
Okay, swali yangu ilikuwa
Uliza tena.
okay, I'm asking. Umeona reputation ya deputy president na unajua vizingiti zile zimekuwa zikifanyika pande yake na vile wamekuwa wakiinteract na Uhuru Kenyatta. From where you are seated, ebu jaribu kuniambia between Uhuru na Ruto, nani unaona ako na makosa na ni kwa nini, kulingana na vile inaendelea saa hii?
As in vile amejipit baada ya handshake, vile Ruto hawako pamoja na Uhuru hivyo.
Yeah, hivyo. Hebu jaribu kumonitor hiyo relationship na uniambie ni nani ako na makosa, sababu najua hii relationship ya rais na deputy wake ijaanza saa hii. Unajua pia Moi alikuwa I think pia Moi alikuwa deputy wa Kenyatta. Unajua hiyo relationship vile ilikuwa nani Jaramogi alikuwa deputy wa Kenyatta. Unajua vile hiyo relationship ilikuwa. So wewe ukiangalia hiyo relationship yao wawili, nani unaona kuna makosa na ni kwa nini, na angejibeba aje, ama wewe unaonaje? Sababu hiyo ni ile kitu sikusikia umetaja tu kwa ripoti yako tu, uliongea tu kuhusu in priority, lakini hukuongea mambo mingi. So if you can, unaweza niambia hiyo, and maybe in your own perspective I can also maybe try to look at it.
Yeah, true. Okay, unajua number one, 2013 and 2017 tulikuwa tunampigia kura Uhuru, na wao kuja pamoja, hiyo ilikuwa ni calculations za Uhuru kujitafutia vile atapata numbers. Only that now we had a situation in 2017 where we fought, and because of this fighting it was like now Kalenjins were pitted against Kikuyus perceptionally. So they had to unite and to bring the numbers together. Actually, in 2013, the only thing that united the two of them, number one was numbers, number two was sympathy. In 2013, so that Uhuru had to seek Ruto, and Ruto could not be number one. In fact, Kenya iko ready for any Ruto presidency. That's why he had to take the running mate position, and I think hata ilikuwa ni karibu lose, if I'm not so wrong. I think ilikuwa inatakana iende Musalia. Then he positioned himself to be number two, so that Musalia wasikizane na Uhuru, who could take the presidential position. Anyway, that happened. Then before we went into 2017 elections, I remember, was it in 2016 when Murathe came and said that in the coming government, in the next government, things are not going to be as usual, because we could see in the first government of Uhuru there were rampant corruptions, left, right, and center. Even the other that are so small, we don't even talk about them. Now, was aware, first of all, of course, but he had to tolerate in order to secure the second term. But now when second term happened, and then we had this fracas there, you remember, tukiwa tunasusia, tukiwa tunaelezewa na baba twende right na tunaenda right, jeshi ya baba, ikawa ni Uhuru lazima atafute usaidizi nje ya kusha inchi pamoja. na njia ya kurudisha nchi pamoja, I think kama kulikuwa na kitu yenye ilikuwa ni immediate, ilikuwa ni amani ya nchi, lakini Ruto ali vibaya sana, kwa sababu in Ruto's mind it has all been about his presidential candidacy since 2013. Hakuna kitu yenye imehalt yeye kufikiria kuhusu the highest seat of the land. Never. He's always been thinking about presidency only. So he was calculating, if Raila is coming in, where's my space? Because there are so many things that yeye mwenyewe hata akijiangalia, there is no way, unless he's endorsed by Uhuru, hakuna vile angeweza kusimama. So in 2018 after the handshake, he is the one who walked out, and he walked out not because he was thinking about Kenya. He was thinking about his political career, his ambitions. So akatoka na kujaribu kuleta propaganda kuwa hawa wamekuja na wameharibu nini, but actually in reality kwa wanajaribu kujiposition kuonekana ni kama is the better option for Kenya back in 2018, because all along he's just been talking about 2022. Mimi sijaiona 2022 ikiisha, and even in 2021 ilikuwa tunasaidia ndugu, alafu wakati wengine si tutachukua ile 10 yangu 10 yako. So according to me, who's at fault? Ruto, because unless angekaa chini akuwe anafanya kazi yake as deputy president and then akuwe sidelined from the duties, tungekuwa tunaongelea mambo ingine. But I remember immediately after handshake alikimbia na kaanza kukua anaongelea from the side. Sasa akiwa na bash Raila, hakukuwa anaweza kubash Uhuru directly, akawa na bash Raila mambo ya handshake nini, and they may culminate to his presidential candidacy saizi. So according to mimi, Ruto ndio mwenye ako at fault. Na I think nilikuwa nimekusikia ukiniuliza swali kuhusu numbers, as in Ruto's popularity, ama nilikuwa nimekusikia vibaya Msanjiru?
Okay.
Ruto amekuwa akinunua popularity yake, and actually to some extent naweza sema imefanya kazi, na kwa sababu Ruto had no numbers. Kulingana na mimi, Ruto hakuwa na numbers, lakini ame build portfolio yake kwa kununua numbers. I think from the pesa yenye amekuwa akipata kwa hizo tenders. In fact hata mimi nashangaa Ruto ako na audacity kubwa sana, so that saizi anaweza ongelea kusema kuwa atajenga Aror na Kimwarer. Sijui nani mwingine anaweza pata guts ya kuongelea vitu kama, even though he was not directly mentioned, but it's common knowledge that is the biggest benefactor wa hiyo scandals ya Aror na Kimwarer. So yeye kukuja tena kuanza kutuambia kuwa atajenga Aror na Kimwarer, it's laughable. But kwa Mkenya wa kawaida, you know, most of us kidogo tuna fall back to our tribal cocoons when we are looking at ni nani mwenye tunamwekea macho. Like tukianza kuangalia Ruto, and then I'm thinking now he's a Kalenjin like me, tutakumpush because there's this mentality of Kenyans thinking that since it's our guy, wacha akule, because if it would be another person bado yeye angekula. Hatutaki kuanza kuangalia kwa undani. There is this perception, hata nimekuwa nikiulizwa na watu wengi kuhusu mambo ya Raila kukua kwa energy. In fact, I was trying to explain to somebody that this Spectra International ni kampuni ambayo imekuwa ikideal na kuunda na kuuza gas cylinders, sio ya kuuza gas. So there is no way penye gas prices itakuwa dictated na yeye. Ni kama wenye wanaunda chupa za soda, hawa deal na mambo ya kuunda soda yenyewe. So prices za soda inawezaenda juu, inawezaenda chini, but that is not affected by the chupa ya soda. So unapata kuna watu, and they don't want to interrogate that, and they don't want to go deep to get anything, so that they have the liberty to go around with the rumors, with the hearsays of what they think they know, and they own and what they want to know, because this is not our guy. So according to me, Ruto does not have popularity, but since he's up there, according to the community of the Kalenjin, and especially not all Kalenjins, by the way. Let's talk about I think just a few tribes, sub-tribes of Kalenjins. Let's talk about Nandis, Kipsigis, a little Marakwet, a little these people from Iten there. But you cannot talk about West Pokot same way you're going to talk about these other people. Even in Bomet, he's having problems. So if it were to me, if I'm to gauge him by how we know him from the ground, he has at best 65, at best 65. And those are just challenges from Rift Valley. And now let's talk about Rift Valley. The other tribes that are in Rift Valley that are not like the Kikuyus in diaspora. 90% of them, not only the Kikuyus, the Luyas, all of them, 90% will not vote for Ruto. And I think I was here another time and I said, Ruto is going to get more votes from the Kikuyus of Central than the Kikuyus in Rift Valley. Now, Ruto is going to get more votes from Central more than Rift Valley. That is where and that is going to show the true popularity of Ruto from Rift Valley. Because why? Why am I saying so? Who are the leaders that are accompanying Ruto everywhere he goes? Okay, and who are his proteges? Who are the leaders that he has made? And how has he been tackling issues, even our own issues as from Rift Valley, when we've been having these insecurity problems from West Pokot, between West Pokot and the bordering communities? How has he been dealing with it? The last time he came strongly, he said shoot to kill orders. The other time when he tried to solve the issues, he brought guns to the other communities except the Pokot. So you see, he's not been thinking about, hata ukiwa ni baba na watoto wako wanapigana, huwezi sema sasa mwenye atapiga mwingine apigwe tena, hata kama ni kupigwa peke yake. You will have to come with a way in it to quell the situation like permanently, because these are your children and you love them. But when you unaongelea mbali, unaongelea Nairobi, to orders here, and it's not showing like you care kwa zenye Uhuru amezimalizia kuzijenga nyingi Central. Ilianza same time, zilikuwa budgeted almost the same time na Aror na Kimwarer. Where is our Aror and Kimwarer? Where are our roads in Rift Valley? Everything else is going on. Mau roads are being finished. Where is this guy of ours? What is he doing? Kulalamika hakuna kitu yenye natuletea. So if it's to give him numbers, it's just because he is a Kalenjin. Some of us that are not thinking, some of us that are not interrogating. Martin ameongelea kuhusu watu wenye hawafikiwi na internet, wenye hawafikiwi na info, wenye hawajui kuhusu smartmatics. Now those people will not interrogate. Those people will not even know what is happening right now when Chebukati is being faced with all these things that are coming towards him right now. But some wenye wamepevuka kidogo, wenye wanaweza kujisumbua kidogo na kutaka kujua ukweli, even Black is going to vote for Baba, he's not for Ruto. I know, he's just trying to provoke you people so that you talk, so that he gets more, and so that people that are thinking, the way he's putting his questions on the comment sections, you will see that Black is not talking about himself. Black is on the other side, but he's trying now to pull other people to Baba's side. That is it, and that's that. Last question, last thing nilitaka niguzie ni kuhusu Ndeto. Ndeto said that I think Ndeto got me wrong, that he thought that I was saying there's going to be violence after these elections. Either way it goes, there's not going to be any form of violence. Why? Number one, this time around it's Baba versus Ruto. Largely, by large, let's say these other inconsequential people are not going to tilt much the scales unless now anaitwa nani Wajakoya aivute mpaka ifike 7%, so that we're talking about different numbers. And like right now it's almost tuko ni Baba huku, Ruto upande ingine. Now let's say Baba achukue, nani atafight na nani Rift Valley? Nobody, because we have all the tribes in all the muungano, ingawaji isipokuwa hiyo muungano ingine ya UDA ni Shamboli, hiyo Kenya Kwanza ni Shamboli, it's largely UDA. But now in UDA we have Luyas there, in UDA we have Kalenjin inside, in UDA we have Kikuyus inside. Now when you come to Azimio, pretty much the same. So who's going to fight who for what? Yes, Mr. Andeto.
Yes, nimesikia leo mmeambiwa mtajengewa Kimwarel na nini hizo dam. 7 billion inarudi ama vipi? Hebu niambie hiyo. Nimesikia Ruto amesema atajenga tena.
Oh, Deto, nataka kwanza kurudi hiyo kidogo. Wacha Big Julius afanye presentation yake, sitaki aepe tena, alafu niwalete. Big Julius, endelea please. Mungoje tu hapo.
Thank you, Njiru. Njiru, I don't have any problem. Is that, you know, sometime when I raised my hand, I want to ask a question. I was actually not asking to represent, I was asking a question, Bob. But you you decided, I don't know for what reason, you decided to skip me, which is okay. You can, because you are the judge, you can use your powers, which is fine. Actually, I was not. My main point, I raised my hand. I think Ndeto will tell you I raised my hand. I wanted to ask Bob a question. And the rest did not raise their hands, only my hand. It was only one hand. Yeah. And I wanted to talk, actually, the points, ile nilikuwa nataka kuambia Bob, that the tendering of IEBC, what happened, naitwa Marjan. And we should not complain about Marjan, and we should, because actually what happened is that the orders came from RUTO through Wajibukati, that this is the company should be given a tender. So ni kitu ilikuja kwa meza yake akaambiwa sasa how is that Marjan going to check? He cannot. That's what happens when the orders come from above. Orders ilikuja akaambiwa huyu ndiye anatakikana kupatiwa tender. That's why actually he cannot answer any question about it. Because the information it did not come from inside but came from outside. I think somebody is understanding my point. Bob, I think you're understanding what I'm trying to say. That because the information, the reason why Marjan cannot answer the media question is because the orders and the information of the tendering, giving a tender to that company, came from outside of their table, outside of their office. That's why they are not in a position of answering them, you know. So at times it's it's a very awkward position for them to answer those questions, because media believe that he's the one who is tendering, but he's not the one. He's just a conduit. They are just using just his name, but ajui your tender vile ilipeanwa. So that thing we have to understand. Na saa zingine tumuone. But he also have to be a man, because if, for example, I'm in charge of something and I'm not able to be, you know, to be answerable for what is going on there, I should not be there. Sasa Marjan, if he was a clever person, angeresign nasema hapana, hapa I cannot do this, because if at all questions will come, I have to answer them. How am I going to answer them? But he did not think about that because of the pocket, surely. Because of course, kurukisha nini what you are doing, and obviously there was something exchanged. Money was exchanged there. So that's exactly what I really wanted to ask. So before I continue, can I maybe Bob want to continue to ask?
Yeah, I just wanted to inform you that Julius, you know, last evening in the 9 o'clock news, KTN alleged, let me use the word alleged, that they got in touch with Abdullahi the mysterious man. And Abdullahi worked for the commission between 2012 to 2017. He then resigned, and on the premise that he will be given contracts or tenders for IEBC by one commissioner. Now, you see, if that statement is true, then it is clear that the tendering process was flawed, because it couldn't have been, if it was competitive, it couldn't have been that it just landed on in the hands of a former employee. There is every probability that it was skewed. So you can see what I'm saying. And if Marijan was a CEO worth his salt, he should have just resigned. But unfortunately, like you're saying, he could be receiving orders from above. But as it is, you see, as a CEO, you take responsibility. You cannot keep on saying that my juniors are the ones who oversaw the process of procurement. As a CEO, you take responsibility. And that's why there is every indication that after this election, whatever it takes, these are people that must be jailed. Because we cannot have this kind of games being played, and especially when we know the history of elections in this country. They might feel like they are safe at the moment and brush it off like it's nothing, because going by the statement that they have released, this morning, it's one, Chebukati has not even mentioned that they have a contractual obligation with Seamless, that Abdullahi mysterious man, but he claims that the stickers belong to IEBC. He never mentioned anywhere in that statement that he has a contractual obligation with Seamless, but he claims the stickers belong to IEBC. So you can see the kind of yes,
Papa. Have you?
Yes.
I'm still trying to find Seamless. I've tried to Google it. I've tried to find it. I can't find it. Have you tried to find? What does Seamless deal with?
It's a company that deals with technology. I don't have much, but I can get it. I can get information on that. But you know, there's something that Chebukati has mentioned in that statement, and it trivializes the issue of the stickers by saying that the are actually, let me give you the correct word, because he says that the stickers are like I can't get the paragraph at the moment, but I remember reading it that the stickers are not like core material for the election. Ask yourself, what is he trying to say? You know, he's trying to compare stickers with the ballot papers, in that a ballot paper is the most important document in the voting process. Yes, but you see, stick identifier for this Kim's kit in order for them to relay the results. And when it trivializes those stickers, you begin to wonder whether is Chebukati serious, because he is, on one hand, he mentions, he doesn't mention any contractual obligation, but he claims, or he gives us details of a contractual obligation between Smartmatics and IEBC, but the supposedly local agent, who is Seamless, is nowhere in that statement. That's why I want to believe that whatever the case, after this election, you can be sure that these fellows will have heads will roll. And it would not just be about leaving office. It must be, and I just want to believe that Azimio government will take over, because we must set an example so that people start taking our elections seriously. Our elections are very emotive, and they're very disruptive, especially when messed up. So there must be a price that somebody has to pay if you mess up. Thank you.
And Papa, I'm also so very lost about the sticker thing. So, okay, what is this sticker thing? I mean, I bet, okay, we have an we have a thing that I'm going, if I go to a voting place, I get this.
Neto, before you continue, in fact, what's
the sticker do?
I mean, in paragraph 11, he says that it is important to note that the stickers are non-strategic election materials, non-strategic. But you see, those stickers, it is actually a particular barcode, which, according to him, it's like an identifier for the Kim's kit.
Shouldn't that already be on the? Shouldn't that be already on the whatever? Here's my paper that I'm getting.
The gadget.
Shouldn't that already be here? If there's a sticker that a barcode and anything, I mean, my QR code when I'm coming home time of COVID, that thing was already printed right here on that paper. So yes. What is this sticker that I'm coming to add on this paper that is already there? And I mean, what's this? I am lost. I'm a technological person. I work with technology and all that, but I believe hata nikikuja nyumbani, the last time I came home, and Kenya was one of the hardest places to go at that time of COVID, because you had to have a QR code. That QR code was not a sticker.
And Ndeto, just
right here.
Ndeto, there is a story which was run by NTV. And the NTV, this Abdullahi Mohammed was subcontracted by the main wanajiita Smartmatic. And the Abdullahi did record a statement according to him. Mm-hmm. He recorded a statement in this year. So something funny here. He was asked the contract, because, for example, if Injiru subcontract me something, there is something that the agreement between me and Injiru. There is something that we signed, and he was asked about that, and he cannot answer. I wish, so I don't know, we tutakuwa penalized kucheza hiyo NTV. Is it, Njiru, how do you think?
As long as it's in YouTube, as long as iko kwa YouTube, he wouldn't get hit. But unajua hii kitu inaanza kunistua, and Big Julius, I'm glad to see you that ka COVID kameshaisha kidogo, now you're good. But unajua kitu inaanza kuwa kama ile kitu ya Omanga. You know, where she was saying that she was supplying gun slings, yet a gun is made with slings.
Martin?
Yes, sir.
Martin, let me cut you short. Now, chapter 10 of that statement, it says, for easy identification of Kim's kit, Smartmatics is required to provide stickers to aid in labeling each of the kits for purposes of packaging and dispatching to all polling stations. The deployment of Kim's kit is currently underway. Now, you see what I'm asking. You know, every gadget nowadays, every product that is manufactured, wherever it is manufactured, it comes with a serial number, which is in the form of a barcode. So why would they need other stickers?
Of course, they needed other stickers because they were trying to make the extra Kim's kit. How those extra Kim's kit, they don't have a QR. As in a QR.
No, Julius. Every product, even your laptop right now, has a serial number.
Yes.
And a Kim's kit cannot be.
Ngoja, ni watu mna confuse vitu hapa. Sticker. Kim's kit. Tunasema
okay,
these stickers belong to this Kim's kit. You scan the Kim's kit, you scan the identifier. Extra stickers were for the 100,000, the 10,000, what do you call it? 10,000 new polling station walitaka kutuibia nayo.
Extra nini?
The extra ones.
Yeah.
So that they can identify the fake ones. Then they do the malware. Ikuja ifanye kila kitu hivyo na hiyo malware. So those stickers are very important. Now, the stickers that came before that came through JKI, and we saw it coming down. Tuliona zikikuja na Kim's kit yake. So these extra ones are for this virtual Kim's kit that do not exist. And the statement you're seeing there, what scares me is nimetafuta Chebukati the whole for 24 hours, 48 hours. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kenya time, that is when this fellow decided to release a statement. What is he running away from? Asubuhi ndio tunapata message kutoka Chebukati about what Papa Zimio, Bob, is sending now. It's like, see ndio information the nation needed to know. Angekuja asubuhi kwa immediately those things that happen. Mi hata singelala if I was Chebukati. Early in the morning ningeenda kwa Citizen naitwanga breakfast news and explained everything. What do we have this all saying? Obama always said, the buck stops at me. Meaning as the CEO or as the president or whatever, any mistakes the juniors do, the buck stops at me. So you're telling me a whole CEO of a company, or I don't even know why they call him CEO, hajajua the reputation of these people. How incompetent are you? You cannot blame your juniors. That's why you're at the top seat. I cannot find that as an excuse. How incompetent are you not to know the reputation of this Smartmatic is that poor? Oh, it's in the internet. Where there's fire, there's smoke. You, when you're doing due diligence, yeah, or when you have got your wait a minute. If indeed I did not know why that was happening, there could be a public display of heads rolling. The CEO would have said he has fired some people in the commission. I never heard that. Nobody was fired. There was no article written that Kip, Martin, and Toroitich were fired because they did not do their jobs on due diligence. I did not see KPMG being fired for the audit. So there is no excuse. There is no excuse as to why the CEO did not know what happened. Hata mkisema kitu ilitoka nje. That was the most ridiculous statement, and we need to keep playing those statements. This time round, what I find...
Let me cut you short.
Sir.
Can I interject?
Yeah, no, sure.
You have just spoken about KPMG.
Yeah.
You remember in that interview that they were with Marijan, he assured the panelists that the KPMG report would be made available and would be made public. He has not done that to date, and then here we are seeing stickers. So you can see how is, it is common sense. If you just look at his statement and his actions, they don't go together.
So KPMG is a multi-billion-dollar company, actually. Very, very large accounting firm and auditing firm in the US. They are in the stock market. There is no way when the courts of Kenya ataambia wafungue hiyo report, hatutaona. We will see it. So this time, I think we will continue with what Martha Karua, my party leader, is going to do, which is we're going to prosecute individuals. Joona Chepukati tunamtafuta yuko. CEO is connected to a lot of cartels that I mean, there's something on social media which is moving and it's very scary. From Wajir, those are not Muslims, by the way. Those are not representatives of Muslims. Those are the worst representatives of Muslims. Now, watu, after this one affair, they have to be shunned by the community. We have to prosecute individual people because this is unheard of. We cannot have a whole CEO and a whole chairman not know who submatic is, whatever they're called is. We cannot have na ninaona kwamba the thing which is making me okay is naona kwamba kuna a bit of information that the DCI did not tell us. And I think what we were complaining about yesterday about releasing those Venezuelans, I think we had what we needed. There's no need of collaborating with Miguna. What we got from them was enough. We did not want to create an international incident. Your story, Meisha. Robert, I joined yesterday. I joined NAC Kenya yesterday. I had no party, but now I'm just like Nyumba to join.
No, keep. I'm in Jubilee, but do you want me to come to NAC Kenya?
Karibu. Come to NAC. Come to NAC.
Now it's my time. Don't finish my time. Keep.
No, sorry.
Okay. 1 minute, Julius, utangoja kidogo. Allow us to make the advert, please.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. So maybe I just want to insist. Mutembei TV is now growing. We are enlarging. We are now going to the big TV platform. We are asking for contributions, and so we need close to 1.6 million. So guys, keep contributing, so you can watch this video as part of that expose.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini.
Kutumwa kwa desturi ya Kiafrika ni vizuri.
Mimi nataka niwaambie nyinyi watu wa kuzimia.
Tumeamka wewe Ruto, tumeamka. And we are going to show you. Bwana Ruto, heshimu baba bwana. Heshimu mzee bwana. Sio kila kitu kile naanza kuzingizia kwa Raila.
Unaona juzi anatusi waziri mwenzake.
I also take this opportunity to apologize to the Honorable Raila.
Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji.
I have decided to wait the wananchi's verdict in the forthcoming general election.
Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Sawa, mambo ndio hiyo. Keep contributing. You know the phone numbers, you know the till number. Thank you. Big Julius, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Njiru. I'm grateful. We had a wonderful time. I know we need to hold hands together to support our channel. It has made us know. Personally, I've known many wonderful people in this channel. If it was not Mtembei, singejua watu wengi. Kina Kip, nataka kuambia Kip asikue kama Kalonzo Musyoka wa Wiper, akienda mkutano ya Azimio anaanza kusema Wiper. Kwa hivyo saa hizi hatuongei kuhusu individual parties. We are Azimio, so please keep your party where you belong, because definitely tuko na nyumba, kila mtu ako na nyumba, lakini we don't talk about it. Secondly, really kusema ukweli, Mtembei TV, we love you, and this is our house.
Kwa nini unatafutia vita na Kip?
Na kwanza hata ningependa pia kuambia Ndeto atutafutie mahali alificha Mutua. I don't know what happened to Mutua, and you are not giving us information. Please give us information, because a young man, you said you send him in a mission. That's why your mission hajawahi kuruhusu hata mtu. Jeshi akitumanga mtu aende kufanya mission, anaendaga mission na anarudi. Hiyo mission yake ameenda kabisa.
Wewe wachana na Mutua. Mutua ako sawa mahali yuko. Kule tulimtuma tu ako sawa. He'll be in the next government. Atakuwa kwa government ya Martha Karua na baba. Wachani na Mutua bwana. Nini mnasumbulia Mutua? He did his foot soldier. We have a lot to give him.
Hata kwa UDA aonekani sasa. That's what I'm asking. Anyway.
Na niliwaambia nini? Sinyi mnanionanga tu naongea hapa kuongea. Mwachane na huyo jamaa. Niendelee na siasa, tuendelee na siasa. Huyo ni foot soldier wetu.
So I'm grateful, by the way, we are together in this. Personally, nitajaribu wherever I can to do something to at least to boost, so that even our local people at home watch, because for us to YouTube we can easily connect, but wale watu wako Ushago najua saa zingine ni vigumu, but they will also benefit a lot, because this channel there is a lot of very civilized people, very educated people, very watu wako open minded, na you know, you cannot say something imalize 2 hours kama ijajulikana ukweli ama uongo. So it's a channel, a real channel, na hii ndio kama mnasikiaga channel ya Mama Mboga na baba na Bodaboda na sijui nani, ndio hawa. And I'm grateful. Let us continue doing what we can do to boost or to make it happen. Njiru, I'm in. Nilitangaza tu tangu juzi. Ngawaje saa hizi mimi niko quarantine, siwezi toka for the next 2 weeks. Hata kazi siendi mpaka niwe cleared kurudi kazini. So but I'm here and I support it. I 100% support the contribution. Anyway, I'm very happy about yesterday Baba meeting, Bodaboda Riders Association. They supported him. They told him they will support him, and I like what Junet told of course, he was indirect, telling them that even if you are supporting Baba, you have to take care of yourselves. You have to take care of the other road users. Mohamed aliongea vizuri. I like it, but you know, hata kama pia, because we have been having problems of Bodaboda people taking the laws and be in their hands. We want them to be like everybody, the road users, all of us. We should consider somebody else. Ule mtu ako nyuma yako ama ako mbele yako ama kando yako, we have to consider them and to give them first priority badala ya kugongana. In the barabara za zingine kuna kuwa na vita ingine hata you cannot understand. I was grateful and I appreciate the people of Bodaboda. Let us move together in this journey. We are almost at the end. We have all the 12 days to go, and we count you because you are very important people in the society, important people in this country. That we are contributing a lot in economy recovery. So I'm very sure that together with the government of Baba and Mama, all of us will strive. About tumeongea sana kuhusu IEBC. I don't want to go back there because one thing I'm not worried. I said it yesterday. Roba, ushaisikia ati opposition imerig serikali. Tutakuwa tumetengeneza history which will not happen. So we don't have to worry about it because let them do whatever they are doing. That they cannot do anything. How are they going to rig the government? When your government to go, I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta is going home, lakini ameachia the arms of the government, ameachia baba. ICT ameachia baba, internal security ameachia baba, yani ameachia baba all the government arms. Sasa jamani, sasa zingine kuna uoga ingine tunakuanga naye saidi. Of course, we as Azimio, we are not planning to rig any election because we already have votes. Tuko na kura. Jana, jana nilicheka jioni because I called one of my friend akaniambia ati Ruto alichukua kiti zamani sana. Nikamuuliza amechukua aje sasa? How do you know? Nasema asharigi kitambo. Au ati amerig because najua tu president atakuwa Ruto lakini ata lose almost all governors. Ndio kitaka kujua watu yani watu wamekuwa blinded by this very small issue. So we have to stand still these remaining days. Let us work together. Let us make calls home. Some of us who are not in Kenya make several calls because there are people, a lot of people listen to us. A lot of people who believe in what we say because they know that we are connected and because we have we get information more than anybody else. So I want to urge Kenyans, don't vote wisely, but vote Raila. Wisely is not right. It's not a right word. We are using the word vote wisely. That wisely, Roba waambie wasifanye hivyo. Waambie vote Raila, not wisely. Because that is the only way. And tusiongoje ati nini tarehe 9 tunaamuka asubuhi. Everyone, let us vote because we want tunataka wakitukaribia sana tuwashinde na kitu kama milioni 2, 3, 4 sio mbaya. Thank you, Njiro.
Okay, sawa. Let's keep the dialogue going on. I think Roba ndiye alikuja wa kwanza. So we will have Roba. Then after Roba, I think sasa Andika na Kuse wamekuja the same time. But nitaruka Kuse, nitaenda kwa Andika. Jenda. Nataka hata mimi nianzie kufuata baba. Sawa bwana Roba, endelea.
Okay, thank you, Jiru. Hey, Julius, nice to see you, man. So I hope you get well. Papa, I've been hearing you from morning since this show started. Hey, Martin, Bwana. Nice to see you. Christine. Hello. And say, of course, or say, that's fine. The agents of IBC, I mean, they have spoken. I don't have much to say, but there are a couple of things here I want to touch. You know, I've been thinking about this issue of this, what's going on right now. So there's something somebody said, and maybe I need someone to give me some logics. They say, I mean, whatever they found at the airport, I think when there were like 10 of them, and this is the 10 markings or whatever it is. So they were saying in every constituency where those things were going, those count. The question was, who are the returning officers? And I know who are the returning officers on those 10, the so-called number 10. You know, for me, I know I'm not scared of RUTO. RUTO is the most conman, we know that. But the bottom line is, this man started scheming this thing a long time ago. That's what he did. And to tell you the truth, all the people you see at IEBC right now, they own money. And that's why maybe they don't know what to do, because I think he started buying people a long time ago. Like what you just said, I have confidence with Uhuru being there. We have the government. We cannot let this man come and take down our democracy. So as we move forward, and we know it's less than 13 days or 14 days left, exactly 14 days, you know, we can get rid of RUTO forever in our life. We can do that. But it's not going to be easy. And the problem with our people, they think that, you know, you see, we have been talking, you see corruption? Now corruption, this is the corruption we have been talking about. And now RUTO is using the same corruption to try to rig in to be a president. I mean, well, how is involved? And in fact, that's what I believe. They should be prosecuted to the maximum of the direction. Because I know for real, this thing has been avoided. There's a lot of chain of things we don't know behind RUTO. You know, imagine it's obvious. They say that it's all obvious. That's where this man, he has a cartel. And me, whenever I see IEBC, I just see RUTO. And they own money. But this time, let us go to this direction. We make it. If Baba is in, but the problem is we too forget haraka sana wa Kenya. Tunasahau haraka kabisa. But Chebukati and everybody on that IEBC, they should get out. Everybody should go home. Everybody. So I know they're under contracts, but who cares about the contracts right now? So some of us, we did Chebukati should go, and nobody listened to us. And now we know what the outcome is. So let me just leave it there. I see Miss is coming in. I hope it's going to be fireworks. But at the end of the day, it's all Papa. And I believe in him. Like I said yesterday, when I eat my breakfast, my lunch, my dinner, it's all about Raila. And this one, we cannot get it wrong, because we cannot get it wrong in 2 weeks. Thank you. I look forward for some other contributions. Thank you, Njiru.
Okay, sawa. Nimekumbushwa Toroitich hakuwa amemalizia statement yake. There was an argument between Toroitich and Deto. So before Andika comes, I want to allow that argument for 3 to 4 minutes. So Toroitich and Deto, si munakumbuka pale muliachania? You can finish your conversation, please. Forgone Toroitich.
Labda Ndeto anikumbushe.
you are supposed to conclude. Niliwakata kidogo after Julius amekuja.
Hebu nikumbushe
No, wendo ulikuwa umefika mahali ulikuwa na swali about something and then nani akakuja, then we had to be cut out. So wendo ulikuwa on the offensive.
Okay.
If you have nothing to say, man.
Okay. There was. I thought they will remember, but the question was about. The question was about hizi project za Kimwarel. Ulikuwa unasema kwa nini mnapromisiwa? So the issue, Deto, umekumbuka? Ulikuwa unasema why have those projects zimeanzia kuletwa saa hii tena? Ruto anaenda akisema atajenga Kimwarel na roll tena. That was the issue.
Yeah, ndio hiyo. Umetutoa mbali, unajua ilikuwa ishanitoka kwa akili. Unataka nianze ama unataka kuanza bro?
Alikuwa na
tunataka kuanza.
Njiru, baba ndiye alisema atafanya hizo, ata revive. Ama umesahau?
Ni nani amesema leo? Ruto amesema atajenga Kimwarel tena na kila kitu. So nilikuwa
nasema because baba said it when he visited Mereleo Marakwet. Or why is he?
That's what he said to say, but at the same time,
now there is competition on who wants to do it.
No, Ruto said today that he wants to start. He will build the Kimwarel and those dams. Actually, he didn't even say tutajenga dams. Alisema tutajenga maji. And actually, I came in with a joke like nani jenga maji. How do you make water? But the guy was saying that he's gonna come back and make the Kimwarel and the dams again. And so at some point in my life, I was just answering, and I think happened to Likwamia, because I was asking, how does this guy now come back and say that he's gonna build the same dams that he said he was only 7 billion, and he's also accused on the same dams? So how does Ruto really come back? Like I feel it's a joke. Like, sijui kama I'm dreaming, you guys need to wake me up or something. Like, huyu jamaa ndio, and then he didn't even say dams, he said tutajenga maji ya Kimwarel, sijui na nini. And you know how he says it in authority, tutajenga na tutafanya nini. And I'm like, are these guys listening to him, really actually asking him, ain't you the one that actually stopped this whole thing? I really don't understand if people are just damn stupid or both. And I'm so sorry, because it's frustrating. Like, we look stupid. Like, how do you come and start talking about it, tutajenga Kimwarel and whatever? And with my jokative self, watu wengi wananijua hapa, they know I like to joke a lot. So the guy was not even talking about it, tutajenga dam, tutajenga maji. How do you make water? How do you utajengaji maji? I think Kenyans, we're at a point, nani amekimbia, because that was our discussion, that was our argument. But,
I can represent him, I can represent him. I can just say, I'm sorry, Njiru. That's something I had on mind also. I forgot about it. But you know what? We are so stupid as a country. A criminal who stole the money now comes back to say he's going to do it. This is about, we were supposed to, if we had our system and if we had all our institution working, we were supposed to fight a criminal case against him. And now he comes and says he's going to do it. But I don't know how he's going to do it, because he's not going to be the president. And if he becomes a president, we will fight him to hell. And that's the truth of the matter. And I'm not going to hide it.
Robert, calm down.
If he steals the election, no,
Robert,
there's nothing there.
down.
If he steals this election the way he has been doing it, he should be prepared. It will be ahead of 5 years.
Jiro, can I say something?
How can he come down when he's not up?
wacha tufuate msururu, wacha tufuate msururu. Najua Mise uko na moto, utaongea, tutakupea 1 hour leo.
Hapana, nilikuwa nataka kurespond kwa Ndeto.
Okay, Ndeto wanaongea na Pogon, Pogon is here. Wacha Pogon.
To let Roba finish. Ama Roba has finished.
Roba kona hasira sana, ukimwachilia hawezi maliza.
Miss, let me promise you, niko na hasira kwa sababu I cannot see when we are a young democracy, instead of us promoting democracy, some of you are promoting dictatorship. Why should you allow somebody who has been scheming all this idea of, you know what, we want fairness. If RUTO wins in a fair way, that's fine. But now, this man started scheming this thing a long time ago. He started all these things here. He was planning. And I just said, everybody you see at IEBC, he owns RUTO money because he has been buying everybody. And there's nobody in Kenya, no institution, even to fight a criminal case against to ask him, where did you get all this money? Where did this money go? Even Uhuru himself is scared of him. This is nonsense in our country. Nobody should be above the law. RUTO should be arrested or a criminal case should be brought against him. And that's the truth of the matter. Otherwise, if he goes the way it's going to be bloodshed. Let's be sincere. Let's be sincere on this. The man wants to manipulate the election, and that's what he wants to do. And people are watching. I'm fed up of it.
Pogon, Marizia, sasa you can, Pogon, connect with Martin Deto now and finish up your statement in 1 minute.
And Robert, before Pogon Akuja, that's why I asked, are we stupid, dumb, or both? But anyway, Pogon Kuja, I know this was our discussion. We started it. Amanda Tena, akona issues.
Pogon akona issue ya network. Anyway, you will conclude later. Let's keep the conversation going. Andika, welcome. I can see Demba is here. So Bwana Demba, karibu. Andika ndiye anaongea. We go to Oze. From Oze, we go to Mise. And everybody atakuwa ameongea. Thank you. So after Andika, you can take over.
But can I ask a question from Deto and the comments that Roba has made?
I will. If Andika wants to wait, she can wait. But for me, I wanted to give Andika time, sababu najua utakuja utauliza maswali your time to keep the conversation going.
Darling, why are they gagging me when you are here?
No, you can go ahead, Miss. I have no.
Thank you, honey. I knew you will let it. You will make it happen.
No, my mice cannot go on.
Your story, darling, go ahead, and I will come after you. I just want to make sure that my presence is felt, that you and me are here.
Good, ladies first.
Hey,
yes.
Miss, you had to do that.
Okay.
What a dictator you are.
Marta, why don't you give me my time, please? Habari zenyu nyote. Njiru Temba, good to see you. Temba, today it's like we coordinated some of our colors. Bob, sijui nyuma ya curtain utoki. Roba, how are you?
Good.
I just wanted to correct you, Roba, that he's called Miss, not Miss. Big Julius Mambo. Hapa ni kukaro ngumu, Big Julius. Sio mshale, jifunze kuweka kwa mlango. Okay? Mato sasa. Kuseo, how are you? How are you, Miss? My greetings have been so long. I can see today we are 3 floors. So am I the only one noticing that? Nambona mi na wetu mekwa chini, Miss?
You know, love can take us places.
Jiru, arrange the skin. Yeah, like that. Thank you.
Na leo misa tuko tu bumper to bumper, imeshika. So
Njiru, separate them.
Big Julius, it's too early. You have always, you know, you've always, no. Sasa.
But I worked for you yesterday. And you did not write any check.
Yani Njiru,
katikati yao watu wawili watanigonga. Nitoe hapa bwana, niweke mahali pengine, hata afadhali uniweke huko mwisho.
Mato, I like it that way. Mato, I like it that way. Tena nini mba?
Unajua Missy has been preparing for 1 week for this moment na nimekubali. Themba atachukulia baadaye, anajua matime yake.
Mmemake sure mmemweka kwa Bob. Yani what is this? Hii pesa imemwagwa kama IEBC.
Okay, before I make my submission, I want to pass my shout out to King Saguaro, Danny Darius, Emma Zakisha, Kevin Orinda, Elikana Shivachi. Yeah, those are my people down there. So today I'll just go as per what is being flashed on the screen. Yes, we are on the Homestretch final 10 days. I can see Raila is offering free Bodaboda rides for the disabled. It's a good idea, but again, I wouldn't welcome it now unless those Bodaboda go through some training on how to maneuver through the roads. Otherwise, we will get more disabled people than we would want. So RUTO stamped that it is UDA, not Kenya Kwanza. That is something we've all known. We've been knowing for a very long time, and it's now right that those people that were not so sure are getting to learn that it's UDA. We don't have a KKA. So the likes of Mudavadi, I don't know where they're going to run to. I still insist that Baba should not go for the debate, and it's like we are serious. Martin, I'm seeing you giving Temba some cash, and I just want $5 for coffee, Temba, because you're gonna get it. I believe Raila has nothing.
He changed his mind. He chickened out.
Okay. So for me, I believe Raila has nothing to lose, because I believe debate is just giving your policies, your manifestos, and Raila has all along been telling us about his manifestos. I think by now we all know what Raila is up to. All his manifestos are clear to us. We understand. Even my grandmother in the village understands and is really waiting for the, yeah, I do want to say something. He's really waiting for the $6,000, you know. So as for RUTO, he'll lose big time if he doesn't go for the debate, because this bottom-up slogan has been very difficult for them to explain to Wananchi what it means. And you can see, I read some news, I don't know how sure I am, that Moses Kuria gave the people in Central his middle finger, the Kiambu people his middle finger, when he was asked to explain the bottom-up economy, the bottom-up, whatever, the manifesto economy. So RUTO stands to lose big time. And if RUTO goes to debate with Raila, I think RUTO is gonna gain. So we don't want RUTO to get that, to be, you know, to get bonga points on behalf of Baba. So I'm still against RUTO going for, I'm still against Raila going for a debate with Baba. About IEBC, Kuseo is here. Maybe he's gonna tell us more, because some of this discussion, Martin brings it his own way, Njiru brings it his own way, Papa Azimio imposes his own way. So I just don't know who will make us understand all this about, is it Sema whatever, that SS word. And these Venezuelans, Yeah, I just hope somebody today will give us a clarification once and for all, because if Kuseo takes it, I think I'll be more confused. But it is what it is. Whoever explains it better, I'm loyal and willing to hear more about the IEBC and Chebukati's reaction, though it has taken long. So thank you for now. That's all I have.
Sawa, tunaweza tuambie Miss aende ama?
Njiru,
Yes,
you don't
yes.
know how I didn't have a sleep. I didn't sleep well last night because I really missed Mise. Honestly, I missed Mise, and yeah, Mise has to stay.
Okay, sawa.
No, Miss has misspelled his name.
Okay.
If you replace the S with a C, Christine can clarify.
Okay, fine.
Unmute. Themba, unmute. Themba, Bwana Themba, unmute.
Yes, Nyumba, how are you?
Hello, Themba. Who's making noise? I just wanted to say hi to people I've not seen for a long time, Themba being one of them. Christine, before she goes, I'd already contributed. We are here with Mr. Njiro and Big Julius and Roba and Kuseo. We have been here.
Why are you not asking me to unmute?
Because I want you to hear me and I hear you also. Two ways. It's not one way. But I'm not contributing. I just want to go and do the necessary. Before I do that, Themba, nilikuwa hapa. I've not seen mice for a long time. How are you, mice?
Niko mzuri bwana Nyumba.
Haya,
Mise.
nipeni ruhusa nikuwasalimia tu, nilikuwa nimecontribute.
Nyumba, kindly tell Themba what you did to Big Julius, and we had to beg, Njiru had to beg Big Julius to come back.
You know what I did? Eh? I also begged for Julius to come back. He's a good man and he contributes very well. But we are taking too much time reacting to Ndeto's issues, and he became impatient. He is as impatient as I am. So I'm not blaming him. Actually, he did the right thing. And we moved out and he came in. So Big Julius is okay. Njiro, you are still in charge. Before Themba takes over, can I go away? And it was just greeting everybody here. I'm happy to see all of you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
But
sawa. Bwana Nyumba, enda utumie kile unatumianga eh?
Nyumba, unanisikia?
Nakusikia Big Julius.
Mama Selina atasikia vizuri ukiambia nani Christine unmute.
Ni hivyo, yeah, I understand. That's why I give her the chance. Yeah. Happy to see everybody. I'm going away. Have a nice day or night, wherever you are. Thank you. Bye.
Nyumba, salimia kuku.
Na kile unatumia uwekewe ×2 leo. Sawa, Oze. Oze, kwani uko kwa Chebukati unashindwa na kuongea?
Christine amesema amesema she want to hear very little about IEBC, yet IEBC has held all of us hostage here. You have the entire country is talking about IEBC, including voters.
So the problem is when you start explaining about IEBC, I get like it's too long. And
No, not anymore. Don't worry. Not anymore. It will be very short. Because this time there are only six processes. But I want to talk about Baba's position first. Now, I witnessed something here yesterday. Unfortunately, Ndeto has left. I thought Themba was going to be getting some, was going to be some $100 richer.
No, he chickened out. He chickened out of the deal.
Oh, so it never took off.
I mean, yesterday he was the Big Julius. He chickened out of it.
Big Julius, you are the referee.
he gave up.
He gave up. Yeah. Anyway, what I want to say is that in this debate, as a number of speakers have done so during the Azimio rallies, personally, I've not seen it, but I think my eyes are opened, and I've just seen how RUTO would have benefited if he managed to get at the table with Baba. For one, you realize those moderators, they have no way of stopping the likes of RUTO when they choose to deliberately go off tangent. Now, RUTO was going to bring in a lot of those wild claims of his there. So, in any case, once he has started making all manner of allegations, all you'll find the moderators will do is to ask him to bring evidence. And even in the event he doesn't bring evidence and even apologizes, I tell you the damage would already have been done. In other words, this debate was going to attract people from all quarters. So I think it was a very smart idea to skip the debate. I don't know whether it is going to be the following day in Kenya, isn't it? So hopefully, let me just say, hopefully, I hope Baba will not show up in that debate. Instead, you can take time. I wonder what for example, the TV stations are going to air during, especially, I think their debate, their Azimio talk at Jericho is going to start an hour or so after, or maybe just before the presidential debate ends. So you'll find people, Baba would then be in a position to deconstruct whatever propaganda RUTO would be trying to bring there without any interruption, but using facts. So for me, I think Baba was going to gain zero at all by appearing there and raising the stature of RUTO, that he can have a one-on-one with Baba. That would have been a serious mistake. Thanks God, I think some people are smart in that campaign team. Now to our IEBC, as much as Christine is not being, we have to face it. This system, which we are, people are saying that we are stuck with, there are so many questions around why in the first place the Chepukatis settled on this system. Given the past history, which are not all of several years, 2017, 2016, all the way to 2022, I think there has been no single election where they have participated and there are no issues. It's only that for me, those issues have not been that bad, in the sense that the few that have been quoted, the elections were more, the problem is more on the managers than on the system. And you realize, even as they tell us now that they are going to ring fence our kids, there will be no interference here and there. What you need to know, you have garbage in, garbage out. The system is just as good as the people and the data you feed in it. Now, as much as you want to say that you are going to ring fence, these things, they always have, you can do it or you cannot do it. You can put a password level. If the owners decide to surrender their passwords or they allow infiltration, you can't blame the system, because you see, for example, a number of these systems which are used by financial institutions, they are normally time bound in such a way that if, for example, a cashier is supposed to come to log in to the system at a particular time and to log out at a particular time, you find that it is so controlled. You try to log in when it is not your time, you will not be able to. And yesterday you realize one of the clips which was played here, one of the officials really complained that they were guaranteed the system would not accept things between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No, we'll only accept between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. To their surprise, things which took place 4 hours later were still accepted in the system. What happened? The managers enabled it. The people who had barricaded it so that it doesn't go beyond 7 p.m. enabled it to accept even up to 10 p.m. So in all manner of this, you find that the managers are the ones to blame. And then now that brings us to where the Chebukati is. If for example, in the identification stage, you come in, you put your fingerprints through biometric, you are identified. The system is supposed to automatically archive you. That is a program. Remember, the managers, the administrators of this system can decide not to. Okay, I can say they can decide to unarchive you. You archived, but they decide to do the opposite. You can't come and blame the system. Blame your managers. That is why we need a lot of confidence in the IEBC so that we know that they are doing the right thing. The way they are goofing is what is making everybody worried. Well, again, going into the voting, you are supposed to be given 6 ballot papers. If they decide to give you 2, you can't blame the system. Again, you blame the managers, the ones in charge. Assuming you're supposed to blacken your finger after you have voted with ink, and the people who are in charge let you go so that you go around and come and line up and vote again. You can't blame the system. You have to blame the people who are entrusted to manage these elections. The same thing applies to the tallying. And of course, then the declaration. You all remember, we are all very conversant with the queue voting. The returning officers or the returning officers during the queue voting chose to be declaring the people with the shortest queues are the winners. Again, who do you blame? Who do you blame? Now, I started earlier on yesterday saying that this 2022 elections for the DP, it was a very, very long shot, a very, very long-term plan. And he did everything he could from the very, very beginning. And that is reflected in the level of anger that you see him displaying. Because he's seeing all these plans are falling by the wayside, step by step, falling by the wayside. And as I said yesterday, the 50-50 arrangement was not just in cabinet. You remember, even in the cabinet, if one is a principal secretary, the other one was cabinet secretary. Alternatively, like that. So at all levels, at all quarters, he has his sympathizers to date. And that is why, part of the reason why he was saying that he can't resign. How can he resign? And he's the deputy president. He has people all over the place, including, I did say here, including even in the anti-corruption. And that is how he has been able to help some of the governors who are otherwise supposed to be in court. They are not in court because when they reach to do their investigations, it turned out that the anti-corruption officers or themselves need to be investigated.
Ozena, list ni kubwa, watu ni wengi wa kuongea, so start narrowing down.
Well, I was actually ending there. Now, I wanted to say that after the declaration, then of course now you have the let's say after the elections and the the win has been declared, then the transition committee takes over. The transition committee takes over. I think I'll end there as far as the IEBC issues are concerned.
Hiyo mambo ingine umecontribute ama let's allow another person sababu I think you are
the committee.
No, I know you are an IEBC advocate, so hiyo maneno ingine iko kwa topic. Utatuelezea kesho maybe watu wa Venezuela mlikuwa mmetoa wapi. Anyway, sorry about that. So Bwana Themba, welcome. Then you welcome Mais. Then after Mais you will naona Julia yako hapa hajaongea na Rodzadam, but it's your time.
Okay, thank you so much Njiru. Yaani Mato anajidrop alafu kweli yenyewe kuwa moderator ni kitu ni kazi pia. Anajidrop alafu anaenda huko kunigonga ati nimemdrop.
Demba, najua hiyo ni ile
I see why ilifika mahali Musa akasema Mungu, hii ni kazi gani umenipatia kuongoza? But it's okay. Piga tu Temba. I mean mimi ni sounding board. Umejitoa mwenyewe Mato. Mimi siwezi ku moderator. What we do normally is this. When Njiru is the moderator, if you see Njiru as the moderator, the other moderators, they are not adding, they are not removing, they are not doing anything. It is the key moderator who adds and removes as he wishes. The other moderators, as much as they have the key, wanatulia, wanangoja time yao ifike. Just like pilot and co-pilot. So when I come in, from that time is when now I'm in charge. Unaona? Sasa it is that we are complementing each other. We don't compete, we complement. So hakuna wakati, lakini hakuna moderator atakutoa unless you are very unruly. And we have never had a situation where we personally have never had a situation where I have to remove. Naweza kakuweka background kidogo, ukitaka urudi tunakurudisha, because you can disagree with the moderator, but that doesn't mean you lose your right to speak. So that's how it works. So Neto, wacha siasa. Studio image.
I don't mind getting out so that Ndeto can come. So you guys, it was good seeing all of you.
Hang on, Christine. You can't just leave leave Ndeto out. Yesterday he was hanging around. He even went to the background. So hang on. I just wanted to.
Why don't you hold on? Wait, Christine. There are too many people who have interests here. Papa Bob Ukapa.
I'm loyal.
Wacha tutoe Papa Bob kwa sababu ameweka screen hapa amejaza. Ndio Ndeto aingie.
Yes.
Papa Bob akipata niweze kusaidia, nisaidie huyu jamaa anaitwa Mise. Haya.
Temba, which side are you?
Mato, you can come on. What do you mean which side? What do you mean which side, Kuseo?
What you have just done,
I'm a neutral arbiter. I'm a neutral arbiter. I don't support anyone, or neither am I fighting anyone. Wacha wanaume wamenyane uwanjani.
Hata Bob ako na lawyer, utafikishwa tu mbele.
Naona Kuseo wewe unataka kuwa lawyer wa Bob. Sawa tu. Ngangania hapo. I really don't think I have anything much about the IEBC. I would simply for 24 hours Chebukati was off air. He released a statement. They're saying, like we said here, the election will go on. Wewe mbona umeleta respect tena na tulikuwa nataka Ndeto bana. Sasa wewe Njiru bana. Njiru.
Ametake time.
Okay. Sasa utafanya nigongwe huko chini na Ndeto ati Ndeto si mimi.
Haya, mwambie akuje nitaondoka. Nitampea space.
Haya, sawa. So I really think that yani ya watu sasa Robert naye anapiga kelele huko chini. I dropped you because you cannot have the screen umesave kiti na tukuoni. So that's why we dropped you, so that we can have someone we can see the face akuje.
Waambie wakuje nitawapea space.
No, weka hapo. Kwani iko nini? Tuko watu 10.
Am I uninvited?
Now, how do you want me to answer that?
I don't know. Unazuisha juu yangu.
I don't want to answer that question.
Temba, ninaenda bathroom, musini drop.
Hii ni kazi ngumu hii kazi ngumu kweli.
Watu wa jioni. Okay. Julia ametulia tu hapa. Anyway, so for IEBC, as I was saying, they have already goofed, but one thing they usually say is that whatever it is, the plane has to land. The plane has to land. Even if when you are media and you discover that the pilot you are having is not having qualification to pilot the plane, you are media, and so the plane has to land safely. And that is a scenario where we find ourselves in. We may not, like for me, I don't trust IEBC, led by Chebukati. I don't trust their processes and systems. But under the circumstances, we look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that we need an election. And that election is that we have to allow the institutions that are mandated to do their work, like the CID. If there are any criminal cases that are coming up, they need to do their work. And politicians should do what politicians do, that is seek for votes. They create suspicion when they start looking like they are supporting IEBC with their ineptitude. So I think that is where we are having issues, because one side of the political divide seems to be supporting IEBC and giving a blind eye to the apparent mistrust and even inefficiencies that are being clearly exposed within IEBC. So that, I think, is what I can say about IEBC. We've talked about it. We've had it, expressed many times, and it is not exciting when you hear everything that is being exposed every single day. So that I can say, as far as IEBC concerned, it's a home stretch. I see, like yesterday, Martha Karua was in different places. It was surprising. I began and slowly getting to a point where I get tired listening to the deputy president and his team. They give a lot of lies without blinking an eye, and they don't care, and I'm wondering if they have reached a point where they think Kenyans are so foolish. And like the guy who helped Hitler with his propaganda, Goebbels said that the more you tell a lie, you will find a people that are willing to be lied to. And as long as you keep repeating it, it will look like it's true. So I think they have mastered that art of propagandeering, so that they keep telling the same lies, and they keep imagining that Kenyans are foolish and are stupid, and they're going to listen. Fair enough, there probably are people who are going to listen to them. But I don't think I want to be part of that statistic. I do not just want to speak for the sake of speaking. There's no time and period that we should justify evil and lies. I get a little disturbed and I struggle when I see some people who look fairly exposed and fairly educated trying to justify a lie. And that is where I draw the line. And most of the times I differ. While I respect their right to express themselves, and one of them is here, Mise, while I respect his right to express his political views, I struggle to understand how he can find himself. You say, from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So I'm wondering if your heart is so deluded to the extent that you can speak out in defense of one person who can give so much life. I agree with Robert. It is so much that to the extent that it can be annoying. And I really sometimes wonder if these are the people who are supposed to give a trajectory to our Kenyan politics. You know, sometimes we need to count on the younger people, the educated. But now when it comes to some of them coming here and speaking in defense of lies and trying to wax lyrical about it and explain it and, try to imagine that that's the direction that you want our country to be. I think there comes a time when you need to wake up, like George Sautati said. We need to there comes a time in politics where the needs of the country are bigger than the needs of the individual. You may have your individual needs. We may all have this thing we want to call this a political, statement. You're doing this, but a time comes when your statement is supposed to guide a future generation. And I don't think you want to look at these video clips many years from now and imagine you are defending a lie. I don't know where you will stand. You need sometimes to stand to be counted. You need to stand and be counted at a point that is needed. This is a point that we need people who can speak the truth and look at the eye of the person telling a lie and say that is not the truth. It's not a time for us to try and give, educated approach to certain statements. I don't think this is that time. And that is the point of divergence where I differ with Mise. I may not get myself to counter his arguments, but I usually sit back and look at Mise, especially when he's trying to explain these comments, and I wonder if he listens to himself, if he reflects upon what he's trying to say, or it's just a point of let's come, we have this time, let's while it together. I think we have reached a point where we don't need to while time. We don't need to come and just let me just come and say because we need a debate that is different, that we don't need to agree. No, we are not here to waste time and pass time. We are not here just to come and say, okay, fine, we have the debate to move on. We are past that moment. We are past the moment of just coming to push time. We want to just be different. We are past that time. We are at a time where people who stand for a value needs to be counted. It is one thing to just come and say, I want to keep the debate going. I want to keep people here talking so that we can look like we are different. We are not there. I don't just want to look different. I want to know, what do we stand for? What are the things what are the people who are shaping the future? So I want to urge you, Mise, you may not agree with me, but I would want to urge you that if your intention is just to while time, you're doing a disservice, because there are so many people who listen to your voice. And they want to know what is the value that we stand for as a people. We might have 10 people here who stand for the value that we need to see. I mean, let's do that, because that's what this time calls for. It calls for a people who can stand for something, but not a people who can fall for anything. You don't just say that, it's not about pontificating anymore. RUTO. We don't need to differ for the sake of it. We need the people with the value, and that's what we need to create. I think this platform serves that purpose, and we might do a generation a favor if we all stand by that. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you. I want to bring in, I think, Mise, and then Adams. No, Julia, and then Adams.
Themba, that lecture was long for me. I think what you are alluding to is is that you don't want diversity of opinion unless you.
Mr. We want to see you. Can you move your camera, Mr.? Can you move your camera?
You're not seeing me?
Yeah, you're just like yeah. So
is that better?
That's not better.
Okay. So Themba, unless you're telling us to come and everyone who comes here must speak about or for Azimio, then that is different. But if you are asking us to come with open minds and to be able to express ourselves, then that is different. But that being said, if you, I still hold you on your words that you support your views and the other people support their views, and we go ahead. But primarily, unless you take a moment and listen to me keenly, then you will get to understand what I'm saying. Because what you're saying about lies is like you are saying that there is a set of politicians that don't lie at all, and there is a set of politicians that lie, which is not actually true to the fact. But let me not dwell on that. Kuseo, you were talking about IEBC, and you gave a scenario that actually was confusing me. And I just wanted to ask you, when you were talking about systems, and I think you were talking about access management. In access management, we have three ways of access management or access control, you'll say. So we have user management, we have computer management or device management, and we also have what is called application management. So I was kind of struggling your explanation, because all of these things at the end of the day can be manually or by policy regulated in order to execute certain functions as intended by the system administrators. So your explanation kind of, when you argued that the managers have control of the systems, was misleading, because the systems are anchored on policies on how they receive the security, the back end, at the server level, where how they should, and the security levels, the verification, authentication, and so on, and the methods of verification and authentication, and so on. So unless we understand that, the managers might not even have a clue of how those systems work. The managers can suggest, but to change that, to change certain functionalities within the server system or the server administration level, it means that you have to change certain rules or set policies to execute what you want, and that takes a little bit of time. And there's something called logs, and those logs can be traced. And that's why you remember when we were asking Jebukati to open the server, he did not want to open, or the servers were not opened, because they are server logs, and we could be able to trace everywhere. Even devices, when you talk about devices, they have certain numbers that they identify themselves either by IP or by the I've forgotten, like the phones have email numbers that you can identify, but the unique numbers that that can identify them. I just wanted to mention that out there because it's important that we do not mislead people when it comes to access management and how the returning, online returning, and we have even things like gateways and so on, ports that we need to actually take into consideration. But I don't want to dwell on that. There are a lot of things that have been said here that I really wanted to demystify. And some of the things that I see people saying here, and I really wanted Ndeto to be here. about Raila not attending the debate. The question Raila made, Ndeto made a statement here that Raila is too big. Raila is too big. And I think Raila is too big to attend that debate.
Don't you agree? Don't you agree?
I completely disagree. I completely disagree. No one is bigger than the Kenyan Mwananchi, who, you see, Raila, Ruto, all of these politicians, they are seeking to serve the public. And so, if you look at our constitution, if you look at Article 1, and if you look at, I think it's chapter 1, but first go to the preamble. The preamble gives us a few things that are guiding principles. Look at when it talks about acknowledging, honoring, proud, respectful, committed, recognizing, exercising, to adopt, and to enact. And when you go to chapter 1, if I might, if you look at chapter 1, it says that the sovereignty of the people. And then when you look at 1, it says all sovereign powers belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised in accordance with this constitution. It is not the power of Kenya does not belong to Raila or William Ruto or any other person that we are trying to worship here. So on that basis, I will argue that we need Raila to go to that debate because he is going to appeal to the people that he is asking to serve. And those are the people who have the sovereign powers. So I heard yesterday people saying that, oh, the moderators have been compromised. People talked about Eric Latif and Yvonne Okwara, that they have been compromised. And I heard the argument that Ruto is has already indicated to the moderators that they should not bring up about the questions of corruption or the subject of discussion to be about corruption. Then we are wrong to argue and accept that because the questions, the culture of moderation of debates does not allow the candidates even to know the kind of questions that will be asked. They are solely prepared and delivered by the moderators or by the media houses. And these questions and the disclaimer they put there at the beginning that these questions or any subject of discussion has not been shared to any candidate. And so when the Azimio part is trying to argue that Ruto already is pushing for this agenda, then there is something they know that we don't know. And I'm not supporting Ruto in this case. And this is where, Themba, you miss the point. This is where you miss the point and others miss the point. I'm not supporting Ruto. I'm just trying to argue from a point of independence that I'm not going to worship anyone. And the last time, maybe towards the last, what I want to say is that Ruto and Raila have a responsibility to address issues such as to tell us issue on subject matters of public dates, you know, and other issues like when they come to power, how are they going to connect Kenya to the outside world? How are they going to use their connection, their networking, or their social capital with our country so that we can gain? And how are we going to gain? And things such as that. I think they owe it to the Kenyans. And also, Stone PK yesterday came with an ideology of encouraging people to raid the IEBC, you know, to stage a coup to a constitutional institution that has been there, that has been charged with the responsibility of delivering credible elections. And Stone BK and others were arguing about removing Chebukati. And I found that kind of I think Stone BK, you're an honorable man, but yesterday you erred when you are saying that we should, that we are the ones who made the constitution, we should throw it to the toilet and come up with another one. A constitution, this is not the time to talk about throwing a constitution. Yes, a time will come when we can amend. It's not even throwing the constitution. We can amend and build on the existing one and include whatever that we want to see, the changes that we want to see. And that has actually been envisaged, and the process of amending the constitution is well outlined. And the other things that were talked about here, and Themba, I want to thank you because yesterday you tried to guide the likes of, I think it was Ken and the other gentleman who was giving me competition on Christine. I don't remember his name, but you guided them correctly. You told them that the electoral laws, there are electoral laws, and the electoral laws, when you look at the Electoral Act of Kenya, it's guided and it works. It's actually the laws of the electoral laws are governed by the the laws governing the electoral system of Kenya are actually envisaged on the Constitution, on Elections Bill Act in 2011, Election Bill Act 2012, the Elections Offences Act of 2016, and also the Political Parties Act 2011, and the IEBC Act 2011, the Elections Campaign Act 2013, and the Leadership and Integrity 2012. So to come and say that we want to rubbish IEBC and say we can stop and postpone the elections, and I think the idea is good, the timing is wrong. That is what I wanted to argue this evening, and I wanted to tell people to stop focusing, and this is what Themba, I think you emphasized yesterday, and Adams and all of you, despite the fact that we have our own reservations, our own suspicions, our own fears, instead of focusing on our fears and trying to advance what is impossible and unattainable, I think it's important that we focus on telling our people how they will vote and who to vote, and how they can be the monitors and the watchmen to make sure that there is no rigging at the polling stations, and that the right candidate has been elected. And I think that is what we should. But to focus and try to castigate Chebukati, I think it's misguided. To even say that RUTO has cartels, my brother Robert, we come from the same place. It is good to cast such aspersions that he has cartels, but the thing is, can you prove that he has the cartels? And if you do, why has it taken you so long, 5 years down the line? And if your argument is true to the fact, then we must also say, if RUTO has cartels, then Uhuru has the cartels, and Uhuru knows the cartels. And now that Uhuru is on the other side of the aisle, he should tell us who the cartels are, because his best friend was Uhuru, was RUTO. And these people should not take us for a ride, should not take us to be fools. They should know that Mwananchi is tired, that we are not a football, we are not in a football match where we should be tossed from one side to the other. They should come and serve us. Raila should attend the debate and stop these theatrics. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Miss. Before I give Robert, you read the Constitution where it says that the Mwananchi is sovereign. Where does it say that? Where does the Constitution say that a president, before he becomes a president, must attend a debate?
Say that again.
Where is the constitutional requirement that for someone to be the president, he must attend a certain debate?
I'm not sure I said that.
No, I mean, you quoted the Constitution that the Mwananchi is sovereign, and therefore Raila should attend the debate because the Mwananchi is sovereign. So is the debate a provision of the constitution?
I think my argument was to dispel
Okay, let me flip it. Does Raila
No, I understood your question.
wait.
Your question.
No, I want to change it so that you can understand it. Does Raila, as a Kenyan, is there a place where he can say that I choose not to attend the debate? Is there a constitutional provision for that?
Not everything is envisaged in the Constitution, but the goodwill.
Does the Bill of Rights give the freedom?
There's a freedom, and every freedom has a limitation.
Okay.
Not
does
every
it
freedom
give
is unlimited.
No, I mean, Mr. I want us to reason. There's a Bill of Rights that gives him the freedom of association, isn't it?
Of course.
So he can choose to go for the debate and he can choose not to, right?
I mean, you're right, and I think
and the debate is not the debate is not a requirement in any constitution.
Themba, your argument is hinged on a wrong assumption. My argument to Themba, to Neto, was that Raila is not bigger than the people of Kenya. That is what the Constitution says.
You need
for
to
him to come here and say Raila is bigger than that.
Listen,
that was my argument.
You think you need to contextualize your argument, because you cannot quote a constitution in view of a debate, and then now you can't quote the same constitution in view of the personal rights of the individual to associate. Because when you are going to a debate, that's a personal choice. A debate is not a constitutional requirement. There's nowhere where the constitution says that for us to have a presidency, this debate has to take place. That's a local arrangement by the media council. And so you have a right, you don't have to. The only things that are provided for are provided for by even the electoral timeline does not provide anywhere for a debate. So the individual candidate can choose for whatever reason. In fact, the reason might not even be what you're saying, that he feels he's so big or he's so small. He can just decide that I'm not attending, and he owes no one any reason, because that's the Constitution. The Constitution provides for freedom of association. I choose where to associate and I choose where to go. My right ends where you are stopped. So when you are coming, when you are, wait, Mr. Learn to listen. Learn to listen. Learn to listen, because I'm trying to contextualize what you have said. When you're trying to say that Raila has chosen not to go for that debate, so he's going against the people of Kenya, I'm asking you, where in the Constitution is it saying that every presidential candidate has to attend a debate? No way. So when you come and you start saying that, the Constitution says, then he must attend, you can simply give arguments that will support attendance of the debate, but not quote the Constitution to say that these are the constitutional reasons why he must attend. There's no constitutional requirement for him to attend any debate.
And I didn't say that.
No Kenyan, hold on, there's no Kenyan who will have been disenfranchised because he didn't attend a debate. So we don't need to come and start saying that, the sovereignty of Mwananchi. Raila knows that. And that's why we are going to an election as an elected leaders. And he's not choosing to not to follow the election. He's going to seek for votes. How you seek for votes is your choice.
So
now, before we argue about that, because you'll come on and on, let me allow Robert to speak to it, and then maybe if there's someone else, then
but you said things and you
no, hold on, Mister. I haven't given you the chance.
No, but you misrepresented my facts.
Okay, Miss, maybe just give me that time, my friend. Let me start from where you left. You said Raila should attend the debate. I say Raila should not. I mean, should not attend the debate because constitutionally, it's not something he has to do. There are other ways he can reach our Kenyan people. And I think they'll be doing it tomorrow, the other way around. But at the same time, you brought up this thing of some of the questions during the debate. I want to take you back to the first presidential debate where somebody like Mia was so mad, and I am, about the media. When Mr. Gachagua, I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, and I don't want even to know his name anyway. When he came in and he was asked questions, and all of you can go back and see and look at the debate. When somebody is just answering questions by reading what he wrote down, what does it tell you? It tells me he knew in advance what was going to be asked. And that's the truth. So if you look at the film, some of these things he was reading them. And none of the whatever model could just ask you, why are you reading? I mean, I don't know what there was arrangements, but for me, when you are in a debate and you are reading whatever it is, you are cheating. So the same cheating is what they want to do. Then from there, they claim victory. All they need now is just trying to claim some victories because they know they want to lose this election, or when they steal, then they have something to cover themselves. Before I answer your question about cartels, let me also bring this issue up here. Miss or Missy, whatever it is. I mean, I don't know the proper name. Let me remind you, some of us since 2007, we have been waiting for this moment. And I want to remind you, you know where we come from. Some of us, we are that. I mean, like I said before, right as my breakfast, is my lunch, is my dinner. So you want to tell me if the election is rigged, then I should, for 5 years, I should just be like that? No. If RUTO wins in a proper way, he wins it without cheating, I'll take it. But, and this is where the cartels come in. If you don't believe RUTO's cartels, then I don't know, are we breathing the same fresh air in this world? Or do we know the same country? You know, at this moment, I'm trying to connect the thoughts. If you remember the Uganda fiasco, remember Uganda taking a flight, he wants to go Uganda, whatever it is, has some investments. Those are the thoughts which I'm connecting. And we had some issues, some people coming up saying, oh, you know what? RUTO had some issues. I mean, they had some other things in Uganda, it's business. This is coming home. And if you remember, a few days ago, Murate, there's it's Facebook, no, it's a tweet from Murate. He said, they are watching, and now Churchill, they are watching him is one of the tunnels, one of the 6 tunnels they have. So we know what's going on. Some of these things I might not tell you. Something about I'm not going to tell you. But the bottom line is this. As Kenyans, let's agree one thing. We cannot run our country like the IEBC is doing. If people can come with election materials and nobody can tell us where it's going, and yet we have people like the young generation and others, now we think that cheating and lying is part of our lives. This one has to stop.
Okay.
Let me conclude by saying this. The cartels are there. I don't know. I called Mise. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you Miss. I called him Mise.
Don't call him mice because
I'm okay. Whichever way you pronounce it, it doesn't bother me, Robert.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is, at this point, and I want to predict you, let nobody make a mistake of trying to lead an election in Kenya. And like Stoneberg PK said, I support him. It will be a revolution. It will be a revolution if it means what? Let them try. Let them try. I just leave it there, Mr. Temple.
Okay, Kuseo, dakika moja tafadhali, because we have other people who haven't submitted them.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify to Mise that you see this controlling security of a system, functionality-wise, and the sort of data you can put in there. There are very many ways of doing so. You see, like in our elections, the IEBC has said that there are some barcodes that they are going to be using on the Form 34As. So that if you try any other thing where they cannot identify that code, it will not go through the system. That's one way. Then there is this password levels for users, which is very straightforward. I do not understand why you are saying it is confusing. It is not confusing. Some are time-bound, others are according to access levels. And they are mixed in either way so that you get the security status that you are looking for. Now, these things are inbuilt and you can undo them and do them. That is what we mean by, you see, one of the officials who was complaining in the clip that was played yesterday, he was saying that they were told that this system, if you can only accept data from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., anything beyond that, in other words, after the elections and everything is shut up, you can't introduce new, fresh data. That's what they were talking about. Now, they were surprised that at 10 o'clock later, they were still able to accept data. What happened is that people with higher password levels enabled it. As simple as that. So you can't blame the system when the users have done it otherwise. That's why I was saying that you need to blame the managers, not the system. If you have managers putting in garbage, you'll get garbage out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. One minute response, then we go to Julia, then Adams. Kindly make it quick.
Yeah, Kuseo, the system, I think that is something that we can, every organization has their way. I think what you're explaining is multi-factor authentication. So the multi-factor authentication could be three levels. Maybe in this case, what they have decided is to have a 3-level multi-factor authentication. And the criteria of passwords can either be auto-generated or you set, and it goes back to the policies. And the policies are applied at the server level. So at the end of the day, it's not about the managers. It's about the IT infrastructure at IEBC. When they sat down, when they had, that's why in organizations now, you have a business analyst and an IT analyst.
But Mr. What are you saying? What is IEBC? See, those are the things, the same thing Koseo is saying.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to Koseo is that there is not a manager who is going to sit somewhere and manipulate the system.
What is IEBC?
Because the way you are, I'm looking at IEBC as a corporate institution.
But IEBC are people.
Yeah, but what is explaining from a IT perspective doesn't make sense. What you're saying, what you're saying is that manager X at IEBC goes to the system and says, do this. No, it's done at the server level. And the person who does that at the server level must be someone who is knowledgeable.
And who is that?
Who is able to change.
And who is that?
Let us agree that first.
That is what Kuseo has said.
We can narrow down to that. But Kuseo, what gives you
we are in agreement. We are just saying the operators, the users. We are in agreement. So we are just saying the users can decide to use it otherwise. They can enable the security.
Kuseo, change the word of management to use his word so that you guys are in agreement.
No. Themba, you have a way of misrepresenting.
Use the users.
Kuseo, I'm speaking from a point of information because I can tell you truly what you're explaining does not work the same way at the server level. I can tell you that.
Okay,
But
okay, Mr.
let me finish. You keep
We will come
interrupting me.
back.
Let me
We'll
finish.
come back.
You gave me 1 minute. Let me finish. Kuseo, what you're saying is true. And what I'm saying, those people who have access, we can track them down. You know who is in charge of IT. You know who has access A, access B, access C. So what I'm wondering, Kuseo, is who told you that the way the system and policies have been set at IEBC, that is how they will malfunction? How do you know the multi-factor authentication level? How do you know? So that is what I'm saying. Let us not speculate information that can mislead people who do not understand how IT infrastructure works. That's my argument.
You know, if you took time to understand Kuseo, you guys have actually said the same
We
thing.
are in agreement.
Yeah, you are both in agreement, actually. There's even no need to pursue that any further. Julia, how are you?
I'm good, Demba. Good to see you. Good to see Mice. Njiru is calling you Mice. So I was
Miss Julia, you should know better.
I was trying to ask myself, is this mouse or mice?
Is come in plural today.
So I wanted to tell Njiru, what did you say? Did you say mice or mouse? You know, we from Mount Kenya, we have issues with pronunciation. Maybe he was struggling to pronounce mouse.
No, tell Adams to pronounce mice for you and Kuseo. Yeah, especially the H part.
Yeah,
say
so
mice.
Forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. Just forgive them. Good to see Kuseo, good to see Christine, Lord Adams, Stone PK siku hizi amekuwa mwenyeji hapa, lakini ubaya wake huwa aongei. Kuna wakati mwingine ananyamaza tu kabisa. It's not like you, Stone. Bob Papa, good to see you. Ken, we have new entrants. Martin Deto amerudi. Sijui kama December alitoa Martin Deto, lakini they can discuss that later.
Julia, wacha kuniweka kwa vita na Deto. Mimi nitoe Deto kwa nini surely?
But Deto you sing for
us. Mtu nimetoa ni Papa. Na unaona sasa amerudi amejiweka na nini, na amerudi na mics kama za Kuseo. Nafikiria alifikiria hiyo ndio inafanya Mise achukue wote, achukue Christine, achukue Julia. Sasa amekuja na hizo ndio
Bob is armed to the tooth.
Apate bonga points.
Bob is armed to the tooth. So I just want to say that I don't think is Robert
leo Bob Papa atatuimbia Kikongolese anakaa Makiadi.
Yeah, wamefukusiji Makiadi ameenda wapi. But I thought that Misa was just saying the same thing. I didn't think he said that it's under the constitution that Baba should speak. I think he was just saying that the expectations of Baba supporters is that he'll speak to them during the debate. So then I thought you and Robert didn't get Mise, right?
Mise tried to use the constitution to explain why Baba should attend. That is where he went wrong.
No, he didn't say it's constitutional. He said that
Julia, what were you listening to?
No, you people, you are just overreacting towards Mise. Another thing I think
Julia, what were you listening to?
You didn't give him space to explain himself. So
Julia, wait, what were you listening
to Mise?
Are you sure?
Yeah, you are the one who don't want to listen because
I don't know what you heard Mise say. Did you hear Mise quote the constitution?
He did say Baba according to the
constitution. Hold on. Why was he quoting the constitution in reference to what?
Maybe you can ask him to say, but I don't.
Now you can't even remember. That's why I said you didn't even hear anything. Just go to your presentation.
No. I'm just trying to correct something because you people just react over nothing. The other thing Kuseo has reacted over nothing is about what Mrs. said about the election thing. So you people, you need to pay attention and listen to somebody.
Well, you pay attention. Pay attention. Wacha kama Mise hata kurudia hata umtetee saizi. Ameshaita Christine hapa hani many
no.
times.
I want to be on a serious note, Demba. I don't want to go to those jokes. I just want to say that Demba and the others pay attention before you interrupt somebody. And that
No,
is
we paid attention. Julia, just go to your presentation. We paid attention. It
that's
doesn't
why
mean
you're
that if you
interrupting
don't
me,
pay.
Demba. Why
No,
don't
no,
you
no.
allow me to finish? Stop
No,
interrupting me.
no. I'm not going to allow you to say that because we have not had the way you had, now we didn't pay attention. We paid attention. You paid attention. You had what you had. We had was what we had.
Okay, may I finish speaking? Then you rebut what
Thank
I'm
you.
saying. Yes, so you please don't interrupt me. Now, the other thing I want to say now to Mr. Mise is that I know you feel that Baba should attend the debate. And many people have held the opinion here that Baba should not attend the debate. And I hold the same opinion. Because when I looked at the way Gachagua reacted in the other debate and how the moderators allowed him to get away with it, I imagine the same situation for Baba today. I think it's today in Kenya. And that is, to me, is hooliganism. So what I saw in Gachagua is hooliganism. And me too, I think I won't stoop that low, like if I were Baba, to that level of hooliganism, because two people cannot work together, so the Bible says, unless they agree. So Gachagua is a replica of RUTO. So I expect the same behavior today with RUTO. And because Baba is not going to be there, I hope they're going to be put together with Wajakoya, because I want to see the drama, because I think those will be birds of the same feather. However, I think Baba is right not to attend the debate. It is okay for Baba. He has better things to do than waste time with Ruto's hooliganism. And because Ruto is not willing to talk about corruption and all that, I think it would be a waste of time. Now, the other thing about the election, I came here just because of Kuseo, because I was expecting Kuseo to leave all of you hopeless. Because Kuseo will say, mambo ni mbaya zaidi. The other somebody who has that habit is Stone PK. Things are so bad, we should not even go vote, we should not do this, we should not do this. So before Stone PK says that, I want to stop him. Kuseo, it's good you give us information about IEBC, which is good. That is very informative. I really appreciate from your presentation. I must say I learned so much about how IEBC operates. But I think at this time, like Demba said yesterday, I think he made that correction that I was listening, I was somewhere, I was kind of busy. Socially busy, but I was listening to something. I heard them say that you people, now this time there's nothing we can do. We can't sack Chebukati and we won't go on the streets. Going on the streets will not help us, like Stone PK is saying, okay? Now, we have an election a few days from now. So, and it's under the constitution, it cannot even be postponed constitutionally. It cannot be postponed. So we're going to do what we can do now to get over this thing. Now, and the only thing we can do is to make sure we guard our votes. Now, Kusea was saying that somebody can have 2 votes, 2 ballots. Yeah, it is possible. I really agree with you, Kuseo. But let me tell you, I've been in those polling stations several times. And the situation is normally so tense that it's so almost practically impossible for you to do something wrong. It is usually so tense. So what we need to do is to make sure we have our agents there. And we have strong agents. And this time, the other time I was thinking we should have agents in our strongholds, but now we should have agents even in Mount Kenya, strong agents. You know, I watched the campaign of Sabina Chege and Mother and Baba and Mwangiwa Iria in Muranga the other day. Now, I've been talking to people from Muranga County, and now it is coming out clear that Mount Kenya is going to 50-50, if not flipping, if not flipping to Baba. So the situation is that dire that we need strong agents in Mount Kenya region, because one thing that is going to give Ruto heart attack is Mount Kenya region.
So you saw what happened in Kiambu?
Yes, I saw.
Things are changing.
Yes, Kuseo. So we must have people who will stand in Akwanga wakati wengine. I was young when Matiba was vying for parliament. I think the second time or first time, I can't remember. And I can remember my mama was working in the pieces of in Nyeri. And I can hear her say, she was telling her sisters that she overheard Musila. Musila was the PC then, ordering people in Kiharo constituency to rig out Matiba. And because she had the phone, she went to the booth She called her brother-in-law, who was an agent of Matiba, akamwambia what has been ordered. Those people manned their votes. And because those days votes were being counted at the constituency, they escorted the ballot boxes with vehicles. Walifuata hizo ballot boxes mpaka kwa counting. They made sure Matiba was not rigged out. And don't forget, it was Moi's time. So I want to tell you that it is possible to man our votes. It is possible to stop this thing. And we should have strong agents even in the Rift Valley, in the whole of Rift Valley. I watched what happened in the Marakwet. And I am very sure that Baba has so much following, even in the Rift Valley, even in the Kalenjin land. So it's no longer business. So we are not going, you people who are still whining and whining, can you stop the whining? You're so annoying. That's why I don't even feel like coming to this debate most of the time. Everybody's whining and whining and whining. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill yourself because Chebukati did this, did that, did that? There's nothing you can do about Chebukati. All those things you are saying here, the DCI is aware. Na DCI imejua mbele yenu. Na sisi, watu wametuita deep state, sisi dio deep state. Kama unataka kujua deep state iko wapi. And if you think you can rig out the deep state, pole sana, ole wako. So all those things people are saying, the DCI is aware, Uhuru is aware, and this game ni kali sana, even beyond what people can imagine. So you people stop whining and whining, because the more you whine here, you may make some people who want to vote not vote, because kuna watu sasa wakona stress ati tumepiga kura sijui miaka ngapi, kila saa we are rigged out. Stop it, give them hope. This thing, we are taking it with a landslide. We are taking this thing. We are not losing this thing. So sasa mimi kwa kukamilisha kwa ufupi kwa haya yote mengi na kwa ufupi, kesho hatuendi debate. We have no time to waste on bottomless pit, meaningless things. And we're going to be watching where Baba is going to be kesho, na baadaye we'll be watching Inspector Mwala from Citizen TV. Asante Demba.
Julia ni mbaya. What will you be watching later?
Inspector Mwala.
Julia, asante kwa kuniongelea.
Wewe unajua unategemea uongelewe kwanza. Unaongea vitu fake, unategemea uongelewe.
Siringi, lakini you saw my point. Thank you.
Ati? What did you say, Mr.?
Nasema siringi, lakini Julia understood and has
of course, what else do you expect?
Yeah. Julia, thank you for understanding.
Najua Julia ni mwalimu. Na mwalimu ana understand slow students. Now, wacha
please never withdraw that statement. I'm not a slow student. Unless all as
why you did I you are a lawyer, Mr. Did I mention any name?
No, because the context in which you used that slow
you are a lawyer and you know what passes in a court of law. Wacha nilete Adams kabla tu nini. Adams amengoja hapa. Wacha tumalize na watu wajaongea, then now we can have you guys. Adams, tafadhali.
Thank you so much. Good evening, all of you. Yeah, let me just go very fast. Mr. Martin, just put your hand down. I'm getting confused when you raise up your hand like that. Sorry about that. Okay, now, Themba, you ought to have just told me that being a slow learner is not a default. It's okay to be a slow learner. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why it's taking
slow but sure, you know.
No, I don't take that. It's not a descriptive of me, so that's a
now, Mr. I didn't mention any name, so it is Adams who mentioned names. So mimi siku mention names. Niliambia tu, my reference was to Julia. She's very good. She's a good teacher, and she understands her students.
As a moderator, can you ask Adam to withdraw that statement now that he called my name?
Now, Adams, can you withdraw that statement?
And I'm not withdrawing.
And apologize.
Because
and apologize. Withdraw and apologize.
I haven't committed any crime.
Proceed on, Adams.
Yeah. This our debate, our time here is sometimes very interesting. That's why I've been listening. I don't know whether you guys can really notice how Julia is talking, the way she speaks. This woman speaks with some authority, like she's stamping it right there. That pop. I don't know. Sometimes I look at her, I'm like, this woman is tough.
That's how teachers speak. Teachers speak with authority. They tell students, sit down, and I've said you sit down.
I don't doubt her.
No, kneel down.
Anyway, my friend, let me go.
Adams just instead of telling you that okay, you guys understood this, for me this is what I understood. She's saying you should have understood.
Adams, you're my brother. I already know where I'm taking the goats now. After saying that, I know where I'm taking the goats. I was wondering, you're my brother. Now I know where I'm taking the goats.
Ndeto, which goats? Does Julia look like goats? Why you giving Julia an equivalence
Let me say, mutaanza kufanya Adams asimalize presentation. Adams, tafadhali, go on.
Okay. I never meant to.
His time is up.
I never meant to open a Pandora box for an argument this for eating into much time. Okay, well, let me rush very fast. I'm not going to take much time because I don't have much. A lot have been said, and I'm just going to contribute a little bit about the same. My good friend, the man who wears a tie at night in the Northern America is that I say that because it's a bit funny to wear a tie at night, especially in the northern continent of America at night as of now. It is not normal. It is abnormal.
Yes, Christine to impress.
So
I hope that you are taking his time from he's wasting our time.
Kweli, my brother, your time is up.
So I heard he is arguing well, but Mr. Mise is arguing from an angle, and that angle is academic. He's trying to bring the academic into argument. Yet we are talking about what we are addressing here are basic things that happens on the ground, what they call the ground, right? So sometimes it really doesn't need much academics into certain things. When we talk about the behavior or the character of somebody in terms of corruption, in terms of fidelity, if I may borrow words that Mr. Themba used, ethics, ethos, principles, values, fidelity. We don't need so much academics to make it be understood well. It is better to use a layman's language so that the Wanjiko can understand what it really means. That is why our constitution is written in a simple English. They did not use vocabularies. So the main reason is so that the common mwananchi can understand it. So when we argue things to do with fidelity and corruption, when we talk about RUTO being corrupt, when we talk about things are not done well, when we talk about attacks, going to a debate, instead of debating, you attack people who are irrelevant. We need to make it simpler so that that woman who is selling boga in Kariako, that guy who is cutting meat in Bama can understand what we are saying. We don't just come to Mutembe TV and speak to the corporate world. When you speak, try to understand the common, because we live in a world which looks like a pyramid. The majority of them at the bottom. So don't just talk as if you're addressing the people at the pyramid. When Yesterday, Mr. Misa, I came here and I was of the opinion that Raila should attend, but I gave my reasons, but I reserved them again, and I said I don't mind. But I am a bit perturbed with the way you put it, because the truth of the matter is debates are not constitutional. It is not mandatory. It is not mandatory that you have to attend a public debate. It is a personal decision. But when you come here and you want to reason it, that it is constitutional, that you have to attend a debate, I think that is a bit misguided. And I demystify that fact totally. Lastly, I also say that when you are arguing a case, you mentioned, and I counted 9 times, you said that Raila Odinga thinks that it is too big. When you're being asked, Mr. Themba was trying to prompt you, but then you keep on saying Raila big, big. Nobody talked about the size of Raila. It is you who said it, and you answered yourself. So sometimes when we come here, don't just come up with words and then you put them into your own mouths, and then you ask yourself those questions. Then you answer them, then you argue them out. Nobody talks about Raila being big. It is people like you who come up with such kind of things, and people try to believe you and, come up with the argument. And IEBC, I'm done. I agree with Julia. And today, since yesterday up to today, it is my conviction. And I've made a decision. My friend, or my brothers, brethren, Chebukati and his surrogates, Chebukati and Co., Chebukati and Company, Chebukati LLC, they are not going to steal this election. These people are not going to steal election. They are going to try, but they're not. And this comes to my point. Trials and success are 2 worlds apart. You may try, but success is a different level, it's a different ballgame. So they will try. And there is no other time that they will try. They are trying right now. Whatever RUTO is doing, what those guys are doing, and Chebukati, that mess, that is what they can do. That is a trial. On the D-Day, they will try to stop it. It won't work because these people have been blocked. They have been blocked. Mr. Kuseo, you come up here, I've been listening to you, you're trying to explain how it is functioning in terms of technology, blah, blah, IBCD, BBT, IEBC, blah, blah. That is all said and done. And can I tell you something? That is just, if Mr. Kuseo can have that information and is talking, and is, I don't know where, are you speaking from California or you're in Hollywood? I don't know where you are. What about the people who are involved? The people, there are people, let me tell you, I know we want it, but did you know that there are people who are involved in this election with their life? There are people who have committed their life and death in this election. Even in 2017, we had people like the guy who was killed, Musanda Chege. Those are people who committed their life. And we still have such kind of people here. And by the way, such kind of people are in both divides, the other side and this side. There are people who are going into this election with their life. So if you see somebody like Mr. Kuseo explaining things, and the way he speaks, I may judge him as a human being. He's not into this election with his life, but he can explain those things and we understand it the way we can get the information. What about those people who have bettered their life? Brethren, this election is not gonna be stolen. But if it were to be stolen, then Kenya, hakutakalika. You will hate it. But you know what? It is not gonna be stolen. It will be, and we are not going to have a runoff. But some people somewhere are going to be double bitter and they won't believe it. Elections will not be stolen. It will be won squarely with a better, sizable margin. Let me stop there. Thank you, and I shall let you all.
Thank you, Lord Adams. Stone PK, ni wewe alafu tumalize na Ken, then we can Big Julius amekuwa hapa, so hatuna shida. Lakini hata Stone PK ulikuwa hapa, si ndio?
Si ni kwa sababu tumetoka hapa asubuhi. Ndio.
Haya, okay.
Unajua tunafanya back to back, that's the problem. Thank you Themba. I had not come actually. And good to see all the great women and men of this country, beautiful country called Kenya in the diaspora. Yeah, I've been listening right from the beginning. Nimefuata kutoka mchana, leo nilikuwa na time mob, and I agree with most of us, most of what we are feeling. But basically, after listening to what people are contributing, I get this usual feeling of the last stretch, the last mile, how tense it can be. And basically that is when people actually lose it. And that's when also you get the winners. It is during that last, unaona inaitwa kwa Kiswahili ni nini? Ile tape pale. Then your heart wants to give in, your legs want to give in. I remember there's one clip I saw, two runners were going there, and then this other one collapses, na huyu mwingine akamshika, and they were running. I think that's what we should do. Notwithstanding, this will not be kushika mwingine mkono for you to reach at the state. This is nivita. And I like what Roba has said. As much as we are saying, oh, this will happen, we will win, we will do this, this is war. I mean, it's an election not like any other. We will not win while sleeping. Ati tunalala pale. In fact, Kajwang should be resurrected. This is real mapambano. This is the real war, guys. Whether we want to be modest, I know my brother Mr. there is bringing his academia here, teaching us law. It's fantastic. But my brother Mr. hapa hakuna cha kuvaa tai ati sijui law inasema nini. Hapa ni power is with the people. And this time around is when watu watajua hawajui. Yeah? It had better go the way we are talking. Hii ni kiberiti karibu na petroli. It has to go the way it is supposed to go. Yeah? Let's not sit here and say tutaomba Mungu sijui watu watafa. It is bad. It is really bad. We have to win. So Chebukati has to be told. He had better, if he can't be able to announce, and if he sees it going the other way, which it never intended, he has better flee. And that's how, you know, us in diaspora here, we are keyboard warriors, but the real thing on the ground, it's not easy. Let me not even dwell on IBC because it would be a waste of time right now. I would like to talk to the Bodaboda, this gesture that Baba gave. This was my highlight today. I even don't want to, I didn't care about the debate. For me, the debate is rubbish. Sorry, I use such strong terms at times. These are things we are aping. These are things which we don't know the meaning. We just started it the other day. We don't have capable, what do we call them, moderators. The moderators wanakuwa hijacked by the regarded. They can't control them. Yeah. So it loses meaning. It would be a fantastic thing if we had people like Kanampo, and a moderator who would shut up anybody who is coming to become irrelevant and all that. But we have kids, we have very young. Wanaangaliwa hivi na Ruto anawaambia, why don't you ask me this way? Akiulizwa a tough question anacheka, anasema, my friend, go and ask him. Is that the debate you want to go and watch? Baba to be, yani akae pale akiangalia somebody on a ranting mission? No. And I think, I don't know, I wish I was able to share a clip. Maybe December I could share a clip that Mutua was explaining. Maybe you saw it earlier. He gave the articulate reasons. And it is not what majority of people are saying here and there. He gave it very well. He gave a whole explanation of, the way, is it worth the 90 minutes there? Is it worth, or do you want to spend that 90 minutes elsewhere, talking to place where it makes mileage? You understand? So there is some good explanation that all of us should, and I'm happy majority here feel that. I think Mise needs to see that, watch that clip. It is explained by his learned friend, his superior, Professor Macau, and he has also used the legal terms that Mise is good at. And I think after maybe listening to Professor Macau, Mise will be convinced why we cannot have an enigma standing side by side with a rat, a mice. You know, in fact, the strongest word would be with the takataka, the way Baba calls him. You know, I would not imagine Baba standing there to debate with somebody who is there just insulting and talking all those nonsense. So Baba did a very good gesture. This is the Mount Kenya style. Baba has been initiated and now he knows. You can imagine the arrows he has been having and now ameongezewa za mulima. Mulima is where it can take 30 seconds to turn the other way around. Wanasemanga ni kiahara, yani ile game ya draft. Unaweza kuwa umekaa hivi your friend, then dakika moja tu wanaangaliana kwisha, unashindwa halafu kumekuaje, wanaambia kwisha. So wamesema na wameamua. That gets ya Baba. Bodaboda zitakuwa fueled. Anybody can go and say it's bribe. It's up to you. It will be facilitation. There is no every border will be fueled all over the country. Okay, and you will be free or siku just to ferry the weak, to ferry the mental, not mentally, the physically challenged, the old, the way Mount Kenya does. Mount Kenya, watu wale wana magari, they freeze their business that day. Bars, you don't go to a bar, ifunguliwi mpaka uonyeshe kidole kama umepiga kura. So that was my highlight today, and I saw the response. Those boys, they vowed, and that's what it will be. And those are now who will do what Julia has said. It's the Jeshi that will protect these votes. Because they see something wrong in this polling station, they are quick, they run, they rush, they mobilize others, and they will be able to do that. That is what I'm calling Kenyans to emulate. Iyo bodaboda yote, wherever they are, north, east, west, yeah, that network is strong enough to be able to protect. Because this vote is people protection. This is where we should use the people power. Tukitegemea ati Chebukati atatuhesabia hizi kura hakuna, and you will come. Tutakutana hapa tu tukianalyze. I hope we will be analyzing after Baba ameshinda watu wanaenda wapi? Kotini. But not the other way around. We cannot afford to go to court on the side of ati sisi ndio tunakuwa complainant. That we should not entertain at all. Lastly, UDA is the this has always been the same, you know. RUTO was very clever, and that is his character. He has tricked people. So even if he was to win, God forbid, it will be UDA. Or akina Mudavadi, they will have been thrown under the bus. Hawataona kitu na watajua hawajui. But thank God, we don't think he's going to win. This shows that the spirit and the inner core of Mr. RUTO in terms of conmanship. When you hear him calling people names, it is actually his own that is who he is. It is him to those people. Ukisikia anaita mtu matapeli, ni yeye. Everything RUTO utters with his one, you trace it historically. Kutoka siku ya kupeleka t-shirt 1,000, t-shirt 100 zinazaa 1 million. All that, hiyo utapeli yote is not honorable, is Mr. RUTO. With those very many remarks, let me say, let's work hard, tuendelee na mapambano. Kenyans, tusilale. We should not take things for granted. It is ni vita na lazima tutoke wote. Asante bana.
Mr. Themba, there is somebody at the comment section called Patrick Mushiri. He has no respect for women, and it aches me a lot. I don't know what I can do about him. He has no respect for women at all.
Okay, I'll check his comments. Ken Lee.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good morning to those in Kenya. Good afternoon to those in any other part of the world. I'm here for just a clarification. I was in the back office listening. Mrs. seems to say that I agreed with Stone PK yesterday on the kicking out Chebukati. I did not say that. My questioning was, why did we carry Chebukati despite what happened in 2017? To me, he should be out of office, but that's what under the bridge. We really can't get him out there. We have to do an election with him. I want to take whatever they say in terms of preparing us. I am disliking the debate they're engaging with the DCI. They should sort their matters behind the scene. To my opinion as a layman is that there's a game happening with those Venezuela fellas and all the media display of people all over the city carrying computers and servers. It's madness. They should fix their own issues. They shouldn't disrupt ourselves. For us as Kenyans, we want credible elections. Again, my unpopular opinion stands for the day. I think my opinion, Baba should have gone or should go for the debate. If he doesn't, again, in a democracy, well, appreciate everyone with their choices. They could be right, they could be wrong. I do not want to maybe put credit to what Makau Mutua was explaining, or maybe even put credit to Baba's position that he could be big, that he cannot debate RUTO or whoever. He did it in the past, so I'm not seeing the special thing for now, but it remains unpopular, and well, it's what it is. What is perhaps emerging to me is the inconsistencies that are happening. 2017, if I remember well, Uhuru skipped one of the debates. He said the media is biased and gave all sorts of reasons. RUTO equally missed his part of the debate. Last week, we were treated to a debate by the two sides, and by extension, then we agreed that the two deputies were representing their sides of the politics. Why it's a different story now, again, that doesn't sit well with me. Finally, Demba, in all due humility, in a debate, let us take dissent. There are things I hear and I agree with them. There are things I hear and I totally disagree with them. But as long as we are debating, the real debate will happen on 9. The people will go and vote. They will settle this matter. So the issue of the dissent, I didn't like it when you put a lot of effort to correct me, say. But again, that's my position. A different opinion from yours, it can be shallow, it can be wrong, but well, give it the benefit of doubt. Probably that's the wisdom and the fight gets to that person. And I don't know, I'll stop it at that point. Probably with the closing remarks, we may have to revisit one of the issues. Thank you.
You see, let me first respond to the assertion that you're making, that I ought not to have responded to Mise. Yet I gave him time to speak, and he also responded to me. I think that's what you guys are saying is the nature of debate. I also have my right to express my displeasure with what he says, just like you have a right to express your displeasure with what I say. I mean, I agree with you, and you don't have to agree with my position, right? But I also have a right to disagree with you, right? That is like what you have said. That's the nature of debate. It doesn't mean that you have a right to disagree with what I say, but I don't have a right to disagree with what you say. I have a right to disagree and tell Mise where I struggle, but he doesn't have to follow what I say. He can either agree or disagree with me. You know, I didn't force him to follow what I say, but I expressed my position. Just like you have expressed your position as to my opinion, which is okay. They say that my right end where you are start. All right. So where you are start, mine end. So I mean, I have just like he does have a right to come and express himself, and I'll never block anyone from expressing themselves in whichever way they want in a differing view with me. And I've always said here, but I've also said I also can differ with you. I don't have to clap for everything you say. All right. That's how it is. And we respect each other that much, and he knows that. But I will always differ with someone when I realize if you say something and I struggle, just like you have said, you have struggled with what other people have said. That is the nature of debate. You can agree or disagree, and that's how it is. So it's okay for you to take exception with it, which is okay. But I still stand by what I say. I struggle to understand Mise. I struggle to understand how he can still be defending the deputy president. And I struggle to appreciate what he says. And that is me, Themba. You don't have to agree with me. If you think he was on the right side, kubaliana naye, just like Julia understood him differently, and I understood him differently, and we accept him as part of us. Now, what I also don't agree with you is where you say that it's the idea of Baba not going for the debate. It's popular that people are not agreeing with him. Where is it popular? That the popular view is that many people want him to attend. Where did you find that popularity? I haven't read it anywhere.
I said it's popular here. I am of the unpopular opinion in the context of this debate.
But you meant the context here.
Yes,
where we are debating.
Yes, I've not gone out asking anyone whether he should go or he should not go.
Okay. Now I get you. Because I was wondering. You said it's popular, so I was wondering popularity.
No, it's in the context of probably the few who have expressed their opinion here.
Okay, let's hear. Maybe Adams has a question for you. I think, is it? Okay. No, he doesn't. So I think we will start taking our closing remarks. It's indeed been a long day, and Patrick Mosheri, be a good guy. We accommodate divergent views, but try as much as possible to be respectful to it. You can differ with people, but don't attack people. We appreciate divergent of views, but we also are careful not to allow us to be, insulting attacks on people. You might struggle based on how you understand people. I mean, you can, there are some expectations we have of people, but please try. We have different people who have different views, and Black, Gitash, they may not agree with Azimio largely, but we try to accommodate each other. Remember, we are all Kenyans, even with our divergent views. We may not agree 100% of the time or most of the time, but we still say we are Kenyans and we have to accommodate each other. It is the nature of life that you don't always find yourself with people that you hold the same view. But again, we need to listen, differ respectfully. Of course, like Ken is saying, he didn't like my differing with the Mise, but I was here comes Mise. I was wondering if you got lost.
No, you kept me at the back. You kicked me to the.
No. Hey, my friend, what's happening?
I don't know why you.
My hands are here.
No,
I haven't even.
I wanted to tell you Themba Mise hapa ameteta.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you ignoring me.
Julia, how are you? Have you brought back Mise?
Yeah, I brought back Mise because
It is not me. Julia, kindly confirm. I didn't throw
okay,
any.
I think maybe the network Mise threw you out. I don't think Themba threw you out.
Okay,
Yeah.
I trust you, Julia, on that account. I withdraw my statement that Themba threw me out. But Ken, thank you for coming out, and those others who are keeping quiet. If you when you saw them coming for me, they will also come for you after the election. So don't allow Themba. So speak out. Thank you, Ken.
Themba, hata internet ikikosa, you are to blame now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that I have to take it. But I've been, like I always say, I've been in the trenches, and I have a T-shirt to show. So I can handle it. I can handle it. But Mise, I didn't throw you out. Thank you. I might differ with your view. Like I say, I differ with someone's content of their thinking, but I don't differ with an individual. So even when Mr. says things that I struggle with, I tell him so, because it's my right to air what I think I don't agree with, but not necessarily Mr. Mr. is a good person, just like all the other people here. They are good people, and we learn to accommodate each other. But that does not mean that we clap for everything they say. Neither should you clap for everything I say. You need also to find a way of critically analyzing what is being presented. That way we build each other. Thank you, everyone who has come here. Patrick Moshiri, Gitash Day, Sanchez, Press J, Black, Elkana Shivashi, Mary Jones, Joy Njoki, Dorcas Okendo, Uchumi Wakati. Uchumi Wakati, you don't have to post the same thing many times, man. Itakuwa ni kama ni virus.
Themba amsha Adams. Adams analala kwa show. This shows that sasa I think this shows.
Umeanza tena na Adams.
No, this is not fair. Or else you give him kick him to the backstage. People want
Adams,
to contribute.
Adams, are you there?
The guy alitingisha miti sana, so.
Adams, kindly call him to wake up. I know you have his number. Uchumi Wakati, please don't post so many times. Just post one thing and then you relax. Isiwe ni kama tulikuwa na nini utafanya. Right. If it is a person, maybe it's not a person. Maybe it's not even a person, man. It looks like so suspicious. Yes, na wote tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV. Kama kawaida tunawaambia, hatuchoki kuambia. Alafu pia vile tafadhali subscribe kwa Themba Nduli Show. Iko pale kwa wale ambao mmeweza kusubscribe. I really appreciate. We really appreciate. My daughter and I wanawashukuru sana. You are part of our family, and we really appreciate you. If you haven't, ni wewe tunangoja. Enda pale subscribe so that you give us the support. Thank you so much. Yeah. ati Adams amekula mali ya umma. Sasa watu ni wabaya pale chini. Someone called Adams.
Adams ametingisha miti, sasa ona vile imemlemea.
Mise, wacha kuchokozana Adams. Tutaanza kupelekana mbio. Now we want to give our final comments, and I'm going to give you at least 1 minute. I'm gonna start with Julia today. Tukuje kwa Mato, alafu Adams, then Stone PK, then tuende ground floor, tukuje kwa Ken, Christine, Big Julius, and then Mise. So Julia, tafadhali.
PK, shout his name there. When Ibako. I don't know what happened to Adams. I'm concerned. So my final remarks are that we are winning this thing. This is what was new. Like I said, let me say Black and all those who are here, all UDA sympathizers know that kama mulituita deep state, this is your deep state. You will not allow you to steal from us. If we have our 2 eyes and our 2 ears, and our legs and our feet, we will do what it will take us to make sure you will not steal our votes. So na pia tuko na DCI, tuko na kila kitu. We own this state. So just prepare to send a RUTO to Sugoi. He's on his way to Sugoi. I understand he's trying to find out kama he's looking for some island to go, because it's like even in the rest of the countries, in the globe, he doesn't know he can be accepted. So I guess Mise, Black na kina Peter Mushiri mutafutie Bwana Ruto ka island up ka kuendanga kwa sababu we are winning this thing. So as new supporters, it is true we suspect so many things are going on with the IEBC. I don't blame you. That's your fears are valid from the recent reports we have received, but I think the government and I think even Azimio is going to do what it will take them not to lose this election through rigging. Now, I just want to address somebody called Peter Mushiri. Peter Mushiri, I think you suffer from something called male chauvinism and a high level of inferiority complex from women, and my heart goes out to the women in your life. I'm very sorry, Peter Mushiri, you need some deliverance in this era and times. Men, real men, don't behave like you. Asante Demba. Na watu wavuke sakafu wenye wamengojea hata Getachi de amevuka sakafu. Tomorrow me and Getachi, we are going to be watching. I'll give him a call. We'll be watching Inspector Mwala. We are not going to be listening to those bottomless stuff being discussed in the debate. So karibu Getachi de, when you were to talk to that man with inferiority called Peter Mushiri. Real men don't behave like you. Patrick Mushiri, real men don't behave like you. Vuka sakafu. Asante Demba.
Thank you, Julia. I hope he hears you. And we don't want to block you because wewe ni kura ya baba. So tafadhali heshimu mama, wakati huu ni mama. So heshimu kina mama. We really just try and respect women, like Julia has said. These are very noble people you see here. Adam Samuka bwana. Ya Ndeto. Wakati wako dakika moja tafadhali.
Demba.
Na Julia usiende leo, unajua unatuimbia wimbo wa East Africa. Thank you.
Demba, I always, like I always say, tuko kipindi cha kulala salama, and we appreciate you guys. It's been a long journey. We are almost here. And Demba, thank you for always taking your time. Julia, Adams, sasa nini bradhangu imemfanyikia huko, kama kausingizi kamemuuma. Stone PK ameamua kutembea. Mise, wacha kuniitaita nikiwa siku around, alafu nikikuja kwa show na nyamaza, na nikiwa huko nje ndeto na unatoa nini tai. Hapana, niita kama niko huko nje, niite nikiwa hapa. Big Julius, man, I appreciate you so much, man. You're a big man. I will really appreciate you. Christine, weni wetu kabisa. Ken, always nice, man. Nice. I appreciate. Guys, I think I think now that we tuko kipindi cha lala salama, then normally nowadays I changed my politics and how I used to do them to where standing with my sister Julia of everyday telling people, if you're on the fence, if you're not decided, or if you're on the other side and you're listening to us, there's a reason you're here listening to us. We are actually asking you guys, kwa uzuri, like Mother Karua says, kura ni yako. Na kura ya watu wenyu, iko kwa mfuko yenyu. Tafadhali twawaomba. Let's move this country. We are tired of being called a third world country. We need to move to a first world country. All the times that we've been here, is God's blessing that now we can actually talk from different places of the world. And we want to make our country not be called a third world country again. We are now becoming we've already become an East African, hub. Even the passports are East African, and something bigger is coming from that. Let's not go back to the YK92 propagandist and DOs of those days and where we used to be. Let's move on, because if we move on like that, then at one point my biggest dream is that we don't have to export great minds, but import those great minds into our country, that our country becomes a big one, that we all enjoy our country as we meet here on this panel from different places of the world. So basically, then I think that's all I have for now, because this is a closing mark. I think after we close, I know maybe utatupatia mushene, but I really do appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody's time here. And the deep state naona leo wamejaa hapa. Ala, Adams ameamka. My brother is awake. Okay, thank you then, but that's all I have for today. And tuendelee, wacha mmalize tusikie venye kutaenda.
Thank you. And I'm a disable comments. Can you guys see the comments?
No.
No.
Julio, me disable comments.
No, I can see comments.
Zico, there are comments.
There are comments.
I can't see them from my side.
Maybe your network.
Has someone blocked you?
Oh, now I can see them.
Oh, even Miss was not seeing them. Eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a shake from Adam waking up, vile walisema alitingisha miti amechoka. Sasa hiyo kuamka hiyo ni mshtuko, comments zikaenda.
Adam, store your last comments.
Okay. Oh, Themba is gone. All right, now.
His network has issues. Anarudi.
No, he's refreshing.
Okay. Yeah, my last comment would just be that we need to remain hopeful and not lose hope. And also, we also need to demystify facts, truth and half-truths separately. I believe that we will have elections, and those people who think that they can do whatever they want with the lives of the entire population of Kenya will be disappointed, and the right thing will be done on the 9th of August. I beseech each and every one of you to come out in numbers and to mobilize and to influence those who listen to you better or mostly to come out and vote. Thank you so much and see you.
Adams, endo ulale. Umechoka sana. Tuonane kesho.
Thank you so much. My conclusion for today is that Kenyans we have to all come out. As I keep on saying, it's mapambano, mapambano. You will come out prepared for anything. Okay? Mtu akileta fujo, alright, fire for fire. So that hizo votes, because people will vote. Yeah, the biggest challenge is for them to be counted and counted properly and announced properly. So voting people will vote. There's no doubt about that. Wakenya wenzangu, wale mko huko mashinani, kutokelezea, tunajua mtatokelezea. Watu wa baba mtatokea kabisa. Ile shida kubwa ni hapo sasa, baada umepiga hiyo kura kwa baba. Hapo ndio kizungumkuti itaanzia na itabidi we should not even go home, tukae within those areas. Tuache hiyo mambo ya kuambiwa ati twende nyumbani, tukangojee nyumbani. Hiyo, for these elections, it will be the worst mistake that we shall ever do. And we should do this all over the country. Baba has following kila mahali, mpaka hata huko kwa RUTO Sugoi. We should have proper jeshi. And I'm asking people, those who will have time, please volunteer to be part of those jeshi la baba. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you. Ken.
Thank you, everyone. My closing remarks, my heart goes out to the 24 people who died in a road accident, I think yesterday or today. It's sad to lose people who are going along with their businesses. I don't have a solution for this. I only hope anybody who drives can behave responsibly. My bigger concern is to the stability of the country. We have traveled quite a distance to even get an opportunity to vote. We've done it severally. These are consequential ones. Their careers ending. Either way, whichever side wins. And the country is also in a tricky position. Democracy sometimes doesn't make sense. A very unpopular opinion may carry the day. I hope the people will make the right choices. It's less than 2 weeks now. So hopefully we hold up, we keep focused, and may the best candidate win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. Christine, kama unanigonga.
Temba, nimekugonga kweli. Can you hear me, Temba?
Yes.
Okay. Julia, I was just wondering before I make my submission, how come both you and Nyumba have been away for the last 2 days?
Of course, Nyumba is like my dad. He said somebody annoyed him here. He leaked something. Lakini mimi, unaona, my life just started again. Unaona, kuna ile maisha unaishi alafu unaanza tena. So now you can guess.
Sina was, my position still remains. Anyway, thank you guys. Good to see you. Always a pleasure meeting here every evening to have a conversation about our beautiful country. It's unfortunate that maybe sometimes our views might not have an impact now, but I believe anything you invest, any good seed you invest, it has to take time to germinate, and one day all these sacrifices will not be in vain. So be encouraged. If Baba is not worried, I'm not going to be worried. Baba has not talked anything about IEBC and Chebukati. In fact, it's Chebukati and RUTO who are worried. So let's turn out on 9th. I'm sure some of us might are here, but we can encourage our friends back home, our families, tell a friend, that each and every single vote count. Tusikae tu ati tuko na system, the way Oburu said. Yes, we have the system, and Raila's presidency is secured. Thank you so much. Blessed night.
Thank you, Christine. For the record, sijalemea mise. Bado yuko sawa, yuko gangari.
No, Temba, nobody's against you. Whatever you told Mise, I really love Mise so much. He's a very handsome, bright man, good at everything he does, except sometimes our tongue might slip and, you know, we go off topic, and it's good when he's guided back. Mise is also humble. It's only people like Ken and Julia who are inciting Mise, but otherwise Mise is a humble guy.
Christine, utafanya huyu mtoto mali atalala leo bwana.
Big Julius, Mise usionge. Thank you. Big Julius, tafadhali.
Thank you Themba. Sijui kwa nini umeniweka between Christine na Mise. This is not a good idea, but anyway, have to take it. It's good. Christine ametangaza, Mise is sweet everywhere, and it's good. It's good. It's good for us to understand. Yes, weka Mise katikati ya Christine na nani? Weka Mise katikati ya Christine na Julia. Yes, good.
Julius, it will not have an impact. Me and Julia, we had already sorted these issues long time ago. So usidhani ati utaleta drama, haitafaulu.
No, najua Mise alisema he can drive a right and left car.
Julius Mise anaitwa leftover. Unajua leftover ni nini?
ile ugali wa jana.
Lakini wanaitaka kiporo.
Ngoja Christine. Ngoja. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mise. Thank you, Julia. Thank
I have to rebuttal them, but since Julia touched my heart.
So, Themba,
you will have time. Wacha Julia samalize bibi yake.
Hapa leo. Anyway, I'm grateful Themba for the chance. Leo Ken umekuja vizuri, sio kama jana. Najua tulikuwa ni jana ama ni juzi. Watu wengi walikuwa nafikiria labda you are in the other side. Some people questioned you. Thank you Themba for today. We had a good chat. And by the way, I don't have many things to say. I want to talk about Kiambu. Kuria showing the people of Kiambu 2 fingers. I wish Kuria angeenda Narok kaenda kuonyesha watu vidole yote miwili. Saa hii angekuwa ICU, by the way. He's very lucky because watu wa Kiambu ni wapole. That's why you see mtu kama huyo anatukana wa mama hapo. Unajua those people wale walikuwa intimidated na anaitwa nani? Cherargei ati watashughulikiwa. So they are not there because they love or they want to vote for RUTO, but they are there because they are scared. And I don't know how long is someone going to scare you alive, and you are not you are not an alien. You are Kenyan. You are born in that country. So I think there is time that people have to stand for themselves. So thank you so much, everyone, for this contribution. Let us continue. Let us tell people to vote for Raila, but not vote wisely, because that's 2 different things. Voting wisely and voting Raila is 2 different things. Let us vote Raila. Thank you, Themba.
Misa.
Thank you very much, Themba. Much has been said, misrepresenting my character. But Themba, I just want to say that your case is different. You are determined to misunderstand me, and I got used to that. And you misrepresent many things that I say. And I do appreciate that that is your background as a political scientist. You have to twist things around to pass the message that you want. But I'm still consistent that, for instance, when I say that the sovereign power belongs to the people, I was arguing that that Raila and Ruto are seeking positions to serve the people of Kenya. And so, unlike how Ndeto was arguing that Raila is too big to attend such debates, I found such argument misplaced because nobody is bigger. Only the people of Kenya are bigger. And if you're seeking, if you're a servant of those people, then you have to listen. You don't have to gaslight. I mean, the comments of Makau Mutua, to say that they will not provide William Ruto with such platform to get credit or to validate, they were actually misleading, because William Ruto is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, and he has had the platform for the last 10 years. And so it's misleading to people that they cannot provide. They have no platform to provide him in the first place because he's had that, he's been there, done that like you, he's been to the trenches, and he's done that from 1992. So I want to say that perhaps Raila or Baba, it amazes me how Baba is crying fall of everything. Even when he has support of the state, he has the resources. Perhaps the Azimio people should realize that they are supported, and perhaps it's about time that Baba asks his brother Uhuru Ruto how they rigged him in 2013 and 2017, and because it was Jebukati who was there, and so they should ask him how they did it instead of crying for and seeking sympathy and casting aspersions as though there would be unfair elections. And I think, Ndeto, I wanted to address you. I've done that, even though when you came here, you said I shouldn't call you. Now I've addressed you. It's in relation to the comments you made yesterday. And those comments, when they come from someone, Raila is not just any other person. Raila is someone who is admired globally, who has attracted the attention of other countries across Africa and across and Europe and any other places. And so for them to come and make or present Raila as someone who is actually trying to tell the people of Kenya that passing hatred, that William Ruto is such a person. I think the issues here is not William Ruto. The issues that we are going to discuss are the issues that affect the people of Kenya, who are bigger than the two individuals. And that is my argument. And lastly, I want to say that, Themba, when you stop, and Adams and you, when you stop looking at what I said from my and calling everything that I say that is academic, then you will begin to understand what I'm saying. And if you, for example, I was explaining how the system or the access management, and you said that is academia, and I think that is misguided. I've heard you guys saying that ground indifferent. I've been to the ground. I've campaigned for myself. And I know more than you, Adams. I've been a candidate, and I know I can speak from that point of authority because I have the experience that you don't have. So
that's why you failed. That's why you failed miserably.
That is why it is important not to. There are two assumptions: negative assumptions and positive assumptions. So why are we always coming with negative assumptions? Every other time, anyone who has a different opinion, we don't have to castigate him because he is of a different opinion. That is diversity of opinion. I do understand that, and I also do recognize that we do have group dynamics. That's why it doesn't bother me what Themba says or anybody says, but at least our country is greater than the people that we are praising. I have not supported William Ruto, but I do see things that I point out that he is wrong. I do see things that Raila Amolo Odinga is wrong. In terms of corruption, you are saying that William Ruto is the one who is abating people the majority of corruption. There are a lot of people in Azimio as well who are corrupt, but that is not the point. The point is how and what systems and plans do these two individuals have in place to make sure that going forward in the future, there will be no corruption, there will be no misappropriation of funds and so on. That's what I would submit tonight. And Themba, don't kick me to the curb when I have a difference of opinion. And Julia, if you didn't know, ugali ile imebakia ukiikula asubuhi na mboga is the sweetest thing that you will ever have for your day, and your day will go on well. So I'm still sweet and available, and I'm ready to be tested by whoever wants to test me. I'm still available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Missy.
Missy, I'm not happy.
Thank you, Missy, for your submission. And the characteristic feature that you come up with is the sympathy addict. We can't sympathize with you because you're holding an unpopular opinion. So we should not rebut it. We should just agree with you. We should just let you be because you're holding an unpopular or a divergent view. That one
is something after being mentioned so many times, or should I just let it go?
No, wachana na yeye. No, Missy. Ngoja. We cannot just because you're holding a divergent view that we shouldn't differ with you. We will differ with you and we will tell you like so. So that one should not be an excuse that now you run roughshod over us and then we cannot tell you something because you're holding a divergent view. We will differ with what you have to say. And because you differ with us and you call many of us sycophants and all, that does not give you a free road and a free ride that we should not even tell you when you're wrong. When you're wrong, we will tell you, in our view, we think you're wrong. And I mean, that's what we do here. We are not here to clap for you and just treat you because you are different. We are going to listen, and the way you rebut all of us, we are going to rebut you. So be ready. It's not going to be easy. The kitchen is going to get hotter as we move closer to the D-Day. And I'm not going to spare you.
I think after being mentioned so many times, you should give me one. At least 1 minute.
Si kila mtu alikuwa na minute yake. Ulikuwa na minute yako, Mato.
No, for me and Mr. because he's mentioned me even when I was away.
You guys can come tomorrow.
He's still
moving on. Mr. You can come tomorrow and then you debate.
But you've given Mr. more than 3 minutes. You've given Mr. more than 3 minutes.
Julia, can you sing for us the East African?
Yeah, sasa nyinyi mnasumbua Themba. Hata kama Mr. nilikutetea nimeacha. I withdraw.
Ni ugali too. This is just a leftover ugali. Forget about it.
Na kwani leo Themba alipitia wapi? Leo you are out of your normal Themba.
Julia, can you sing for us the East African?
Then you
are out of your normal.
Let's sing fast, then you can talk to them. But he's a nice guy. Ni vile amjui kumwongelesha. Let's sing. E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Moja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Thank you everyone. God bless you. See you tomorrow masaa na wakati kama huu. Thank you.
Good night.